What started out as a simple goal of just surviving 100 days in hardcore Minecraft while using my favorite mod ended up becoming the most amazing Minecraft journey that I've ever experienced. It's been a little over 2 years since I loaded into the world for the first time, and now I've survived 1,000 days with the Create mod in hardcore Minecraft. This video is the entire adventure from start to finish, so you can join me in building one of the most amazing Create mod worlds ever. I started off strong on day 1 by spawning into a taiga biome, completely surrounded by ice and snow, and devoid of pretty much any and all joy. Regardless, time was of the essence, so I did what thousands of Minecrafters before me have done and gathered some wood and stone and made some basic tools. I lucked out and managed to find sheep right away. Clearly, these sheep were taking pity on me, knowing I had never played hardcore before and didn't want me to have to be up all night fighting for my life, or more realistically, just dying. I made sure to pay back their kindness by killing them and sleeping in their skin. As the sun rose on day 2, I decided I would explore the new 1.18 caves for mining and ran around trying to find something slightly better than just a small divot in the ground with some coal in it. I stumbled across a ruined portal and got 2 different gold pickaxes, and one even had silk touch. I would definitely make use of this in the future and not just hold on to it and throw it away sometime down the road. Eventually, I found a suitable cave and had to take on my first mobs, but managed to dispatch them with ease. After some initial mining, I was able to gear myself up with iron and was ready to explore. On day 3, I entered the cave and started descending into it with high hopes of all the shiny resources I'd be able to fill my inventory with. Surprisingly, I found very little iron while caving, but did manage to actually stumble across some diamonds. This just further bolstered my already high hopes of bountiful resources, making them even higher. This would be perfect for when reality came along and would eventually shove my high hopes off an even higher cliff. I finished off the day down in the caves after finding an abandoned mineshaft. Day 4 was dedicated to clearing out the abandoned mineshaft as best I could. I found multiple chests which contained golden apples, name tags, and even melon seeds. I would definitely use all of these things at some point in the future. I found diamonds lining the walls of the mineshaft and even came across a mob spawner. Thankfully, the mob spawner saw me as so bad at Minecraft that I wasn't even considered a threat, and it didn't even spawn any mobs. Little did it know that even a bad Minecraft player can place a couple torches and disable it. While exploring, I also came across 2 different cave spider spawners, but decided to leave them be. By the end of the day, I had nearly 20 diamonds to my name. Day 4 rolled into day 5 as I continued clearing the abandoned mineshaft and tried my best to trace back my steps to get to the surface. I made sure to grab plenty of andesite before I left the cave because we were playing with Create after all, and everyone that knows Create minus andesite equals pain. That is the math lesson for the day. I managed to make it out of the cave and realized I had left my bed at the surface because it blended in so well with the snow. Now that I had an inventory full of loot, day 6 would mark the start of my search for a lush cave so I could find a proper place to actually set up shop. As much as I enjoyed being a hobo, I felt like I'd never be able to properly train hop like one due to my bad knee injury, so I'd be much better as just a hermit living in a cave somewhere underground. I used my extremely poor vision to scan around for an azalea tree, marking that there was some form of lush cave underground. Day 7 continued the search for the mysterious and quite possibly fake azalea tree, but almost immediately my fears were laid to rest as I stumbled across the beautiful, magnificent, perfect, and majestic azalea tree sitting in front of me. My search was finally over, assuming the cave below it wasn't total garbage. I figured I should go explore the cave behind the tree just in case it led down to the lush cave system, but that ended up being a total bust. I took a new approach on day 8 and 9 and just dug straight down right below the azalea tree, past the rooted dirt, to try to break into whatever lush cave was going to be below it. Eventually, I broke into the lush cave and spent a while exploring, still hoping to find an enormous open cavern perfect for building. Sadly, all I came across were valuable resources, but no large cavern. I was devastated and quite honestly may never trust a stupid azalea tree ever again. Just before giving up hope though, I noticed a large cavern on my mini map nearby. I was set on making it to the large cave, so on day 10 I dug straight towards it and found an amazing lush cave. It was everything I had been looking for. Sadly, the cave had tons of mobs in it that needed to be dealt with. Even though I had hit double-digit days, I still wasn't ready to die, so I very slowly cleared out the mobs and lit up the cave throughout days 10 and 11. After clearly underestimating the amount of wood that I would need, I had to head back to the surface on day 12 so I could make more torches. After starting my journey to the surface, my pickaxe broke and I had a minor panic attack. I was trapped in a cave with no way out and way too many mobs. What could go wrong? Thankfully, my big brain Minecraft pro strategy of killing skeletons to get bone meal and then grow an azalea tree from a bush worked perfectly. I truly was amazing. Over the next 2 days, I set up base in a safe corner of the cave and made myself a diamond pickaxe and what gear I could manage. I laid my iron gear to rest in a chest. It had served me well, but was a completely worthless piece of crap now that I wanted nothing to do with. I finished making my tunnel to the surface, only to find out I tunneled into a frozen river, but rather than mine straight to avoid the river, then come up, I spent the rest of the day clearing a path up in the water because I have Minecraft OCD and couldn't manage anything else. I started out day 15 gathering wood so I could start building and continue lighting up the cave. I went back down and set up a basic storage area and tried my best to make it look nice. I also decided to include an area for furnaces, a crafting table, and even a stone cutter. It only took 15 days, but I finally had a little corner of the world just for myself to call home. Now that I had the basics taken care of, day 16 marked the true start of my create journey. I set up a mechanical press and powered it with 2 water wheels so that I could start making metal sheets that were going to be needed for pretty much all future crafts. And yes, I made sure to put a depot under the press so that I wasn't throwing my items on the ground to be pressed like some peasant. Now that I had the ability to make metal sheets, I also set up a mechanical mixer, placed it over a basin, and powered it with the same water wheels I had just used. Once all the machines were down, I made sure the area still looked nice because any man can make a press and a mixer, but a true artist makes it look beautiful too. After all that hard engineering work, I spent the next few days lighting up the cave more and fighting off mobs so that I could make my way down to the lava lake below and eventually collect some obsidian. While making my way around the cave, I also started to collect some of the ores showing on the walls, but decided to leave most of it eventually because I liked how it looked. I was indeed a total Chad, flexing my wealth and leaving visible ores just as decorations. As the day ticked over to day 21, it was time for me to put my diamond pickaxe to good use and finally get some obsidian. I was absolutely terrified I would get shot by a skeleton while going down to the lava, but I told myself real men aren't afraid of a quick lava bath and just kept on going. And no, that wasn't my screen shaking because my hand was shaking. No, don't get confused. There's clearly just a minor earthquake going on where you live right now. I managed to get the obsidian without issue and assembled the portal to go to the Nether. I realized I forgot to make a fresh shield though, so I went and did that, then went inside. Once inside, I realized I also forgot to put on the gold I had made, so I quickly did that to appease the Nether overlords. Going for the trifecta of forgetfulness, I also realized I forgot to make a blaze burner, so I had to go out and do that too, because that was the whole reason we were even going into the Nether. My only goal in the Nether was to find the Nether fortress and capture a blaze, and somehow it took me 4 days to just do that. Starting out on day 22, I began my trek through the Nether, wandering around hoping the minimap would help me find a fortress. Eventually, I decided to just sacrifice my pickaxe durability and mine through the walls of the Nether to avoid any and all mobs that might pose a threat to me. I made sure to gather soul sand when I came across it to use for bubble columns behind my water wheels to increase their speed and stress capacity. Eventually, I came across a Nether fortress and had to meander around for a while inside it before I found a single blaze to capture. I also managed to expertly avoid a wither skeleton that was guarding a chest full of amazing loot. Day 25 ended with me booking it as fast as I could out of the lava death trap known as the Nether back to my little safe haven. Now that I had a full blaze burner, I placed it down below the basin and made sure it was accessible so I could fuel it to actually heat the basin. I put zinc and copper in the basin, heated the blaze burner, and with that, day 26 officially marked me entering the Brass Age. Now that the upper area was done, I needed to further expand into the cave and took days 27 and 28 to make a very fancy curved staircase down to the lower level. I was set on making the staircase absolutely perfect, and before I knew it, 2 whole days had passed with me simply having placed down and mined back up essentially the same 10 blocks in different spots the entire time. I quickly finished off the stairs and cleared out an area for our mechanical crafters right at the base of them. With the area cleared out, I started day 29 by crafting 21 mechanical crafters so I could be able to make the crushing wheels. I made 2 water wheels to power the crafters, but apparently underestimated the power requirements and had to go make an additional water wheel to not overstress the system. I then made 2 sets of crushing wheels because the only thing better than 2 crushing wheels is 2 sets of 2 crushing wheels, and because I also wanted to make an iron generator that was going to need all 4. Now that I had crushing wheels, the hard part of the setup was ready to go. Sadly, the easy part involved belts, and those needed kelp, and so day 30 marked the start of my 5-day journey to find kelp in the barren wasteland that surrounded my lush cave. With snow biomes and frozen rivers in every direction, I ended up having to travel 2,000 blocks to find the kelp that I needed to make my belts. On the way home, I was so annoyed at how long this took, I slaughtered every animal I came across, and by the end of day 34, I had made it home with plenty of kelp and way too much meat. The copious amount of cows I massacred on my way home from the kelp trip made me want to stall setting up the iron generator and instead make an enchanting setup first, so I went on a mining trip to find the last remaining diamond that I would need to be able to craft the enchanting table. It took forever to find, but I did manage to light up a lot more of the cave, gather a ton of iron and gold, which I was running low on, and eventually I found 2 diamonds before heading back at the end of the day. While I waited for my sugarcane to grow, I cleared out the area where I would place down my enchanting setup. Piece by piece, I assembled my enchanting setup, constantly looking over my shoulder to see if the stupid sugarcane behind me had finally grown so I could make more of the books that I needed. Eventually, I tore down most of my sugarcane since the iron generator would be going there anyway, and I finished crafting the last of the bookshelves. I enchanted my pickaxe and wasn't actually upset to see that I got Unbreaking 3 and Efficiency 4. I had really hoped for a Fortune or Silk Touch pickaxe, but instead I just got an all-around solid pickaxe and wasn't about to complain about that. On day 38, I went mining again to test out my new, fancy, ultra shiny diamond pickaxe, but instead of going for ores, I actually went to get deep slate and andesite for building more in the area. I was quickly burning through both of these resources as I tried to terraform every area I worked on and crafted the extremely andesite hungry create machines, so I figured having a stockpile of both definitely wasn't going to hurt. After getting all the resources I would need to make the area look nice, I used day 39 to clear out the area for the iron generator and tried my best to clean up the ground so it nicely would transition from deep slate by the crafters to the andesite by the soon-to-be iron generator. In yet another day of resource gathering, I went to the surface to spend day 40 gathering wood and mining for coal. I wasn't used to the 1.18 ore generation, and finding no coal down in the caves meant I had little to no fuel outside of smelting down all the wood. It seemed like a kelp farm would be needed ASAP to get a solid fuel source, so I made a note of that for after I finished the iron generator. The trial and error process for setting up the iron generator started on day 41. I figured it would be best to work backwards and just try to map out where everything would need to go, making sure to leave ample room for the belt system for washing the gravel down into flint and iron. I wanted to make a larger iron generator than was really needed because it would most likely be one of the larger builds in the cave for now and should really tie the entire area together. Size might not be everything, but when it comes to generating iron, more is always better, right? I had to reposition the crushing wheels multiple times to get it right, and eventually finished off day 44 by filling the water and lava into the cobblestone generator to get the first set of cobblestone made. Now that I had the skeleton of the iron generator made, I had to polish it off, so on day 45 I started setting up the gravel washing area and put down 8 water wheels to power the entire system. I spent the entire day connecting, disconnecting, and reconnecting the rotational power to get the cobblestone generator and belts running in the proper direction and at the proper speed. Turns out the drill's running at half speed to the belts is just right to make sure it doesn't overflow. Who would have guessed? I spent days 51 and 52 connecting the rest of the rotational power to the crushing wheels, lower belts, and the encased fans to wash the gravel. I had to make sure the gravel stayed in the path of the blowing water just long enough to get washed, but not too long to back up the entire system. Turns out 1/2 speed for the lower belts worked perfectly too. It had now been over 10 days since I started working on the system, so I wanted to finish it off as soon as I could. Now that the system was able to produce flint and iron nuggets, it was time to finish things up so it only stored iron ingots. I collected lava and made a smart chute so I could dump the flint into the trash instead of actually storing it. I placed a basin with a mechanical press over it to make iron ingots and a chute under it to dump the flint, but saw the backup was a problem earlier on with the flint, so I ended up moving the chute earlier on in the belt system to ditch the flint the second it was made. I ended up extending the belt system to go into a chest, and with that the system was done. And it was completed in record time too. Since I had decided to try and make the area look nice and blend everything in with the lush cave around it, I decided to use days 55 and 57 to decorate the area around the iron generator. I tried to incorporate as much green as I could and put some glow berries in here and there for a splash of color. I realized I would need a lot more deep slate if I wanted to finish off the back of the cobblestone generating area, so that would have to be a project for another day. While working, I noticed an issue with the gravel overflow infrequently happening and had to speed up the last belt to prevent multiple nuggets from clogging up the system when they ran into each other. I'd say suffering from success isn't really that bad of a problem, but man was I annoyed when those stupid pieces of gravel were not going onto the belt. After my realization that it would take stacks and stacks of building material to make the back of the cobblestone generator look nice, I set off on yet another mining trip from days 58 to 62 with the goal of yet again getting as much andesite and deep slate as I could. I dug into a nearby lush cave and started clearing out all the andesite I could get my greedy little hermit hands on. I got multiple stacks but ended up getting carried away caving in the end in hopes of finding more diamonds. By the end of day 62, I had cleared many caves, found many resources, but had not found a single diamond anywhere. I really suck at finding diamonds. As always, my andesite and deep slate resource gathering trips inspired me to also gather more wood and finally get some sand on the surface. Before heading up, I remembered I should enchant my shovel, but only managed to get Unbreaking 3. It was better than nothing, but having no efficiency on it really made me shed a manly tear of manliness. I went to the surface and collected as much sand and wood as I could. I had to return back to the cave at the end of day 64 as my axe had just broken and I was not about to punch trees to gather my wood on day 64. I planned on using day 65 to make a kelp farm because I was very low on fuel and had become quite annoyed at the amount of wood I was having to gather to subsidize both my wood crafting and my fuel needs. I started out by clearing out the area next to the iron generator for the kelp farm to go, and then placed down a mix of deep slate and moss blocks to blend it in with the current builds. On day 66, I started to make the create machines required for the kelp farm, but realized pretty quickly I would need a slime ball to actually hold the entire contraption together. I got lucky that I spawned in a spruce biome, so I ran to the surface to grab some ferns, and then made a millstone so that I could crush them into green dye. I also used the same millstone to make wheat into wheat flour, and then turned that into dough. With green dye, I could make lime dye, and with that and the dough, I was able to craft a slime ball instead of having to go out of my way to find a slime so that I could get some. I used days 67 and 68 to set up the mechanical components of the radial kelp farm and place down sand along the bottom of the entire circle for the kelp to grow on. I figured sand would look nice as it was a new color for the area, and I made sure to surround most of the kelp farm in glass so I'd be able to see both the sand, its color, and the moving farm. I felt like the animations of the farm itself and the kelp would further help bring the area to life, as if a lush cave doesn't look alive enough already. After setting up the basic components of the kelp farm, I remembered I would need rotational power to actually move the kelp farm itself before I could properly fill in the area with water and plant all the kelp I wanted, because the farm blocks themselves were going to be blocking some of the space I had to put those down in unless they were actually moving. I decided days 69 to 71 would be good to use for setting up a large windmill that would be able to power the entire kelp farm and really any future builds that were going to go in this area. Windmills are great at generating a lot of stress capacity, with the downside of running at a very low speed, but that wasn't an issue for me. While setting up the windmill, I actually ran into a slime. I was at a loss for words since I had been here for nearly 70 days and not seen a single slime. But apparently, the minute I go out of my way to craft a slime ball and waste days on that, one spawns directly in front of me, ready to make me hate myself. With the windmills set up and running, I started out day 72 by connecting the rotational power to the kelp farm and noticed it was spinning in the wrong direction. Since direction is critical for the harvesters to work, I disconnected it and flipped them around so they would properly spin and actually collect the kelp that they were rolling over. I then filled the kelp farm with water and actual kelp since the contraption was no longer blocking the way. Once I verified the farm was in fact working, I built up the edges around it, but left the top open as a design choice, mainly because I couldn't actually decide on how to make the roof look nice. Now that the kelp farm itself was done, I had to find something to do with the kelp and decided on simply making it into dried kelp blocks as one of the best fuel sources available in all of Minecraft. I initially planned on using a depot to smoke the kelp, but settled on using a belt with a fan blowing a campfire across it. I had the kelp going into a basin with a press over it to make the dried kelp blocks, and then a chest on the other side of it to actually store them in. The kelp farm was done, but was looking a little bit gross and out of place, so I used days 78 and 79 to decorate the area around the kelp farm and the entire dried kelp block making area as well. I used covers on some of the cogwheels and celebrated the new Create 1.18 feature that allowed me to do that. While working on the area, I tried to change the elevation a bit to make it look slightly more natural, and then lit up the area with torches again because at some point I had broken a lot of them and I was not about to die to a surprise creeper spawn over 3/4 of the way through this entire journey. On day 80, I got annoyed at the idea of having to go back to the surface for sand, so I decided to make a sand generator right down in the cave with me. I made 2 more sets of crushing wheels, one for cobble and one for gravel, and then set up a vertical crushing wheel setup to double crush cobble all the way down into sand and eventually just collect it in the chest at the bottom. I placed a single drill at the top and slowly powered it with the power from the kelp farm windmill. I ended up speeding up the drill after the initial run because I wanted it to be slow, but definitely not that slow. Yet again, I had to set out on another gathering trip specifically to collect even more deep slate so that I could continue trying to make all the builds look nice. The idea of leaving builds to look gross and simply function nice was becoming increasingly appealing to me, but I soldiered through, and on day 85 I came back with even more deep slate than ever, ready to make sure the area was even more beautiful than before. On days 86 and 87, I used my new collection of deep slate to decorate the area around the sand generator, and mainly was focused on dealing with the entire mess of a cobblestone generator that was currently hanging off the ceiling above it. Apparently, there was a huge pool of water directly behind that, so it was a bit of an infuriating time trying to actually work on improving how it looked. With the sand generator now working flawlessly, I had to make sure all the useless items that were coming from it were tossed out of the way to make room for more sand, so I put another smart chute directly under the chest to dump items into lava, and used an item filter to set both flint and clay to have a single chute ditching both of them. Since we were now nearing the end of the 100 days, I was determined to use as many days as needed to find enough diamonds to finish off my full set of diamond tools and diamond gear. I figured it would be pretty sad to finish off this series without having at least full diamond, so I set out on day 89 and dug down to Y-58 to tunnel through Deep Slate, attempting to find any diamonds I could possibly get my hands on. I did not manage to find enough diamonds to finish my armor and tools until day 94, since apparently I was playing hide and seek with diamonds, and let me tell you guys, I was definitely not winning. I even caved and looked up expert Minecraft pro tips on how to find diamonds in 1.18 because of just how bad I was doing on my own. Somebody just cue the sad violin noise. Someone edit it in here right now. After returning home, I used my fancy new dried kelp blocks to smelt down all the ores I found while searching for diamonds. I also crafted my remaining diamond gear and quite proudly put it on with less than 5 days left in this journey. With only a few days left, there wasn't time to take on another large project, so I spent days 96 and 97 cleaning up the builds I had done so far. I spent most of my time on the iron generator cleaning up the entire back of the cobblestone generator portion of it. I turned the extremely bland and lame waterfall directly behind it into a fancy waterfall with a serene pool of water sitting at the bottom. I made sure to add in mossy detail wherever I possibly could because I am all about green energy and saving the environment. After hitting level 33, I enchanted my last 2 tools, getting a pretty decent enchant on my axe and an extremely nice enchant on my sword. While I was definitely happy to get it, I was a little bit sad I didn't enchant it sooner because maybe I wouldn't have been such a scared little weenie if I had a real manly man weapon to be swinging around me this whole time. On day 99, I just wanted to feel good about all the work I had put in over the last 99 days, so I checked on the haul for my iron generator, my kelp farm, and finally my sand generator. I was quite pleased with all I had gotten and made the last trip up to the surface to sit back and watch the sun set on the final day. After returning to the cave, I caught a quick nap and there it was, day 100. I had done it. I not only survived 100 days in Create Mod Minecraft, but I thrived in it. During the first 100 days, I spent a lot of time manually mining, but this is modded Minecraft, so that's pretty much totally unacceptable. So to avoid doing this for another 100 days, on day 101, I started crafting all the create blocks I would need to make a tunnel bore. The deployers ended up needing a fair bit more brass plates than I anticipated, so I started making more brass and then pressing those into plates. On day 102, I continued to make more brass and press it into plates using the mechanical press. I ended up also running out of wood, so I went to the surface to chop down some more trees. I definitely needed to set up an automated tree farm, and you could argue I probably should have done it a really long time ago, but my heart was set on automating mining at the moment, so I just stuck with what I was doing. On the way back down to the cave, I also collected a bunch of extra andesite as I was running low on that too. Apparently, I was just running low on quite literally everything I could possibly need for this entire build. And yes, this exact trend will continue for the next 98 days. Once I was back down in the cave, I finished making all the deployers I would need to set up the tunnel bore. Now that I had all the materials to make the tunnel bore, I headed down to Y-58, where I did all my mining for diamonds in the initial 100 days. I started to clear out a large area so I could assemble the actual tunnel bore, since it was going to take a surprising amount of space to get properly constructed. I began setting up the basic tunnel bore by placing down the cart assembler to attach the cart to the overall contraption, and then I built the frame over the assembler using some linear chassis so that they would all stay connected together. I placed down the plow in the back of the tunnel bore so it could break and collect all the rails the cart had just traveled over, so I really wouldn't need more than 10 rails or maybe even less for the bore to go an infinite distance. Now that I had the rail collection in place, I put down a deployer facing down in front of where the cart would be so it could place fresh rails for the cart to travel on. You can basically think of this in conjunction with the plow as a loop of placing and breaking the exact same 5 or 6 rails repeatedly as the cart travels over them. I then built the head of the tunnel bore out of linear chassis so I could attach a layer of deployers and then another layer of drills onto it. On day 104, I realized I was a total frickin' moron and forgot to make the most critical part for the tunnel bore, which are the drills. So I went back to the cave to craft them along with some additional linear chassis that I was going to need. Apparently, my plan at the time was just to have the deployers slowly punch holes in the wall. And for those of you that may actually want to try that, no, that's not even possible. No matter how cool that might actually sound, it's not possible. I had to make more andesite alloy as the create blocks were just eating right through it, but thankfully, mixing to make it only requires half the materials it would take to actually craft it. So for all of you that were cringing during the first 100 days when I actually crafted it, I am now doing it in the correct manner. Once I finished all my crafting, I went back down into the mine to finish the tunnel bore. I had to redo the dimensions of the head of the tunnel bore due to the number of drills I made, and I ended up extending the body of the tunnel bore by 1 just to make room for 1 more deployer, which would place down blocks in front of the rail. This deployer, along with the deployers behind the drills, would fill in any lava or water pockets that could disrupt the tunnel bore, and then the drills would simply mine the blocks that were just placed. This would allow the tunnel bore to mine through quite literally anything in its path, and that meant I could pretty much just AFK and not pay attention and get all the resources I wanted. On day 105, the tunnel bore was finally finished and ready for its maiden voyage. I placed down a furnace minecart on the track and gave the cart assembler a redstone signal, which attached the contraption above it onto the furnace minecart. I prayed that I attached everything correctly and put some coal into the furnace minecart, and off it went. It immediately ran into a lot of lava, which was actually a good test to see if it could truly make it through anything, and it did. I noted that in a future version I should add more deployers to make a shell around it, but that was for another day. For the next 3 days, I followed behind the tunnel bore, lit up the area as I went, and mined all the exposed ores that were on the walls of the tunnel. Eventually, I had enough and picked up the cart contraption with my wrench and ran back to the cave. Now that I had an entire tunnel bore to unload, I started off day 109 by setting up an unloading area for the cart contraption. I put down some rails to place it on and some chests to move the valuable resources into. I placed down the cart contraption, which ended up placing down a layer of deep slate in front of it, as the deployers actually fired once the minute it went down. I placed down the cart assembler on top of it to turn the cart contraption back into actual blocks so that I could access all the chests and get all my loot, but I totally forgot to change the direction of the cart assembler, so it flipped the tunnel board to the opposite direction before actually placing it down. Thankfully, nothing important was destroyed, but it came pretty darn close. I cleared out all the chests of valuable resources and took a double chest worth of deep slate so I would never have to mine for it to decorate the cave ever again. I picked back up the minecart contraption and decided next time I'd run it a little bit longer since the returns were slightly lackluster for the amount of time I spent with it. With automated mining out of the way, I decided to start working on an automated tree farm since I kept running out of wood. Funny enough, I was out of wood again, so I spent day 110 on the surface just manually chopping down trees for what would hopefully be the final time. I also went to find some sheep to shear while I was there, but to my surprise, they were hiding from me. I guess they really didn't take all that kindly to me killing their friends really early on in the first 100 days. So I just wandered around for ages before finding a single sheep, and I got so unbelievably tilted that I just gave up. I returned back to the cave, but not before mining even more andesite to fund my ever-growing create builds. On day 111, I started crafting all the blocks I would need to make the tree farm, but noticed I needed even more deployers and didn't have enough nether quartz to make the electron tubes that went into crafting them. So I made a quick trip to the nether to mine some. I got just enough nether quartz and left pretty quickly because there was a bit of commotion going on around me, and quite honestly, I found that the easiest way to stay alive in hardcore is just to hide in a hole in the wall and never really interact with anything. I finished up crafting all the blocks I would need for the tree farm and another windmill that I would eventually use to power it. I used day 112 to clear out the area for the windmill directly next to the first one that was currently running both the kelp farm and the sand generator. Once the area was cleared out, I duplicated the first windmill because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And quite honestly, I had no other designs for vertical windmills that didn't look absolutely moronic. You could probably argue that this one also looks moronic, but I like how it looks, so I'm just going to stick with it. On day 113, I went to clear out the area behind the windmill to use for the tree farm, but pretty quickly realized that it was still part of the huge pocket of water that caused me a lot of trouble when I was making the sand generator. I really didn't want to deal with building near this mess a second time, so I shifted my plans a little bit and decided to use the minecart unloading station area for the tree farm and that meant I would have to move the minecart unloading station somewhere else. I finished off the day by clearing out a space nearby, which is where I would eventually move it to. Day 114 was spent clearing out more of the area for the new minecart unloading station. I had to venture into the large pool of water to block off some of the edge so I could clear another 1 or 2 blocks back, mainly just because the head of the tunnel bore was so big, it needed a lot of room. Most of the time I love living in this cave, but this stupid pocket of water was really making me hate it whenever I had to work around it, and that was happening more often than I'd like. I regretted not having a good helmet enchant or potion of water breathing, so I pretty much did the bare minimum and called it quits. I finished off the day by replacing a bunch of random dirt and gravel blocks with deep slate just to make the area look a little bit nicer. On day 115, I was finally able to spruce up the now cleared out minecart unloading area. I made sure to put down plenty of chests to store all the useful building blocks and valuable resources in, along with some lanterns and chains, just to give the area a bit of a grungy vibe. I then moved all the items from the chests in the old minecart unloading area to the new one, and cleared out all the remaining blocks in the old area so that it was prime and ready to go for the tree farm. With the area no longer occupied, I used day 116 to clear out the space for the tree farm. I made a circle with a radius of 5 since I planned on making a radial tree farm that would be very similar to the radial kelp farm that I made in the first 100 days. I started to fill the area with dirt, but quickly realized that, much like all my other resources, I was also out of dirt. So I went to collect some more. Once I had enough, I came back and finished filling in the base of the tree farm, but pretty quickly decided it looked bad, so I cleared all the dirt out again and raised it up a block. With the area properly laid out, I spent day 117 assembling the radial tree farm contraption. I placed down a mechanical bearing that would eventually connect the windmill and spin the farm with a radial chassis on top to eventually hold onto the arm that would cut down the trees. I placed down mechanical saws on the lowest layer of the arm and put chests and a portable storage interface on top to hold all the blocks and deposit them when the time came. Lastly, I put 5 deployers on the highest layer, pointing down to plant the saplings as the arm rotated. Finally, I placed some saplings in the chest and connected the farm to rotational power to make sure it all worked. On day 118, I went to the surface to chop down more trees because I only had about a third of the saplings I needed for the farm, and they really didn't seem to be growing all that fast. I spent the entire day chopping down tree after tree after tree, and finished with about 4 stacks of logs and plenty of saplings to fill the farm with. After returning back to the base on day 119, I stopped the tree farm and placed all the new saplings that I had just gotten into the chest so that they could be planted. I started the tree farm up again, and just like that, the farm was filled. While I waited for some of the trees to grow, I started clearing out the area around the tree farm and just replacing random blocks with deep slate and moss to make it look a little bit nicer. I placed down the second portable storage interface so the tree farm would be able to deposit all the logs once it actually started chopping down trees, and decided on how I wanted to pull the items out of the interface. I ended up settling on a smart chute since it could pull full stacks of items at a time rather than 16 like a normal chute would, and it would put them onto a depot. I placed down 2 different brass funnels on other sides of the depot to filter saplings to one side and logs to the other side, and just have those put into chests for storage. On day 120, I was really starting to get worried because no trees had grown yet, and I figured it might have been because using the spruce saplings, they were attempting to grow the large spruce trees since they were all directly next to each other. Hard to imagine actually screwing up growing trees, but somehow I managed to do exactly that. Sometimes I even impress myself. I figured I'd give up on the dream of farming spruce trees and just went to the surface to get some basic oak saplings to swap into the farm in their place. It took forever to find oak trees to chop down, but by the end of the day I had plenty of oak saplings to replace in the farm, which was good because I had completely run out of food and was ready to head home. Days 121 and 122 were my last ditch effort to perfect the tree farm. I felt like the dirt was kinda gross in the area, so I replaced it with moss to add in a nice green color, and I replaced all the spruce saplings with oak saplings, so hopefully the trees would actually be able to grow. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have spruce wood for building, but majority of the time I used it for crafting, so it didn't really matter what kind of trees it was. I started the system back up and began working on the item output section. Having switched from spruce saplings to oak, Now I had to account for the fact that there were apples, so I made 3 item lanes for apples and sticks, saplings, and oak logs. I went under the tree farm and connected the rotational power to the belts and finally got it going in the correct direction using cogwheels connected to the middle belt. I also added in brass funnels instead of andesite funnels, simply to allow 1 stack at a time to be input rather than 1 item at a time. I spent day 123 cleaning up the area around the tree farm and improving the item storage area. I closed in the chest and put item frames over each one to show what items were actually being stored there. Unfortunately, I couldn't show both apples and sticks, so I chose to go with apples because they have this nice red color, and that looks a lot nicer than a lame brown line being put on the item frame. I got rid of a majority of the clay in the area and added some bushes and moss carpet and all that jazz to bring the area to life a little bit. Day 124 started out with me crafting the blocks I would need to make overflow switches for each of the output chests for the tree farm, since in the end, they would fill up pretty quick. I dug out the area below all the chests and placed down stockpile switches on each one to read what % full the chests were and invert the signal so it's on until they reach 90% full and then it switches off until they reach 60% full. I placed redstone down below the chests and put smart chutes under each one too. This would all make it so the smart chutes will only allow items to go through it when the chest is at 90% full, and it'll disable items going through it when the chest is 60% full. I placed lava in the area under the smart chutes that would burn the items when they fell through, and with that, the overflow setup was done. With the tree farm now functioning, I was free to move on to my next project on day 125. I was getting tired of hopping up my steps to get to the surface, so I figured now was a good time to make an elevator. I marked the area I wanted the elevator to come down to in the cave, and then I went to the surface and dug a 3x3 area all the way down to the spot I marked. I finished off the day by crafting some linear chassis to potentially use for the elevator base, and collected a bunch of building blocks that I would actually make the elevator itself out of. Day 126 was a building day. I spent the entire day trying to make a semi-acceptable looking elevator with the block palette I had been using for the cave, and it gave me a little bit more trouble than I would have liked. I had to make sure everything was properly glued together, since I didn't actually end up using linear chassis for the base, and would only have 1 block connected to the rope pulley in the end. By the end of the day, I at least felt I had a passable elevator ready to go. Now that I had the elevator itself made, I had to construct the mechanism that would raise and lower it. I spent the start of day 127 crafting all the blocks I would need to make the surface level elevator contraption. I placed down a rope pulley over the center of the 3x3 pit and connected it to a gear shift that would allow me to reverse the rotation by inputting a redstone signal. I then hooked up a water wheel to power it and did an initial trial by lowering the rope pulley to attach it to the elevator. I used a lever to manually switch the direction since I didn't have it fully set up yet, and it brought the elevator back up. As the sun set, the elevator successfully made its way to the surface. Day 128 was another day of building as I set the goal of making the elevator contraption on the surface also look semi-presentable. I started out by setting up the redstone toggle using a powered toggle latch to act as a compact T flip-flop and hooking it up to a redstone link so I could have both buttons working wirelessly. I then geared up the water wheel by 2 times so the elevator wouldn't be too slow and still not too fast, and designed a fancy little single water wheel housing area to keep it in. With everything ready to go on day 129, I was excited to test out the newly completed elevator. Sadly, when I went to go back down on it, the entire elevator broke. Apparently, my supergluing skills leave a little bit to be desired. In the end, I had to tear down the entire build and reassemble it with careful focus on what was glued to what, and by the end of the day it was ready to go. I spent day 130 and 131 cleaning up and decorating the area around the base of the elevator. I decided it was time for the curved staircase to become a little bit less curved, so I connected it to the elevator area, and now it's a slightly less curved, or as some of you may call it, a straight staircase. All in all, I was quite happy with how it turned out. To celebrate, I took a joyride up the elevator and then back down. If you all couldn't tell, I am clearly making good use of my time during this video. On day 132, I wanted to send the tunnel bore on another mining trip, but figured it would be good to make some upgrades that I had been thinking of before sending it off. I wanted to get some andesite this time, so instead of going down into deep slate, I stayed a little bit higher. I cleared out an area, placed down the tunnel bore, and added an outline of linear chassis around the entire tunnel bore head. I made them all sticky and placed deployers down on each one. Unfortunately, I was short one deployer and one linear chassis. I replaced every filter on the deployer with cobblestone and removed the deep slate that they were currently holding. I figured I'd be too triggered by missing one deployer, so I actually went back upstairs, grabbed some quartz from the Nether, made another deployer, and finished off the tunnel bore. The tunnel bore was ready for its next mining trip on day 133, but when I went to fuel it up, it just didn't go. I really wasn't sure what's wrong, so I spent day 133 and 134 troubleshooting it. I tried replacing it, rebuilding parts of it, anything I could think of, and really nothing worked. Eventually I found out that for some reason, furnace minecarts can't accept dried kelp blocks even though regular furnaces happily burn them and they're actually the best fuel. And after punching a hole in the wall real quick, I returned to my computer and fueled up the tunnel bore like normal. Over the next 5 days, I followed the tunnel bore and lit up the area behind it. It's not much, but it's honest work. Once I got bored, I picked up the tunnel bore and started my way back to the base. The entire way back, I mined all the exposed ore on the wall of the tunnel and ended up filling my entire inventory and then some. It was definitely way more copper than I would ever need, but if I processed it correctly, I could get a fair bit of experience from it. Once I got back to the base, I placed down the tunnel bore in the unloading area and took out all my andesite, deep slate, and any valuable resources and dumped them into their respective chests. Since the tunnel bore had gotten me countless stacks of ore, I spent day 140 crafting the majority of the blocks I would need to make an ore processing setup. Not only would this net me more ingots per ore, but it would also get me experience nuggets and even secondary byproducts like clay, gunpowder, and even nether quartz. Day 141 to 144 were spent assembling the entire ore processing setup. I put down the crushing wheels to start the setup since it would be the main step and figured horizontally would probably look the coolest. I then ran a long belt under the crushing wheels and far past them, as this would be the main belt of the system and would carry a bulk of the items. I made 2 offshoot areas where a brass tunnel would direct items in the proper direction. The first one taking crushing byproducts to storage areas, and the second one taking wash products to storage areas. I planned on using the new item vaults for storage, which can't be accessed manually and must have items automatically input and output. In between the 2 offshoots, I set up a washing area, which would convert the crushed ore into nuggets, and finally, I placed down a basin and a press to make the nuggets into ingots. Once the setup was made, I connected all the rotational power and used multiple water wheels to power it. In the end, it took some fiddling to get the correct rotational direction for each part, but once it was done, I was ecstatic. On day 145, I was ready to put the ore processor to the test and moved a bulk of the ore I got from the tunnel bore into the chest that would load the main belt system. While everything seemed to be working for the most part, I noticed the crushed ore wasn't being washed fast enough, which meant it could clog up the system down the line and eventually stall it out altogether. To fix this, I put a second set of encased fans to blow water over the other side of the belt, since twice as many fans will actually double the washing speed. This required a bit of reworking the rotational power connection, but in the end it was well worth it since it did appear to fix the issue. Day 146 brought with it another issue with the ore processing setup that was a bit further down the line than the washing area. With the quantity of nuggets coming from the washing, the press wasn't actually able to keep up with turning it into ingots and again, was stalling out the system. To fix this, I simply geared up the rotational power going into the press and made it run at light speed. While this did the trick to fix it, I don't suggest standing next to it because it is definitely really annoying to listen to. Now that all the problems were fixed, hopefully, I was able to spend day 147 setting up the item vault outputs so I could actually get my grubby little hands on all the items that the system was making. I put a bunch of depots to hold each item and a brass funnel to output them from the vaults. Unfortunately, I didn't have one of each item to actually set the filters for the brass funnels, so some of these would have to wait, but the finishing touch on the system was complete. Short of silk touching all my ore and then processing it in this exact system, I was finally getting the most bang for my buck when I actually went mining. On day 148, I wanted to put the experience nuggets I was getting from the ore processing to good use, and went on a bit of an enchanting spree. My goal was to get perfectly enchanted diamond armor and tools prior to upgrading them to netherite, and without villagers, I figured my best bet to get protection 4 and breaking 3 armor was just to combine 2 pieces, so that's exactly what I did. In the end, I didn't manage to finish off all my gear, but I finished my chest and my boots and was happy to leave that until I got more experience nuggets. Since I needed more experience to finish my enchanting, I really did the only logical thing a person can think of, and I took the tunnel bore for yet another trip on day 149 to day 152. After placing it down, I sat on the back of it placing torches while it mined away from me, and eventually mined all the exposed ores, lining the walls on the way back to the base. On day 153, I had to do the unfortunate chore of unloading the tunnel bore. I took out all the valuables as per usual, but the chests were becoming quite clogged with a lot of the junk items, so I figured it was time to make a trash chute. Before I could set anything up, I had to run down into the mine to get some lava since apparently I was completely out. Once I had that, I dug out a little area directly next to the unloading station and placed down a chest with a smart chute that would drop all the items in the chest into some lava. I intentionally used a smart chute over a normal chute, even though it's more expensive, for 2 reasons. 1, it would drop a stack at a time and speed up the process, and 2, it could be turned on and off with a redstone signal, which would be useful in case I ever clicked the wrong item into the chest. With the garbage chute set up and ready to go, I spent day 154 doing the extremely boring task of moving all the junk blocks from the tunnel bore chests into the garbage dump chest. I was honestly astounded at the amount of blocks it had mined through, but this also kind of seemed like payback for past me being way too lazy to fully empty it during all those prior mining trips. Now the majority of my gear was either properly enchanted or at least well on its way to that, I decided day 155 was the perfect day for me to get my hands on enough netherite to upgrade every piece of gear. Thankfully, the tunnel bore I made for the overworld mining would do the trick in the nether too, so I grabbed it, mined down to Y level 15 in the nether, and started setting it up. As per usual, I replaced the deployer's item filters with netherrack, and then fueled it up and let it go. I'm sure you're probably quite tired of the tunnel bore at this point, and believe me, I was too, so let's all just be mad at past Rage together for using it so much. He's the bad guy, not me. For the next 5 days, I yet again followed the tunnel bore and lit up the area. Granted, there was a bit more lava this time, and gravel could allow it to actually spill through the ceiling, even though my extra deployers were supposed to prevent that. Once I got bored enough, I picked it up and mined all the nether quartz and ancient debris on the walls of the tunnel as I ran back to the portal. Day 160 was yet another unloading day. Big surprise, I know. I first got to see I managed to collect 21 ancient debris, which in reality wasn't all that great for how long the tunnel bore actually mined for, but it was a small tunnel bore, so I gave it a pass. This was sufficient to upgrade majority of the important pieces of gear that I had, and I could just get more later because obviously we have not had enough mining footage yet. I dumped the rest of the junk in the garbage chute and made sure to store all the nether quartz and gold nuggets in their own chest. On day 161, I was so excited and ready to use my fancy new ancient debris to make netherite tools and gear, so I smelted it down, and when I went to take it out and upgrade my stuff, I realized it had to be repaired to do that, and I had spent all my diamonds on something that was probably maybe useful. So you know what time it is? Tunnel bore time! Run it back! So because we're clearly all embarrassed I'm using this again, I'm embarrassed, you're embarrassed, my cats are embarrassed, let's keep it short, let's keep it sweet. I placed the thing, it mined the things, I followed it, I mined the way back, and boom. Now it's the end of day 164 and I have all the amazing stuff that I needed. It's like magic. On day 165, I prayed to God I could make it at least 5 days without using the tunnel bore again. At this point, my wife was even getting jealous of just how much time I was spending with the stupid tunnel bore. But seriously, it was time to unload the tunnel bore as usual, store all the valuables, and ditch all the junk in the garbage chute. Now that I had plenty of diamonds, I repaired all my gear and finished enchanting it, at least to a suitable point to upgrade it to netherite. I only had enough to upgrade all 3 pieces of my armor, and my pick and my shovel, but that was more than enough for now. Spoiler alert, this idiot on camera uses the tunnel bore again later for mining the last bit of netherite. Big surprise, I know. Since majority of the open area had been used up by create builds, I used day 166 to clear out and spruce up the area next to the tree farm. I really disliked how many random blocks there were everywhere and how much water was sitting around, so I replaced most of it with deep slate and moss, since at this point I was absolutely in love with the black and green color scheme. With majority of the large-scale redesign of the area done, I spent day 167 and 168 making a subtle staircase down from the ledge where the future builds would go to the tree farm. Yes, I know it took me a whole 2 days to make a staircase, but in my defense, the area was pretty cramped and I had just taken an antihistamine, so I was functioning at like 30% brain power maximum. I seriously hate having allergic reactions, but alas, there was Minecraft to be done, so it shall be done. At 30% speed albeit, but at the end of day 168, I had a staircase I was actually quite happy with. On day 169, I started clearing out an area at the top of the staircase to set up a bulk smelter. I placed down 4 depots since I couldn't imagine needing more than that at any given time, and made an area where the lava would be encased but still be able to be blown down through the iron bars using encased fans. The only problem was I had no encased fans, so I went to craft those, which involved mixing more andesite alloy and pressing of iron plates. To finish off the day, I placed down the encased fans above where the lava would be going. Day 170 was all about rotational power because behind every cool build is a properly functioning rotational power supply and transmission. Lesson of the day for all you create newbies out there. I powered the encased fans with 2 water wheels that would be exposed at the top of the staircase and spent a bit too long connecting the rotational power so each encased fan would spin in the same direction. This is crucial because they all have to blow air down, otherwise they won't actually smelt the items that are on the depots. To finish it off, I tossed in the lava, closed it off, and did a quick test run with some cobblestone. On day 171, I realized my generic storage was getting a bit cluttered is probably a nice way to put it, so I figured making a secondary garbage chute a bit closer would be a pretty good idea. I definitely didn't need stacks and stacks of netherrack just sitting in my chests, so hopefully this would help me not just dump them in there. I grabbed some lava and set up the exact same garbage chute I had before, using a chest, smart chute, and the lava I just grabbed. I made quick use of it right away to ditch some of the junk I had, and then spent the rest of the day clearing out an area for the next build, which was going to be a wheat farm. Day 172 and 173 consisted of me cleaning up the area I had just cleared out for the radial wheat farm and making sure it properly blended in with the base around it. I thought making it sort of a hole-in-the-wall farm would look pretty cool and help further blend the mechanical side of the base with the organic side of it. In the end, I was actually quite happy with how it looked, as it was semi-natural looking, so I went and crafted and collected all the items I would need to make the wheat farm itself. And I'm pretty sure you can all list them by heart at this point, since it's the 3rd radial farm I've made and they're all pretty similar, but circles are great, farms are great, when you put them together it's just better, so I'm probably never going to stray away from this design. On day 174, I started out by constructing the radial wheat farm using a mechanical bearing with a radial chassis on top to hold onto the mechanical harvesters, chests, and portable storage interface. The nice thing about the mechanical harvesters is they harvest and replant for you, so the farm can be even more basic than the tree farm, which needed deployers to replant the saplings. With the farm complete, I started clearing out the area next to it, where I would put both the windmill to power it and eventually the wheat processing plant. The next 3 days I spent actually assembling said wheat processing plant. I placed down a long belt system to carry the items, and then placed down 2 millstones to process the wheat into wheat flour. Since I had 2 belts, I put down brass tunnels and set them to round robin, so every other piece of wheat will be split to the second belt just to prevent backups. I put down 6 encased fans after the millstones that would be split 50-50 between water and fire. These fans would convert the wheat flour to dough and then cook the dough into bread. With majority of the main setup complete, I spent day 178 connecting the rotational components of the system together. I even connected the farm itself since everything would be powered by one single windmill. At the time, I wasn't able to perfect the connections since I wasn't really sure the direction everything would go in, but that would be pretty fixable with a gearbox here or some cogwheels there later down the line. The last part of the setup that was left was the actual rotational power, which again is arguably the most important part. So I spent day 179 clearing out the area next to the wheat processing plant and set up yet another vertical windmill. Speed was really not going to be an issue at this farm and processing plant, so a windmill made perfect sense. High stress capacity and low speed. I connected the windmill to the plant and farm connection, and then did some super boring troubleshooting to make sure everything was rotating in the proper directions. It wasn't the prettiest behind the scenes, but that's why we just cover all that stuff up. Day 180 was a pretty boring one since I didn't have any bone meal and I still had to troubleshoot the farm, which meant a lot of sitting and watching until wheat grew. Like literally just sitting and watching. Thankfully I did, because I quickly realized I had to add in an additional smart chute under the belts to drop seeds into lava. I had already placed some under the later part of the belt for the seeds the millstone made, but because seeds couldn't enter the millstone and come out the other side, I had to put more in before the millstone to get the seeds the actual harvesters collected. With this small fix, it seemed the wheat farm and processing plant were fully functional. The animals of the world could rejoice since I would no longer have to kill them to get food. Spoiler alert though, I still kill them for food. My next goal was to make a precision mechanism production line, which was gonna require a fair bit of resources, so I spent day 181 crafting up everything I would need to make it. Or so I thought. Another spoiler alert, past Rage thought he crafted everything, but he definitely was short on some items. Since I had yet again run out of space in the base that was cleared out for builds, I spent day 182 clearing out the area next to the ore processing setup to make the precision mechanism line. The production line itself wasn't going to need to be very big, but the one downside of living in a lush cave is there's so much random stuff and water everywhere, which tends to make building around it actually pretty difficult. With the area now cleared out and ready to go, I spent days 183 to 186 actually building the production line. The precision mechanisms are made using a sequenced assembly, which is essentially an assembly line using deployers. This specific one needed 3 deployers to place a cogwheel, a large cogwheel, and an iron nugget onto a sheet of gold. I made a looped conveyor belt system that could properly loop items around because the gold plate has to go through the assembly line 5 different times just to finish the craft. I also made additional offshoots from the main line because there's a 20% chance the craft actually fails and makes an assortment of materials, most of which can actually be used again in the craft. If this all sounds really complicated and sort of weird, that's because it is, but the general idea is basically loop it 5 times. If it works, awesome. If it fails, hope it refunds you something that's actually useful. In the end, I finished with 3 chests, 1 for inputting items, 1 for the finished precision mechanisms, and 1 for all the random junk from it failing. Now that the bones of the setup were complete, I had to connect the rotational power. I spent days 187 and 188 connecting everything, which proved to actually be semi-difficult because it was a fairly compact setup to start. Rather than hook this setup to new power, I figured I could get away with just using the water wheels that were running the ore processing system, since those were wickedly overkill on stress capacity anyway. It took a lot of fiddling with the different mechanisms of moving the rotational power to get everything going in the correct direction, but eventually it was all working. In an attempt to not totally bore you guys, I left out the details about how many filters were actually needed on the assembly line, but it needed a lot. Like a lot. More than I had enough wool to make, so I went to the surface to find some sheep yet again. Much like every other time I tried to find sheep, it proved to be very difficult and time consuming, since apparently the game wanted me to find every passive mob under the sun other than sheep. After my sheep hunting adventure, I spent day 190 putting some items into the system and watching it run to actually troubleshoot if there were any issues. Right out the gate, it appeared to work perfectly, and once I got the first precision mechanism, I was able to swap it out for one of the filters, which was clearly very critical to do since filters and wool in general was a very hot commodity for me. I never really thought I would get to that point, but here we are, wishing that we had more wool. The large and messy waterfall near the assembly line was really starting to bother me, so I spent days 191 and 192 cleaning up that entire portion of the cave. I leveled out the bottom of the pool of water and filled in any of the gaps so it at least looked presentable, and then I went on a bit of a spree replacing all the miscellaneous blocks around the area with either moss, deep slate, or andesite. Once I had all the blocks replaced, I went and grabbed a bunch of deep slate slabs and tried at least to make every step up a gradual increase using slabs to sort of blend the areas together. While it wasn't really needed, it looked pretty nice, and it also came with the bonus of not having to jump when running, which is just too good to pass up. And for those of you that use the auto step up feature, you guys are kind of weird. Unless most people use that and then I'm the weird one. I honestly have no idea if people use that or not. On day 193, I went to build a gold generator. Just kidding, I took the tunnel bore to the Nether to get some more netherite. You guys totally fell for that one. In fairness, I did say earlier that I would come back before the 200 days ended, and here we are. Once I got to the Nether, placed down the tunnel bore, and replaced all the filters on the deployers, I realized I didn't bring any fuel with me, so I went back, grabbed some coal, and then was ready to go. I spent the next 4 days as you'd expect, following the tunnel bore like a lost dog and eventually mining everything on the way back. This time though, I had Silk Touch and made a point to even mine the gold ore since it could all be processed now to give me those sweet experience nuggets. On day 197, I was finally back in the overworld, and it was time to unload the tunnel bore and check the huge haul of loot that I got. I managed to get more ancient debris than I would actually need, so I guess I could have actually stopped it sooner, but no well, hindsight's 2020. I trashed all the junk and moved all the silk-touched ores over to the ore processing to be crushed down for experience as actually the main thing that I wanted, and then all that other crap that comes from it too. On day 198 and 199, they were pretty low-key as my last goal of the video was to finish enchanting and upgrading all my tools and armor. I was able to do a fair bit of enchanting out the gate, but apparently I really overestimated the amount of experience nuggets I had left and then spent a fair bit of those 2 days just sitting, waiting for the ore processing system to actually crush down all the stuff I had just gotten and turn it into experience nuggets. In the end, I wasn't able to make a fancy enchant for my hoe like I wanted, or even my helm, but that was fine because I never really used either of them. At the end of the day, I finished all the enchanting I could do and finally upgraded my remaining tools to netherite. And with that, it was day 200. I spent majority of the day mining because not only did I want this storage room to solve my massive hoarding issue, but I also wanted it to use a super cool create-based sorting system, which meant I was going to need some serious room to work with. Remember, I said super cool and not super efficient, and that's going to be a pretty important distinction to remember later on. By the end of the day, I had carved out a pretty nice hole in the wall. Day 202 started out with me crafting up some of the basic blocks I would need for my storage system. This was pretty much just a bunch of chests and then different styles of deep slate and andesite blocks because you all suggested I give the cave a bit more variation, and so that's exactly what I was planning on doing. Once I had all the blocks ready to go, I carved out some small alcoves in the storage area and placed down 8 double chests in each. In the end, I had 5 alcoves and would eventually have 40 double chests, which I figured would at least be a pretty good starting off point. With the general layout of the storage room set up, I spent day 203 trying to make the area look at least a little bit more presentable. I replaced the blocks between each alcove with polished deep slate and made some deep slate columns between each set of chests just to give the walls some more depth and texture. I replaced the floor of each alcove with polished andesite to avoid using black for the entire room, and even placed some moss blocks in the corner of the room just to add a little bit of color. To finish off the day, I replaced the ceiling of each alcove with polished andesite blocks to match the flooring, but didn't fill in the blocks over each chest because I was planning to put stairs there later anyway. Not to sound too much like Crunk from the Emperor's New Groove, but oh yeah, it was all coming together. I started out day 204 by making a few more variations of deep slate using the stone cutter. I placed down deep slate stairs over each of the upper chests so they could still open, and then replaced the blocks lining the outside of the alcoves with deep slate tiles. Since I was putting so much effort into making this room look nice, I didn't just want to use torches to light it up, so I got some lanterns and placed them down on the deep slate bricks in front of each column. I'm not saying this video should be featured on HGTV, but if it was, I'm pretty sure it would be a hit. Once I had the lighting situation dealt with, I duplicated what I had done on the floor and replaced the blocks lining the outside of the alcoves with deep slate tiles. I finished off the day by clearing out the rest of the floor, replacing it with cobbled deep slate, and then working in some patches of moss because, as we all know, I can't get enough of the deep slate and moss combo. On day 205, it was time to deal with the ceiling, since it was the last ugly part of the room. I cleared out the entire ceiling and replaced it all with cobbled deep slate, just like I had done with the floor. Once I was done, I noticed the ceiling wasn't really blending too well with the cave outside, so I spent some time building it out to look at least a little bit more natural and gradual. I finished off the ceiling by putting in some patches of moss blocks to yet again break up the sea of black blocks that it was turning into, but I was running low on moss, so I only ended up putting in like 2 really tiny patches. Once the bulk of the room design was done, it was time to add the most critical element of any storage room, which is clearly the item frames. I went and crafted as many item frames as I could and placed them down on each chest. To quite literally nobody's surprise, I didn't have enough, so the rest of the frames would have to wait until more cows met their unfortunate fate at my hands. Oh yeah, and for those of you freaking out about me missing a lantern on day 204, don't worry, at the end of the day, I ended up fixing that. Day 206 was a crafting day, as the next stage of the storage room was going to be the automated sorting setup using Create. I spent the entire day crafting 5 mechanical arms, 1 for each alcove. This meant making 5 precision mechanisms, which thankfully was at least a little bit easier due to the automated setup from last video. Along with this, I made a lot of brass and andesite alloy for both the mechanical arms and the brass funnels that I would need. While the mechanical arms took the longest to make, the 40 brass funnels I had to make definitely were the most expensive. It would all be worth it in the end though, right? With majority of the crafting out of the way, I started out day 207 by clearing out the area behind each alcove where the main belt system would run that would carry items from around the base to be sorted and stored. I got pretty lucky and even found some diamonds while I was clearing it out. Apparently, I can't find any diamonds when I actually mine for them, but I can find plenty when I don't want them or even need them. Once the area for the belt was cleared out, I went around and placed down a brass funnel on the back of each chest so items could eventually be filtered and put in each one. I then went and placed down the belts and replaced the blocks around them with cobbled deep slate, since this would still at least be partially visible, and I was set on this room being pretty much perfect. On day 208, I wanted to finish the vanilla building of the storage room, so I crafted up more deep slate tiles and placed those as the back wall in each alcove behind the belt system. With this, the room design was pretty much finally done, so I went around and placed down the mechanical arms hanging from the ceiling in each alcove above the belt system just to see how it would look. I absolutely loved how it turned out, but there was still a lot of work left to do before it actually functioned properly, so I cleared out my inventory, grabbed some wheat from the wheat farm, and took the elevator to the surface to go find some cows for more leather and sheep for wool. Thankfully, the Minimap mod allowed me to pretty easily find some sheep rather than having to wander around aimlessly for days like before. I slowly led the first one I found over to the other 2 that were nearby. Unfortunately, if you're a keen observer, you might notice the mistake that I was about to make. I had the wheat in my offhand, and when I sheared the sheep, I fed them the wheat at the same time, and before I realized it, I had no wheat left. So I had essentially traded my will to live for a stupid baby sheep. After making a quick trip back to the base to get more wheat and some fencing to hold the sheep once I got them home, I made the trek back over to the now group of 3 adult sheep and 1 horrible mistake on day 209. It definitely took a bit of time to get them back to the base, as these sheep did not want to cooperate with me. Maybe they knew I killed their brethren in a prior video, maybe they didn't, there's no way to know for sure, but as the sun was setting, we finally arrived at the elevator. I quickly set up a small pen using the fencing I made and lured the sheep into it. Day 210 ended up being a pretty laid-back farming day. I spent the start of the day just sitting at the wheat farm waiting for a few pieces to grow so I could use it to breed the sheep. It was a bit boring since I was quite literally just watching wheat grow, but it would be worth it in the end since I would have sheep to shear, and you all could stop commenting about how I needed to get some sheep so I could shear them. Once I had 6 pieces of wheat, I figured it was enough and took the elevator back up and spent the rest of the day breeding and shearing the sheep until I had at least 35 wool, since I was going to need at least another 35 item filters. Now that I had all the wool I would need to make the filters for each brass funnel, I spent days 211 all the way till 213 setting up as many different filters for the chests as I could possibly think of. Majority of this involved me just running around the base trying to even remember everything I had automated the production of, because more than 95% of what would eventually go into this storage room would come from all those farms and generators. In the end, I managed to set filters for over 50% of the chests, but I would have to come back later on to finish the rest once I knew what items were actually overlooked. To finish off the day, I set up a final overflow chest at the very end of the last belt. The overflow chest really wouldn't come in handy at all until I had filters set for every chest in the room, but I figured it was better to set it up now rather than forget and have items despawn, because that's definitely a me thing to do. With the construction of the new room now complete, I spent day 214 starting to work on the functional aspects. I cleared out a small area right in front of the overflow chest and placed down some water wheels with soul sand to eventually power the mechanical arms and the belts. It took a bit of blending to make the area look natural, but in the end I was sufficiently happy with how it turned out. Once I had the rotational power generation ready to go, I went and crafted a bunch of different blocks to transfer that power, like cogwheels and gearboxes. I then cleared out the area above each mechanical arm and ran shafts and gearboxes through it to connect the cogwheels that would power each mechanical arm. Thankfully, the direction of rotation doesn't matter for mechanical arms, so I got to be a little bit lazy here, which is never a bad thing. Unfortunately, the rotational speed does matter for mechanical arms and is actually quite critical. So I spent the start of day 215 gearing up the 20 RPM power from the water wheels to 80 RPM, and then connected that to the shaft system running to each mechanical arm. Now that each mechanical arm actually had sufficient power going to it, it was time to set the inputs and outputs. So one by one, I popped off each mechanical arm, set its inputs to the belt below it, set its outputs to the 8 brass funnels in each respective alcove, and then tossed them back down. And with that, the last thing left to do was actually to bring items into the room on the belt system, so I cleared out the area at the start of the first belt to run another belt down below all the automated setups in the base, and collect the items there. Before I started making the extremely messy belt system that would run under the entire base, I marked where each item output would need to be connected by placing down waypoints on the minimap. I spent day 216 pretending to be a mole and really just sat underground digging tunnels from the belt system to each of the different waypoints that I had just marked on the map. It definitely became a bit of a maze by the time I finished, but I hoped that because it was mostly underground, it wouldn't bother me too much that it was disgustingly inefficient. I know some of you love these spaghetti belt systems, but I definitely do not. Day 217 was spent placing down belts in the tunnel system that I had just made to eventually carry all the items back to the storage room. Majority of this was super easy, but I did run into some trouble when trying to get around the shafts and gearboxes that were bringing power from the vertical windmills over to the kelp farm. I also had to make sure each belt would properly eject items from it to the next one when it was going around corners. With all the belts now placed down, I started out day 218 by placing down a water wheel underground to power the belts. In the newer Create updates, the belts no longer require stress capacity, so I only really needed one water wheel. I also technically could have hooked it up to the mechanical arm rotational power, but then it would be moving at 80 RPM, which would be too fast. I spent the rest of day 218 and majority of day 219 transferring the rotational power from each belt to the next one, which required a fair bit of gearboxes to get everything actually moving in the correct direction. Once all the belts were properly running, I placed down chutes from each of the item outputs. It was really important I ran the chutes all the way down to the belt, because then items would only drop onto the belt if there was room for them, rather than just kind of spewing out everywhere and eventually despawning. On day 220, I started out by removing all the depot outputs from the ore processing, since I would no longer have items actually sitting in the item vaults. I decided to keep the item vaults themselves and all the different output chests from all the farms and generators, because even though they didn't really serve much of a purpose anymore, I wanted to preserve how the base looked, and I was also super lazy and it would require reworking pretty much every setup. I made sure to double check that all the output chests were emptying, since there were a lot of items flooding the belt system right now, causing a bit of a backup. But it seemed everything was working fine, so thankfully, I didn't have to go back underground to try to troubleshoot. I finished off the day by sitting back and watching the new storage and sorting system work after 20 days of both hard and at times very tedious work. Day 221 marked the start of my next project, which was to set up an XP farm using a mob spawner, so I set out on the journey to wander around nearby caves until I just came across one. I was planning on getting mending on all my tools, so I would then need some form of XP farm, and because I was too lazy to light up all the caves around me, I decided hauling mob spawners back to the base using create cart contraptions would probably be easier than trying to get good rates using a dark room. By the end of the day, I mined a fair bit of ore while exploring caves, but I hadn't found any mob spawners and was questioning if this was just overall a bad decision. Thankfully, on day 222, I could see a bunch of mobs on the minimap, mined towards them, and stumbled across a mob spawner, and I was so happy this wasn't going to be horrible video content. Or at least that was the case until I saw the type of spawner. It was a spider spawner, because of course it had to be a spider spawner, the one type of spawner I couldn't use for this farm. I looted the chests and decided to go through the rest of the cave and at least mine the ore before leaving. In one of the best strokes of luck I've had in this entire world, at the very end of that small cave, there was another mob spawner. And on top of that, to make it even better, this one was a zombie spawner, which was perfect, or so I thought at least. Future Rage would kinda hate past Rage for forgetting about baby zombies, but that's for another day. Now that I had located a spawner to move to the base, I mined a long tunnel straight back and dumped all the ores that I had mined on the trip into the ore processing setup. Day 223 was preparation day for bringing the mob spawner back to the base. I wandered around the base for a little bit trying to decide where I would put the spawner, since it was going to need a fair bit of room, and eventually I settled on the open area directly next to the elevator. This area was pretty messy, so I cleared some of it out and started filling in majority of it with cobbled deep slate so I would have a nice little foundation to build on. I had to make a quick trip over to the minecart unloading area for more deep slate because of just how much this was using, but thankfully I had saved multiple chests worth during the last video and was able to get plenty to finish filling in the area. With the space outside ready to go, it was now time for me to clear out the actual spawning area. So on day 224, I mined into the wall opposite the elevator and cleared out a 9x9 room that I would eventually move the spawner into. Once the room was cleared out, I finished it off by placing a bunch of belts down that would carry the mobs to the collection point. Was this more expensive than water? Yes. Was this less efficient than water? Possibly. Was this cooler than water? Absolutely. Now that I knew where my collection point was going to be, I spent day 225 making the outside of the spawning area actually look kind of nice. I surrounded the collection point with polished andesite, and then surrounded that with deep slate tiles and 2 columns on either side just to add some depth and texture. I then put polished deep slate around that, and finally put in some lanterns and polished deep slate slabs just to add some detail. I finished off the day by blending in the walls around the area, using some andesite here, some cobbled deep slate there, so in the end it all looked a little bit more natural, and most of all, it had significantly less clay. I really hate clay if you couldn't tell. On day 226, I started out by setting up a chest and some hoppers right at the mob collection point to pick up all the drops, even though like 99% of them or more would be totally useless coming from zombies. Once I was ready to go, I spent the rest of the day setting up 2 water wheels to power all the belts inside. Only one of these water wheels was actually needed to power the belts, but for the sake of symmetry, I just put one on each side. With the rotational power ready to go, I started hooking up the belts inside the spawning area, and while they definitely fought me a bit to get the proper direction of rotation, I eventually got it all working properly. Day 227 was spent doing the extremely boring task of running the rails all the way from the spot I wanted the spawner to be placed inside the spawning room to the actual spawner that needed to be moved. Sadly, I didn't think about what would happen once the carted spawner actually made it into the spawning room very well, and that would eventually cause some problems for me in a little bit. Once I had the rails complete, I loaded the spawner onto a furnace minecart using the cart assembler, fueled it up, and had it go all the way back to the base. And for those of you that are wondering, it is now no longer an option to actually pick up the cart contraption with a spawner on it by default. So short of changing the config file, which you can in fact do, I now have to go about it in this slightly more painful method. Day 228 started out as an absolute nightmare when I realized the cart would be placing the spawner down 1 block higher than I wanted. So I tried to drop the cart down by 1 block and place it there, but somehow managed to shoot the cart off the block and onto the belt system. I then had to spend half the day trying to make a convoluted system of rails to get it back where I actually wanted it. Once the spawner was successfully placed down, I cleaned up the mess that I had just made of the spawning room, closed it off, collected all the rails that I had placed down to the spawner, and called it a day. With the setup mostly done, day 229 was used to troubleshoot it, and thank God I did. I sat for a while to see what the rates were like, and quite honestly, they were terrible. Thankfully, this could be fixed really easily by just getting more spawners and bringing them over, but that would need to be for another day because I wasn't doing that process over again. The one thing that was an immediate problem was the fact the spawner could spawn in baby zombies, which would just pour right out of the collection point into my base and attack me. I quickly fixed this by adjusting where the slabs were, and I also just put down some iron bars, which actually look kind of cool. I also added a stockpile switch to the collection chest so a chute would drop some of the useless items into lava if the chest ever got too full of disgusting zombie meat or useless 2% durability armor or, whatever they drop. Unfortunately, I then found out my earlier fix to the baby zombies also made it so I couldn't collect XP and totally defeated the purpose, so I moved the slabs back 1 block on top of the hoppers, and finally the setup was done. On day 230, I sat and waited for mobs to spawn to again test the rates and get a bit of XP, but it was so slow I was just forced to get a sign and accurately named the mob spawner to shame myself. Once I got more spawners in it, I could take the sign down, but until then, I was bringing shame upon my family, myself, and even my cow. Now that I had an XP farm, no matter how bad it might be, I also needed some mending books, which meant day 231 started the process of me getting a villager with the mending trade. I crafted up a bunch of stuff before heading out, so I could make use of a cart contraption to transport the villager a bit easier if the village ended up being hundreds of blocks away. I took the elevator to the surface and set out on my journey to find a village. Thankfully, I actually got pretty lucky and stumbled across a village only a few hundred blocks away from the base that would have plenty of villagers to work with. On day 232, I cleared out an area at the edge of the village and started assembling my cart contraption that would bring the villagers back to the base. Similar to the tunnel bore, I placed down linear chassis over the cart assembler to hold it all together, and then placed down a plow in the back to pick up the rails the cart contraption already went over. I then built up the front and placed down a deployer to place rails, a deployer to place blocks in front of the rails in case there was air there, and then finally drills at the front that would clear anything in its path. I slapped a chest down on top of everything to hold the building blocks and rails, trapped a villager in a minecart, chained it to the furnace minecart the contraption would be on, and realized I forgot fuel. Day 233 started out with me fixing my mistake of forgetting fuel for the 100th time by tearing down the villagers' houses and using the material to make a furnace and then some charcoal. Once I had enough charcoal, I picked everything back up, fueled up the furnace minecart, and off it went. I hopped on the seat I put on the back and enjoyed the ride. At least until the minecart stopped because it hit a leaf block which apparently can't have rails placed on it. Good thing I wasn't traveling through a really dense forest. The next 3 days were pretty much just awful as I had to spend them getting this stupid villager back home, and every 5 blocks my cart contraption would break because of a leaf block. Imagine that, right? An engineer and his feat of innovation knocked down in his prime because of a stupid leaf block. Eventually, on day 236, I got the villager back to the base, shoved him in the elevator, and took him down to their new home. Now that I had the villager down at my base, I became acutely aware of how easy it would be for them to die, so I trapped them in a boat while I cleared out a little area between the iron generator and the storage room to stick them in. It took way more fiddling than I would like to admit before I managed to get the villager in the hole, but eventually I had them trapped. I crafted up a lectern, placed it down in front of them, and nothing happened. I then let them out and chased them around with the lectern like some deranged murderer in a horror movie, and still nothing if you can imagine. Eventually, I gave up and figured they were either trying to path to a random workstation somewhere or a bed somewhere, and I was never going to get them to work. Having given up on the worthless piece of crap that was now residing in my base, I went back to the surface on day 238 to get more villagers. Since the prior cart experience left a lot to be desired, I manually placed down the rails this time, leading all the way back to the village from the base. Luckily for me, it was a cleared path from the initial trip back, but it still took until the end of day 239 to make it to the village, since maybe I didn't have enough rails and maybe I had to go back to the base at some point to get more. There's a distinct possibility that actually did happen. Day 240 was not useless villager wrangling time. I trapped a bunch of villagers and made sure that they could actually accept workstations before even thinking of bringing them back home. I then took a shameful amount of time to trap each of these villagers in a minecart and then hook them all together to make a fun road trip back home. I had a bit of trouble getting a furnace minecart set up at the start, so I pushed for about half the trip and then got lazy, fixed the furnace minecart issue, and hopped in the back cart for the rest of the ride home. I finished off the day by digging a pit in the ground and sent all the villagers into it. Somehow, one managed to outwit me and escape, but they were too stupid to actually fully escape and immediately trapped themselves in the pen with the sheep right after. I spent all of day 241 placing and breaking the lectern to get the mending trade. This is quite possibly one of my most hated vanilla Minecraft mechanics, but it had to be done, and thankfully, at the end of the day, I managed to get a mending trade and retain at least most of my mental sanity. Now that I had the mending enchant, I got some sticks to trade for emeralds, since apparently I didn't even have enough for one mending book. I had to do a few cycles of trades with the Fletchers before I had 38 emeralds to trade for one mending book, but eventually I had the exact amount I needed to get a single mending book from the librarian. I took the elevator back down to the base, enchanted my pickaxe with mending, and used my experience nuggets to fully repair it. Day 243 marked the start of yet another project, which meant I needed more space in the cave to set it up. I cleaned up the mess of water and vegetation that was all over the ground, and then started carving out another hole in the wall to build in. I'm not sure why, but I really like the aesthetic of building like this, with the wall overhanging the build. With a big project in mind, day 245 and 246 were going to be crafting days. I used the mechanical crafters to make 8 furnace engines and 8 flywheels, which absolutely destroyed my brass supply and took ages because of how slow my initial mechanical crafter setup was. On day 247, I took all the stuff I crafted over to the new cleared out area and started mapping out where I wanted each furnace engine setup to go. And I placed down all the blast furnaces first, followed by all the furnace engines, which attached at the side of the blast furnace, and then finally the flywheels, which go one block over from the furnace engine and then connect to that. I then placed down a chute over each of the blast furnaces and switched them to the glass variant using the wrench because, well, it just looks cooler. Once I had all those set, I placed down the encased fans over top of the chutes and put a line of cogwheels over top of each one of those to connect them all together. To finish the build off, I put down some gearboxes and shafts to connect the flywheel power output to the line of cogwheels at the top of the build. With the main bulk of the setup complete, I started out day 248 by running a belt in front of all the blast furnaces and then put down an andesite tunnel pushing items off the belt into each one. And with that, the setup was actually up and running. I wanted to make the new power generation area look a little bit nicer, but was low on moss, so I used day 249 to go on an adventure to nearby lush caves and pretty much just tear into them with my diamond hoe for moss blocks. It definitely wasn't pretty, but man, was it fun. Lucky for me, I've already lit up a lot of the lush caves nearby from mining, so I was able to just kind of run through without having to worry about any mobs and wreak havoc on their perfectly green moss blocks. I managed to make it back at the end of the day with about 5 stacks of moss blocks and a still mostly intact hoe. Now that I had more moss to work with, I spent day 250 decorating the new area. I cleared out small areas in both the floor and the ceiling to place some moss blocks in, just to break up the cobbled deep slate, and then went around placing tons of deep slate slabs down to make the terrain look a little bit more natural and a little bit more gradual. I placed down some moss carpet and glowberries for the last bit of detail. On day 251, I had to start solving the problem of lacking dried kelp blocks. The kelp farm was sufficient for passive generation early on, but since it would now be fueling my massive power generator, I had to kind of speed it up. I spent the entire day crafting everything I would need to expand on the kelp farm, which mainly included a bunch of radial chassis and mechanical harvesters. Day 252 to 255 were a little bit messy. I started out by building the kelp farm up to the ceiling with the goal of adding in multiple new layers that would just be duplicates of the first already functioning layer. Once I had finished completely building the new layers up to the ceiling, I realized I'd made my first mistake. I needed the second layer of blocks in each floor to contain water for the kelp to grow into, which would be really painful to fill in if the layer below it wasn't actually solid blocks when I went to do that. On top of that, I needed the contraption to be spinning to be able to fill it in with water in the areas where the mechanical arms were sitting. So I went down and reconnected the rotational power from the vertical windmill. Unfortunately, this very clearly caused a problem since I forgot to switch the radius of the sticky radial chassis, and now I had a partially spinning tower. I ended up disconnecting the power again, fixed the settings on the radial chassis, and then redid the water and kelp in each floor, which took forever to do. And that, my friends, is the story of how I took 4 days to add a few layers to a basic kelp farm. With the new layers added onto the kelp farm, it looked a bit out of place, so I spent day 256 adding in deep slate and deep slate tiles around the bottom to blend it in better with the ground. I also cleaned up some floating blocks around the top layer and also used deep slate and moss to blend it in more gradually with the ceiling. In the end, I was pretty happy with how it looked, even though it slightly obstructed my pretty wide open view I was used to having. Day 257 to 259 were yet again spent crafting, because now that I had proper rotational power, it was time to put it to good use in the biggest build I had ever made in this world. So on day 260, I cleared out the area directly in front of the furnace engine setup. I specifically made the power generation to run the behemoth I was about to build at full speed, so keeping it nearby would make my life a lot easier when it came to actually transferring that rotational power. Once all the shrubbery and water was cleared away and the entire area was flattened out with cobbled deep slate and moss blocks, it was ready for building. Day 261 marked the first day of many that I would be building the massive gold generator. I actually started out by working backwards and initially cleared out a space for the belt to go in that would carry the gold nuggets into the basin that would make them into ingots. I put down the basin along with the mechanical press that would smash the nuggets into ingots before they would be output into a chest for storage. Since the step to make nuggets is washing red sand, I put down 5 depots next to the belt that the sand would be washed on and put smart chutes under them to filter out and destroy any dead bushes that came from the washing. I put brass funnels on the front of the depots and set them to eject on the belt, and then finished off this portion of the setup by placing down 2 encased fans that would blow water across the depots to do the actual washing. The next day, I placed down 5 millstones back and up 1 block from the depots, as these would be used to crush terracotta down into the red sand that would then be washed into gold nuggets. Initially, I used hoppers to output from the millstones to the depot, but would eventually change this later. I then placed down more depots back and up 1 block from the millstones, and placed brass funnels on the front of those to eject items into the millstones. These are where the clay will be smelted down into terracotta and then ejected into the millstones. I placed down 2 encased fans that would blow the lava across the depots to cook the clay, and put down 5 basins back and up 1 block from the depots with mechanical presses over them to actually make the clay blocks that would then be ejected onto the depots to be smelted. Do you guys think this is getting complicated enough yet, or we still want to do more? On day 263, I started out by placing 5 smart chutes behind each of the basin, and then put brass funnels pushing items into each basin. I built out a small platform and lined it with encased fans, as this is where the sand would be dumped and washed as fast as possible. I placed down all 20 crushing wheels in 2 rows of 10 above the sand washing area. Eventually, I would have cobblestone fed into the top row, which would crush it down into gravel and put it into the second row, which would then crush that down into sand and dump it in the fan path. I finished off the day by setting some of the smart chute filters and switching out the hoppers for more brass funnels on the front of the millstones. Day 264 was, it was a pretty odd day. I needed to make more electron tubes, which needed sandpaper. I was running low on paper and figured this would be a perfect time to just enchant my sandpaper to make it last way longer, since yes, you can enchant both sandpaper and super glue. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough XP to even get a mediocre enchant, so after pressing a piece of paper and crafting my sandpaper, I set out on an extremely sad adventure to try to get XP from the slow mob farm, and eventually from mining after giving up on the horrible rate mob farm. Apparently, past Rage forgot about the best XP that he could get, which would come from trading sticks with the villagers on the surface. What an idiot that guy is. At the end of the day, I processed all the ore I had mined, ate the experience nuggets, and managed to get the super lame and possibly not even worth it enchant of Unbreaking 2 on my sandpaper. The next 4 days were mainly spent doing the unfortunate task of connecting the rotational power to the entire setup from the furnace engine setup. While this isn't usually super problematic, this setup had so many encased fans that required a specific direction of rotation, so it took me ages to get everything properly spinning in the correct direction to blow the water and lava across all the blocks that needed to either be washed or smelted down. Day 269 was trial run day. It was time to see if the setup actually worked as expected, so I grabbed a bunch of sand from the storage room and chucked stacks and stacks of it into the water stream directly below the crushing wheels. I didn't have cobble generation working yet, so this would just have to do for now. I immediately noticed an issue where the encased fans, although equal on each side, still blew items into the middle basin, which would eventually cause a huge backup. I ended up deciding to just remove both sets of encased fans from the sides and only leave the ones on the back, as they would still be sufficient to bulk wash all the sand anyway. But then I had to spend the rest of day 269 and all of day 270 reconnecting the rotational power I just spent multiple days on, since the entire rotational power hub of the setup had now changed. By the end of day 270, I had it all working again and managed to set the final filters, place down the lava, and put a brass funnel on the basin so my nuggets actually got pressed instead of just bypassing and going into the chest. With the main portion of the gold generator ready to go, I needed to finish the cobblestone generator that would feed into it. So I started out day 271 by crafting even more mechanical drills, along with some brass tunnels that I would use to split the cobblestone output evenly to each set of crushing wheels. Once I had the main blocks ready to go, I went and built up over the crushing wheels of the gold generator and placed down chutes that would dump the cobblestone down directly between the wheels. I then ran a short set of belts behind them with brass funnels to input up to a stack of cobblestone into the chute at a time. Finally, I put down a line of brass tunnels and set them to forced round robin, so any cobblestone that entered would be split evenly. The next 3 days were spent building the actual cobblestone generator that would have a main belt feeding into that brass tunnel. It took me a few iterations to actually get the lanes properly spaced out, as I wanted to have 4 lanes all converging to one main belt, and I only wanted to use one stream of lava per 2 lanes to be a bit more efficient. After building it once, seeing it wasn't going to work, and then building it again, I finally had the general layout ready to go. At the end of day 274, I placed down all the mechanical drills, rotated them to face down, and connected them using cogwheels, since the direction of rotation thankfully didn't matter at all here. On day 275, I filled in the water portion of the cobblestone generator and then took a quick trip down into the mine to grab 4 buckets of lava that I would need to fill in the 2 streams of lava to actually generate the cobblestone. I also crafted up another rotation speed controller, which required me to make a precision mechanism, and that took a little bit longer than I would have liked. I guess I should have tossed some extra gold plates in there before, so I had plenty sitting waiting for me when I needed them. I placed the lava down and had to move it around a few times to make sure every piece of cobblestone was generating, and then I covered it all in glass just to prevent any possible accidents. We definitely don't want any OSHA violations going on in this cave. I used day 276 to connect the rotational power from the gold generator to the cobblestone generator portion of the build, and used the rotation speed controller to lower the RPM from 256 to 80. If you've used Create, you might be familiar with the fact that if you go over 80 here, your drills are going to start kicking a bunch of cobblestone out the sides and wasting it, so it's really not all that worth it. Unfortunately, this overstressed the system since not every furnace engine was running, and that was a mess of trouble. Upon checking the furnace engine setup, majority of my ore had been cooked down since the fans failed after I overstressed the system. So I spent the rest of the day manually resetting it and reconnecting the rotational power to test out the system as a whole. After sitting for a bit longer than I'd like to admit, I realized something was wrong and checked the system to find out I didn't actually hook up the first set of belts to power, so I used day 277 to connect them to the rest of the system. Once the belts were working, one problem was solved and another was created, as the cobblestone was entering the tunnel one at a time, and the tunnel was going so slow compared to the belts that it was actually backing up the system heavily. To solve this, I put down a chest to collect all the cobblestone from the belt and output it in stacks of 16 to keep a constant but manageable stream of cobblestone going into the tunnel to be distributed amongst the crushing wheels. This solution worked flawlessly, and the system was up and running. With the setup completely done and running, I spent the next 3 days terraforming the area around both the floating cobblestone generator and the other side of the gold generator so it blended in nicely with the base. It took stacks and stacks and stacks of deep slate to fill in the entire area and even slightly blended in with the cave around it, but in the end, I think it actually looked really cool. I now had an extremely potent gold generator built right into the cave that I was living in, and it doesn't get much better than that. On day 281, I had another problem to solve. Big surprise, I know. As I had just seen, the kelp farm still wasn't enough to power the furnace engines, so I actually planned on switching over to the charcoal from the overflowing tree farm instead. I grabbed some encased fans and made a trip down into the mine again to grab some more lava that I would use to bulk smelt down the logs into charcoal. Blocks in hand, I headed over to the failing power plant and cleared out an area for some encased fans with space in front for lava and then iron bars in front of that to prevent it from just spilling everywhere. Once I had the layout ready, I extended the belt system in front of the fans so the logs would eventually be smelted there. The next day, I spent a very long time trying to figure out how to lay out the belts to loop the logs back so that they would spend 2 times as long in the fan path. Eventually, I gave up and decided to use a buffer chest so that it would only accept charcoal through a brass funnel, thus acting like a check that the logs had sufficient time to smelt down, and then it would just output the charcoal onto a belt directly in front that would carry the charcoal back to the main belt line. I spent some time hooking up all the rotational power to get the belts running in the correct direction, and finished off the day by moving the encased fans down 1 block, since they now only needed to blow on the first belt and could do that from the same level. This prevented the need for iron bars, and I wouldn't be in danger of just accidentally walking into the fan path anymore and getting burned. I spent day 283 changing the filters in the storage room so all the overflow logs went to the power generator rather than all the dried kelp blocks. I had to switch out the brass tunnel filter too and ended up having to manually remove some of the logs that made it to the blast furnaces before I actually had the charcoal filter set on the buffer chest. I replaced the andesite output funnel with a brass output funnel since it could output up to a stack at a time, and then verified that each blast furnace was filling up properly. On day 284, I started out by manually dumping a fair bit of logs onto the belt to be smelted down into charcoal since I had way too many sitting in my chests, and figured it'd probably be a good idea to jumpstart the system and get all the blast furnaces full. With all of them running and a backlog of charcoal filling up the belt, I reconnected the rotational power to the gold generator and then made a quick trip over to the tree farm. I disconnected the tree farm from the rotational power so I could edit it, and I switched the outer deployer filter from oak saplings to spruce saplings instead. You all pointed out to me that if I just made sure not all the saplings were spruce, the large trees wouldn't attempt to grow, and I figured just a few spruce trees would be enough for the minimal amount I built with, so I started the tree farm back up and updated the filters on the output funnels so that the system didn't get stalled out. Now that I had an overabundance of gold coming in, I wanted to put it to good use and make a beacon. So days 285 to 291 were spent farming wither skeleton skulls in the Nether. I went back to the same Nether fortress I got the blaze in for the blaze burner, and it turned out it was actually pretty big, which made finding wither skeletons a lot easier. On top of having a large fortress, I put the minimap to good use to see when they spawned and where. Even with looting 3 on my sword, it took ages for me to get the 3 skulls I needed, but I was way too lazy to go and make a farm at this point. I don't typically make many beacons, so I'm not sure if I just got really unlucky with looting 3 drops, or if this is pretty typical, but either way, by the end of day 291, I had all the skulls I needed along with an overabundance of bones, coal, and blaze rods, and I made my way back to the base. Day 292 was prep day. I haven't fought a wither in ages and built it up in my head, so in an attempt not to die, I may have overprepared just a little bit. I finally got around to enchanting my second diamond helmet I made with Protection 3, and then combined it with the other diamond helmet to make a Protection 4, Unbreaking 3, Respiration 3 diamond helmet that I then upgraded to Netherite. With that, all my armor was set to go, so I went and enchanted a bow with a pretty mediocre enchant, mainly just because I was lazy and would really only ever use it during the first half of this specific wither fight. Lastly, I brewed some strength 2 potions and crafted some arrows since I didn't have infinity on my rinky-dink bow at this point. I finished off the day by planting some melon seeds and bone mealing them in hopes I could make some splash potions of healing in case something somehow went terribly wrong. I cringed so hard thinking about day 293 because I quite literally spent the entire day waiting for the melons to grow, and not a single one did. I figured with the seed fully grown, it wouldn't take super long, but apparently it does. After spending the entire day waiting and having nothing grow, I figured I somehow did something wrong and just gave up. If I somehow died with nearly perfect netherite gear, I deserve to end this series anyway. Day 294 was Wither Fighting Day. I took a trip down to the mine and walked to an area where I didn't really see much lava on the minimap before making my tunnel for the wither fight. I cleared out a small area, placed down the soul sand and 2 skulls, and then chugged a strength 2 potion before slapping down the 3rd head and booking it backwards in the tunnel. The fight ended up being super boring as the wither really struggled with the deep slate and didn't hit any lava pockets, which is what I was really afraid of. I finished the 2nd phase easily with my enchanted netherite sword and snagged my nether star. Clearly, I had built up the fight to be a little bit too much in my head, and I guess that's what happens when you haven't actually fought a wither in years and never play hardcore Minecraft. I spent day 295 planning out where I wanted the beacon to go, and once I was set on its position, I started towering up to make an opening to the sky. Unfortunately, I yet again ran into a massive pocket of water inside a cave when I was tunneling up to the surface, so I took a bit of time to close off the area and get rid of all the water. The respiration helmet definitely made working underwater much more tolerable, so thank God for that. Once I made it to the surface, I popped my head out to see where I was and quickly slapped some glass down before heading back down. I put down another piece of glass at the ceiling of the cave, and then the area was ready for a beacon. On day 296, I ran around the base collecting all the gold and iron I could get my hands on. I crafted it all down into blocks, hoping I would be able to fill out a full beacon if I used both. I wasn't really thrilled with the idea of using both gold and iron since it wouldn't really look great, but eventually I could replace the iron once my gold generator had a bit more time to run. I managed to finish the entire beacon with just a few blocks of iron and gold left to spare, and took way too long to realize that I had to actually put something in the beacon to be able to set the effects. Clearly it shows that I haven't made a beacon in ages. I ended up picking haste 2, and the deep slate around me was quaking in its boots. With the beacon set up, I spent the next day terraforming the area around it so it blended in a little bit better with the flooring. Obviously, it was going to stick out like a sore thumb either way, but I used some cobbled deep slate and slabs along with some moss to kind of level out the area around it, and eventually felt like it looked at least semi-acceptable just sitting in the center of the cave. On day 298, I really didn't have much time left for a big project, so I figured I'd prep for the next one by making a faster setup for the mechanical mixer and a press. I crafted up a few mixers, a press, some basin, and a depot, and placed them down next to the gold generator. I ran the 256 RPM power from the gold generator down to the mixers and press, since my goal was to have them produce andesite alloy and whatever plates I needed as fast as possible. I placed down a chest and belt in front of them, which would collect the final item outputs, and then ran a belt behind them that would be for item input. I placed down a weighted ejector at the far end of the item input to shoot items back to the chest and sort of indefinitely loop them until they were crafted, so I could mass load andesite and iron nuggets into the chest and not really have to sit and wait there and monitor it. I hooked everything up to the rotational power and figured it would be good to go, but in the end, the input belt kept randomly breaking, and after trying numerous things such as reducing the rotational speed and removing the weighted ejector, I gave up and figured it was a problem for future Rage. And with that, it was day 300 and time to bring the next chapter of the Create Hobo Living in a Cave series to an end. So on day 301, I looked around the base for a large area to start building in. It seemed like I was running out of room, so I decided I was finally going to have to clear out that stupidly annoying pocket of water that had already caused me so many problems in the prior days. I crafted up tons and tons of create blocks that I was planning on using to make an overly complicated, but still admittedly awesome contraption to drain all the water while I really just went and binge watched the new season of Stranger Things. And not that I typically have to say this, but come on guys, no spoilers in the comments. Day 302 and 303 were also both admittedly kind of boring crafting days as I continued making more and more create blocks. At this point, I was trying to decide if this was all just a huge mistake or not, but honestly, I was too deep already, so I just pressed on and finished crafting all the blocks as I neared the end of the day. This would all be worth it, right? right? As day 303 came to an end, I started building a small platform on the side of the pool of water where I would build my extreme Drain-O-Matic. There's some other name that isn't totally stupid. The next day, I built out over the center of the pool and placed down 3 hose pulleys so I could suck up the water at least a decent rate. I connected pumps to each pulley and then ran pipes all the way back to the platform where I built a very basic 3x3x4 fluid tank where all the water would be temporarily stored before I voided it. I then placed cogwheels between each pump to eventually bring power to them and started building the water voiding contraption. I placed down a 3x3 of linear chassis, made them all sticky, and then placed down a 3x3 layer of deployers directly below them. I had to break some of the large fluid tank to actually get under the contraption to continue building it because obviously I didn't think this through very well, but I set each of the deployers to filter the actual fluid tank, and then I placed down a layer of drills below the deployers and rotated them to face down. And with that, the mechanical part of the contraption was actually done, if you can imagine, and I finally finished off day 304 by placing down the 2 layers of the fluid tank that I had to get rid of earlier. Now that I had the mechanical part done, I spent day 305 working on the automation of the contraption. I cleared out the area above the linear chassis and placed down a chest for the fluid tanks to be stored in, along with a rope pulley to raise and lower the contraption. I placed down a sequence gear shift on the side of the pulley to control the direction of rotation using a redstone signal, and then cleared out a bit more space above the contraption just so it'd be a little bit easier to work. I realized I was going to need some rotation speed controllers, which expectedly I forgot to craft, so I went to the precision mechanism assembly and put in 2 gold sheets to be processed. Once both precision mechanisms were done being processed, I grabbed them out of the chest, crafted them into rotation speed controllers, and ran all the way back over to the contraption to continue building. I extended the rotational power from the gear shift back into the wall, connected it to the rotation speed controller, and then I hooked that up to a water wheel. Definitely not the fanciest setup, but at the end of the day, I got the water wheel situated with some soul sand and 2 buckets of water, and then I cranked the rotation speed controller all the way up to 80 RPM. To start off day 306, I accessed the sequence gear shift and set it to lower the contraption 37 blocks and then raise it 3 blocks whenever the gear shift got a redstone signal. I placed a redstone link on the gear shift, set it to receive signals, and put its frequency to fluid tanks. I put down a comparator coming out of the large fluid tank on the lower platform and sent the signal into a pulse repeater and then a pulse extender before having it go into another redstone link. I set the frequency of that redstone link to match the one on top of the contraption, adjusted the timing of the pulse extender to 1 second, and finally changed the comparator to subtract mode. At this point, I was getting pretty tired of all the redstone, but there was still 1 step left to do, so I crafted an analog lever and placed it down running into the comparator with the signal strength set to 14. With all the automation finally complete, the last piece of the puzzle was to power the pumps, so on day 307, I ran the rotational power from the hose pulleys back to the platform and cleared out another area in the wall to set up a lot of water wheels with a rotation speed controller. I could have used a lot of other methods to power this, but it seemed appropriate to use water wheels to drain the water. I'm not sure if that's super stupid or super smart, but here we are. Once I had the water wheels ready to go, I cranked up the rotation speed controller all the way to 128 RPM and used a hand crank to lower each of the hose pulleys just a few blocks down into the water. I double checked to make sure that both the water was draining and the tank was filling up, and after confirming both, I just had to sit and wait for the tank to completely fill up to verify then that the voiding contraption actually worked. Right when the tank was completely filled, the contraption lowered, breaking the top 3 layers of the tank and immediately placing them back down. I was ecstatic the setup worked perfectly after 7 whole days of building it. I definitely might have been able to clear out the water faster using some different method, but this was without a doubt the coolest way possible. Days 308 through 310 were really just spent sitting watching the setup run like a well-oiled machine. Unfortunately, I couldn't fully AFK because I had to keep lowering the hose pulleys every few minutes, but it wasn't all that bad because I did in fact actually get to watch Stranger Things. And for those of you who are curious, I had to keep lowering the hose pulleys because they only register the pool of water from the hose location and up. So to prevent it from treating the pool like an infinite water source, I had to keep the area it registered under 10,000 source blocks. Honestly, the entire process was extremely satisfying to watch, and by the end of day 310, the entire area of water was drained and ready to be terraformed. Day 311 started with me tearing down the entire contraption that I just used to drain all the water. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, this was absolutely heartbreaking because I loved how it looked and how it ran, but it no longer served a purpose, so with a heavy heart, I shift right-clicked everything to death using my wrench. I had to make a few trips back and forth to the storage area since my inventory was becoming quite a mess with all the create blocks, but eventually I had destroyed the entire contraption and was ready to start filling in the area. I managed to get a single layer of deep slate down before day 311 came to an end, which really scared me for how long the entire process was going to take. Much like the previous day, day 312 was spent filling in the huge hole with even more deep slate. Layer by layer, I slowly filled in the area, and as the amount of deep slate I placed increased, my will to live decreased. I had to make a quick trip over to the minecart unloading area to grab more deep slate, as I was pretty much burning through my supply, but once I stocked back up, I got right back into the block placing groove. I had made a pretty solid amount of progress and decided to finish off the day by shaving off a few outer layers from the top of the area just so that I wouldn't have to build up so high to meet it. Can anyone guess what I did on day 313? Correct! I kept working on filling in the stupid area that I was starting to despise with every fiber of my being. I figured the fastest way to fill it in would actually be to continue shaving off outer layers from the top so I wouldn't have to build up so much, so I pretty much just did that. Unfortunately, it did make a bit of a mess, dropping blocks all over the rest of the base and even into belt systems of the machines that I had below me, so eventually I had to go down and clear it all out. I cleaned out my inventory in the storage room, restocked on deep slate, and got back to filling in the area for the rest of the day. Day 314 was a virtual carbon copy of day 313, so in order to not bore y'all to death like this project was doing to me, here are the spark notes. I filled in a bit more, got lazy and started lowering the walls again to avoid doing more work, and lowering the walls made a mess and clogged up nearly every machine below it, so I went and unclogged them and chucked everything in the automated storage system that for some reason I hadn't made a dump chest for yet and was still manually using. By day 315, I had enough of the terraforming gig and decided to say screw it and just work with what was there. I now had the area I needed for my next big project, so I started crafting up tons and tons of cauldrons. I crafted so many, I actually ran out of iron, so I took all the iron from the beacon, replaced it with gold now that the gold generator had run long enough, and then used the iron blocks I just took to finish making the 81 cauldrons that I would need. I grabbed a bunch of different styles of deep slate blocks and ended up using the deep slate tiles to outline a 9x9 area where I would put the cauldrons. I forgot I was going to need a lot of pipes for this project, so before putting anything else down, I ran back and crafted a bunch of the pipes to go under each cauldron. Once everything was ready to go, I filled in the first layer of the 9x9 completely with pipes, and then filled in the 9x9 area above those pipes with cauldrons. I lined the deep slate tiles around the pipes with slabs and called it a day. If you couldn't already guess, the cauldrons were actually for collecting lava for a lava generator and eventually an andesite generator too. Unfortunately, I also needed dripstone for this setup and didn't really have any lying around, so day 316 was dedicated to collecting at least 81 dripstone. I definitely got a bit distracted and did more actual mining than I needed to during this trip, but in the end I did manage to get plenty of dripstone so I could both set up the actual lava generator and decorate the area around it at least a little bit. I returned from my small mining trip on day 317 with a full inventory, so I unloaded all the ore I mined into the ore processing setup. While I was watching everything process for a minute, I noticed the gold generator had stopped running, so I ran over to do a little bit of troubleshooting. It took me an embarrassingly long time to find out where the actual connection had broken, and it ended up being a random shaft that was running underground. To this day, I still have no idea why it broke, but in the moment I just replaced it, reconnected everything, and after that it seemed like the gold generator was back up and running at full capacity as usual. On day 318, it was time to start working on the lava generator, so I started clearing out the wall around the cauldrons and replacing everything with cobbled deep slate. I tried my best to keep the natural texture to the wall instead of just making it completely flat, and once the walls were done, I started working on the ceiling. I wanted the ceiling directly above the cauldrons to be a lot lower so the dripstone dripping into them would look a little bit better, but it was definitely a painful process to actually make that happen. I used a mess of deep slate scaffolding to build above the cauldrons and attempted to give the new ceiling at least a little bit of character. At the end of the day, I stood back to admire my work and, well, it was definitely something. Suffice to say it would need a little bit more work, but at least it was a start. Day 319 was a pretty chill day that I used to blend the massive deep slate that I had just made during the prior day in a little bit better with the surrounding area. I started out by working on the walls, but pretty quickly decided my time was better spent trying to make the massive deep slate cube that was hovering over the cauldrons look a little bit more natural. Yet again, I pillared up with a mess of deep slate scaffolding and slowly but surely built out the ceiling so it was a little bit more gradually transitioned from the area where the dripstone would go to the actual natural ceiling of the cave. With the shaping of the ceiling and surrounding area mostly done, I started out day 320 by replacing majority of the deep slate directly over the cauldrons with dripstone blocks. I figured the dripstone would look a lot better if it was on an appropriately colored block, so I kept the same shape that I initially designed, but I made the entire 9x9 area dripstone blocks. Once the entire area was ready to go, I started placing down all 81 pointed dripstone I would need to effectively make use of every single cauldron. Once the first 81 were placed down, I had a fair bit left over and just kind of went around randomly adding a few pointed dripstone here and there just to make it seem a little bit more random and natural looking. On day 321, I went down into the mine to start hauling lava all the way back up to the surface. I was going to need 81 buckets of lava total since I need a source block over every single piece of dripstone to generate lava in the cauldron below it. I filled up majority of my inventory and then went back up to the base to start unloading every single bucket. Before I could actually place down all the lava I just got, I had to clear out the 9x9 area above the dripstone blocks so I could actually fill it in with lava, so I spent a fair bit of time digging out that entire area. With the area cleared out, I finished off the day by placing down a bucket of lava and checking that the pointed dripstone had switched from the typical water drops to lava drops, and then I grabbed some glass to cover the lava with so I didn't have a little bit of an accident and just kinda die. Day 322 and 323 really just consisted of me making trips back and forth from the mine to the lava generator. Bucket by bucket, I painstakingly filled in the area above the lava generator and then covered each layer in glass as I filled it in. Thankfully, as I was finishing it up and breaking the scaffolding to come down, I could see that lots of the cauldrons had already filled with lava, giving me some hope that the setup would actually be pretty darn efficient. Now that the lava generation was taken care of, I had to use day 324 to generate some rotational power and actually pull all the lava from the cauldrons. I placed down a few water wheels and turned them into magma wheels since I felt thematically it would look a little bit better, even though they would generate a fair bit less stress capacity and run at a lower RPM. I then hooked up some pipes coming out from under the cauldrons and put a pump down that should be able to pump lava from every single cauldron. I spent more time than I'm proud to admit connecting the rotational power from the magma wheels to a rotation speed controller and then to the pump, but eventually I got it all working and cranked up the speed to max. Just to double check that everything was working, I placed down a single tank and let it fill up with lava. Once I knew that everything was good to go, I placed down a 3x3x4 tank that would store all the lava and then hooked it up to the system to start filling up. Before the day ended, I also ran some quick tests just by placing lava in the furthest cauldrons from the pump to make sure it could still pump from them, and after seeing it was able to, I was happy to say that the lava generator was finally finished. Day 325 was yet another laid-back building day as I went around the lava generator and continued to try to blend in the area a bit more. I placed more dripstone blocks down to blend the 9x9 area of dripstone in a bit more naturally and also added in a lot more cobbled deep slate just around the entire area. As per usual, the area was not complete though without copious amounts of moss blocks, so I snagged some moss from my secret stash and started placing blocks wherever I could just to add in some color to the otherwise kind of bland landscape. With the lava generator fully operational, it was time to put that lava to good use, so I spent most of day 326 crafting up everything I would need to make the andesite generator. It was definitely going to take a hefty time investment to get up and running, but in the end, it should save me a lot of time. Once I finished crafting the copious amount of blocks, I went up to the lava generator and built off the tank with some pipes and ran them into the basin where andesite would eventually be crafted. I finished off the day by slapping down a mechanical press over the basin and then sat back to try and actually plan out how the heck I was going to make this mess of a contraption. Days 327 and 328 were contraption assembly days. I started out by running a belt under the basin and put an andesite funnel down to input the items into it. I extended the belt slightly and then ran another 3 belts perpendicular to the first one so they could all dump items onto the final belt that was running into the basin. I placed down 2 millstones on 2 of the 3 adjacent belts to generate flint from gravel. I also placed down another millstone a few blocks back from the 3 belts to convert cobblestone to gravel, then cleared out the area behind it and ran yet another belt under that millstone. I slapped down an andesite funnel on one side of the new millstone for an input and then a brass funnel on the other side to filter the outputs, and also slapped down brass funnels to filter the outputs on the other 2 millstones that I was using to generate flint. I placed down 3 brass tunnels on the 3 adjacent belts and set them to forced round robin, so for every 3 gravel coming out of that first millstone, the final basin would get 1 gravel and 2 flint. Finally, I set up a very basic cobblestone generator dumping onto the belt using some mechanical drills, water, and lava. To finish off day 328, I cleared out an area behind the cobblestone generator and placed down a few magma wheels to eventually power the entire system. Over the next 2 days, I completed the painful process of connecting all the rotational power for the system. There were so many moving parts in such a small area that it took ages of trial and error to get everything spinning in the correct direction and at the correct speed. I even had to add in another magma wheel because apparently 4 wasn't enough to run the system even at relatively slow speeds. Once everything was properly hooked up and running, I placed down a chest right after the basin and put an andesite funnel on it to collect my now infinite supply of andesite. Along with finishing off the andesite generator, I also placed down a spout and a depot that I could use to fill buckets with lava from the fluid tank without having to go all the way down into the mine. With that, I figured everything was done, but before day 330 ended, I noticed a backup at the cobblestone generator and spent the rest of the day adjusting the rotational power yet again to slow down the cobblestone generator and speed up the millstone, turning it into gravel. I spent days 331 to 333 doing even more terraforming of the area around the newly finished andesite generator. The shape of the generator was a little bit wacky, so I kinda wanted to contour the wall to match it so it looked a little bit less out of place. I mapped out where I wanted the back wall to actually sit behind the generator and then just slowly built up layer by layer with cobbled deep slate, trying to blend it in with the actual wall. Once I finished filling in the new wall, I got rid of majority of the stone in the area around it and also replaced that with cobbled deep slate. Much like I did with the lava generator, I attempted to keep the natural shape of the cave when replacing the already existing wall, which made it take a little bit longer, but at least I think in the end was well worth it. After I finished blending in the right side of the andesite generator area with the lava generator area, I went over and pretty much did the exact same thing for the other side of the andesite generator too. I decided that the cobblestone generator looked a little bit out of place, so I built a large chunk of cobbled deep slate down from the ceiling to sort of envelop it and make it look like it was actually built into the cave wall. Once I finished with the general boring block swapping, I grabbed some fancy deep slate blocks and ended up placing a layer of polished deep slate lining the lava generator, along with placing down lots and lots of patches of moss everywhere I could. After doing a ton of building for the first 33 days, my pickaxe was running a bit low on durability, so on day 334 I grabbed some wood and went to trade for emeralds and XP with the Fletcher on the surface. Unfortunately, and pretty typical for me, it appears that my dirt box for my villagers was kind of insufficient protection, and they had both been bitten by a zombie and were now zombie villagers. I went back down into the base and had to actually look up the recipe for potions of weakness since I quite literally have never used them before. Thankfully, I had nearly everything I would need to make it. I grabbed a spider eye from the chest along with a piece of gunpowder and some apples to make golden apples, and then broke a few pieces of sugarcane to eventually turn into sugar. The last piece of the puzzle was a brown mushroom. Stupid, useless, brown mushroom. I like to call the next 3 days Rage and the Brown Mushroom, a tale of a YouTuber who lost his frickin' mind. Since I never use brown mushrooms for quite literally anything, I had no idea how to even find them other than just randomly looking in caves, randomly finding them on the surface, or randomly stumbling across them in the Nether. You might be noticing a pattern here. Over the next 3 days, I scoured cave after cave after cave in search of brown mushrooms. Eventually, I got fed up with looking in caves and decided to go to the surface for a bit to look around, and yet again had zero luck finding any semblance of fungal life. At this point, I was convinced I had more fungus in my body from the yogurt I ate this morning or between my toes than I had in my entire stupid Minecraft world. As day 336 ended, I went into the Nether with my last-ditch effort of going back to my Nether fortress since it was in a Nether wastes biome, and the internet never lies and told me brown mushrooms spawn there. It was definitely a long trek and I lost hope for a while, but eventually I found a huge patch of brown mushrooms just chilling right under an overhang next to the Nether fortress. I grabbed as many as my grubby little hands could hold and booked it back to the overworld to finally close the book on this awful chapter of my Minecraft career. I'm gonna be honest guys, it's hard to admit when you've hit rock bottom, but I think it's safe to say that this was it. After returning to the base on day 338, I crafted up the fermented spider eye and started brewing up the splash potions of weakness. Once the potions were ready to go, I took the elevator up to the surface, chucked a potion into the dirt pit, and gave both villagers a golden apple. I wasn't really sure how long the process took since, again, I had never done it before, so I kind of just planned to sit and wait. But eventually I realized it might be bad if one changed back first and was locked in with the other and like they could bite each other or something, so I spent some time separating both zombie villagers just to be safe. I already looked like an idiot for the last couple days, I'm not doing it again. The librarian was the first to change back and it took the Fletcher a little bit longer, but by the end of the day both villagers were cured and back to their normal, annoying, lovable noise-making selves. I honestly don't think I've been so happy to see a regular villager in my entire life. After seeing how dangerous it was just to leave the villagers exposed to the elements above ground, I spent days 339 and 340 moving them both down into the cave. I started out by clearing out 2 small holes near the storage room just to kind of stick the villagers in once I got them down into the cave, and then went back to the surface to start the arduous process of actually moving them. I eventually got both villagers trapped in their own boats so that I could paddle them all the way over to the elevator and decided to move the librarian first. I had to trap them in a dirt cage outside the elevator and just kind of wait for them to wander in since the boat couldn't actually fit in it, but thankfully they went in pretty quickly. I hopped in the elevator with them and we took a quick ride down into the cave together. Once I got down into the cave, I trapped them in the boat again and went back to do the exact same thing with the Fletcher. After successfully moving the Fletcher down into the cave as well, I paddled the librarian as close as I could to the hole that I wanted them to live in. Unfortunately, I couldn't paddle them up the steps, so I just kind of had to trap them in this messy dirt area again and wait for them to wander into the hole before I trapped them in there with their lectern. I was not going to make the same mistake twice, so for the Fletcher, I made a 1 wide path to move the boat on so I could get them right to the hole, and it worked perfectly. I trapped the Fletcher in with the fletching table and then cleaned up the mess I made around the entire base. Now that I had the villagers trapped in the cave, I decided I should give them a decent looking place to live, so I grabbed a bunch of building blocks and got to work. It honestly took a fair bit of time before I finally got to a point where I was happy with the design of the area, but I went for sort of like a trading outpost look and felt like I accomplished that goal pretty well. Although I was definitely happy with the overall design, I felt like it needed a little bit more detail, so I added in some lanterns here and some barrels there, just to give it a bit more character with some decorations. I also blended in the roof of the trading area with the ceiling by building up above the villagers to make it look like the roof was actually supporting some of the natural cave wall. I added in some glowberries and then made 2 name tags to give the villagers. It was definitely a tough decision if Shals or Donnie got to be the librarians, since neither one of them really seemed to fit the bill, but I ended up settling on Shals as the librarian and Donnie as the Fletcher. I'm not sure if either one's going to be mad about that or not, so why don't we just not tell them? On day 343, I wanted to start working on an automated mixing setup, so I went over to the gold generator and tore down the bones of the setup that I had tried to make at the end of last episode. I had a new plan that was going to be even bigger and even better than the one I tried to do before. Once I had collected all the blocks, I went up past the lava and andesite generators to the last remaining area to build in for the time being, and just kind of started clearing out some extra space and laying down a few layers of cobbled deep slate so I could build on it. Over the next 4 days, I worked to assemble the wickedly overkill mixing setup. I placed down the 4 basins next to each other with a depot on one end, and then put mechanical mixers over each basin and a mechanical press over the depot. I ran a line of belts under each of those 5 machines to carry items in and out, and placed down a line of brass tunnels on the back of those belts to filter what went to each specific machine from one single input. I set filters for each tunnel, with the first 2 being zinc and copper to make brass, the 3rd and 4th being andesite and iron nuggets to make andesite alloy, and the final one being gold, iron, and brass to make different kinds of sheets. I set the tunnels to forced split so that every input would be evenly divided among the outputs, and then put brass funnels to input up to a stack of items to each basin and depot. I ran a single belt line into the brass tunnel for item input, and then ran another belt from that out in front of the mixers for even more item input. I had to make a quick trip to the Nether to fill up some blaze burners for the brass mixing, since I honestly completely forgot I even needed them, but it was a pretty quick trip, and before I knew it, I was back to building. I put down a chest for item input with a brass funnel outputting onto the belt, and then put andesite funnels on each of the chests the basin and depot would output to. I had to redo the belts under the brass basins so I could actually fit the blaze burner under each, otherwise they wouldn't even work, but honestly it wasn't too much of a problem. I also placed down a depot and set it as the input for a mechanical arm with both blaze burners as the outputs, and then placed down the mechanical arm so it could automatically fuel both blaze burners whenever they needed it. With the main part of the mechanical setup done, I had to power it, so on days 348 and 349, I started out by setting up a massive line of water wheels that would hopefully be sufficient to power everything at a relatively high RPM. I ran all the water wheels directly into a rotation speed controller so that I could just crank up the RPM as high as possible, and then spent a very long time trying to connect everything in a not totally disgusting manner. Eventually, my worst fear came true and the entire system got overstressed, so I did have to add in more water wheels, but by the end of day 349, it was time to test run the system. I tossed some fuel into the input chest along with some copper and zinc, and pretty quickly found out I would have to implement some limits on how much of each item was sent out, as the system got backed up almost immediately and didn't even work. Since I didn't have a solution just yet, I kind of manually removed the backup for the time being to let the system run, and aside from that small, not actually small hiccup, it actually worked. Or at least the brass did. For some reason that I still don't understand, when I did the andesite alloy, the mixer just wouldn't mix no matter what I did, and I'm at a loss, so I resigned for the day and just kind of decided to fix it later. On day 350, I finally got the andesite production working simply by breaking and replacing the basins. I honestly have no clue why it worked, but it did, so I'm not complaining. With everything now working, the last problem I had to deal with was the overloading issue. So I planned to use some semi-complex redstone setup to control when the items were sent and how many items were sent specifically to avoid this. This unfortunately meant a lot of crafting had to be done, so the entirety of days 350 and 351 were spent running around the base crafting up various redstone blocks to make the magic happen. After finishing up all my crafting, I took just a small detour on day 352 to do some trading with the villagers and kill some zombies to get level 30 so I could enchant a new piece of sandpaper. I got Unbreaking 3, which is honestly the best that I could hope for, and would eventually put some mending on it so I'd never run out of sandpaper again. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Days 353 to 356 were spent making the semi-complicated redstone automation for the mixing setup. I started out by extending the input belt, lowering it by 1 block, and putting 5 smart chutes down to eventually drop items onto it. I put 5 individual chests down, 1 for each chute, and then put a stockpile switch behind each of these chests just to read its contents. I put down redstone links on the back of each stockpile switch so I'd be able to enable or disable the system based on if every block in the recipe was present or not. I also mined out the area behind the smart chutes and placed redstone links on each of those as well, and then set all of them to receiving so I could enable or disable the inputting of items into the system. I set some basic frequencies for the redstone links and then cleared out a very large area behind the mixers so I could start setting up the redstone logic. I did a bit of trial and error at the start by placing down the redstone links for both brass ingredients along with a powered latch, but realized I would need a reset signal to come from the basin when it was finished processing to reset the logic. I had a hard time figuring out where to actually put a stockpile switch for the basin, so eventually I removed the mechanical arm and placed it there along with the redstone link. Once I had everything ready to go, I tore down my prior redstone that honestly never would have worked and started setting up a new, improved version. I made an AND gate using the zinc and copper stockpile switch links, and then ran that signal into a powered latch that would be reset using the basin stockpile switch signal. I adjusted the chest stockpile switches to turn on when at least 32 items were in them, and then set the chutes to only drop 32 items at a time, since it was the max amount the system could process at any given interval. With that, I did a final trial run, and to my amazement, it worked perfectly. With the brass redstone done, I spent day 357 crafting up everything I would need to duplicate that same exact setup for andesite, since I ended up using nearly everything I had crafted starting out. Thankfully, I knew exactly what I needed, and by the end of the day, my inventory was full of fancy redstone gadgets, and it was time to get back to building. Days 358 and 359 were spent duplicating the exact same redstone setup for the andesite alloy mixers instead of the brass ones. I'm going to spare you guys the long-winded explanation again since we just went over it, and honestly, my voice is like dying after that, but in summary, I made the exact same overly complex AND gate with the exact same timing for each redstone piece, but I just used the appropriate frequencies for each, and after doing the initial trial run with plenty of andesite and iron nuggets, it seemed to also work perfectly. There was a lot less trial and error needed the second time around, thankfully. To finish off day 359, I placed down the mechanical arm, but this time set up a redstone on-off switch to only allow the arm to get power when the basin was full, just so it didn't waste fuel randomly. I did a few more brass trial runs just to verify it worked, and after seeing it functioning perfectly, I was ecstatic. This was by far and away one of the most complex logic-based setups I have ever made with Create. With the entire system automated and honestly working flawlessly, I needed a bit of a mental break, so I spent the next 5 days just completely transforming the mixing area. I started out by working on improving the water wheel area by lining the outside with deep slate bricks, and then adding in some stripped spruce wood on the sides. I wasn't really sure what to do with the ceiling above the water wheels, and I guess it really didn't matter much, so I just added in a mix of cobbled deep slate and some moss, and I actually felt like it turned out pretty nice. Once I had the area cleaned up, I also blended in the top of the water wheel housing with the ceiling so there wasn't this big gross gap anymore, and I replaced a fair bit of the stone around it with cobbled deep slate and moss. With that area done, it was time to turn my attention to the mixing area, and I ended up using pretty much the same exact block style because honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Plus, honestly, I'm not that creative at all, as you guys have seen, so once I found something that works, I'm sticking with it. I used deep slate bricks, stripped spruce, and lots of cobbled deep slate and moss to spruce up the area. That was horrible. And then I went and added in some deep slate tile slabs around the entire build. I filled in some of the open areas with random cobbled deep slate and moss, and covered the back of the mixing area with polished andesite just so the mess of redstone wouldn't actually be visible. To finish off the area, I added in some barrels, lanterns, and glowberries, which really seemed to tie everything together. You all told me you wanted me to get a bit more creative with how I designed my builds, so hopefully this kind of fits the build because I was thrilled with how it turned out in the end. On day 365, I decided it was time to make an official staircase going from the mixing area to the lava generator and andesite generator. I spent a fair bit of time trying to build out a rough shape of a curved staircase using both full blocks of cobbled deep slate and slabs so I could just run straight up it. Once I was sufficiently happy with both how it looked and how it actually felt to go up and down it, I lined both sides with polished deep slate just to make it a little bit more noticeable, and then put down some lanterns as small decorations. The next day, I was already so in the zone on building that I just wanted to keep improving the area, so I did a bit more work on the mixing area by adding in some more moss to the ceiling and putting down some more glow berries to help light up the area with pretty much anything other than torches. To officially finish off the area, I made some item frames and put one on each input and output chest just to show what would be in each. While the output chest didn't really need this and it was just more for detail, the frames were pretty critical on the input chests since each chest was very specific with which items needed to go in it, and the system would pretty much just break if the wrong items got into the wrong chests. With everything finally complete from the mechanics to the redstone and the design, I slapped some items in the input chest and just sat back and watched the beautiful system run and save me countless hours of tedious work. Days 367 and 368 were dedicated to all you guys in the comments complaining that I don't use bone meal enough. Unfortunately, nobody really wanted to listen to me when I said I didn't have any bone meal to even use until I did the wither skeleton farming at the end of last episode, so it seemed the only logical fix was to make a bone meal generator. I dug under the belt from the wheat farm where I was dumping seeds and made sort of a janky hopper chain just to carry the seeds from the farm and the wheat processing to a composter to turn them into bone meal. I covered the hoppers up, and although it wouldn't be all that fast, all the bone meal would end up in a barrel at the staircase by the tree farm. I took all the bones from when I killed way too many wither skeletons and tossed them in the ore processing setup to convert them into bone meal as efficiently as possible. The only downside of this was it also made way too much white dye, which I was never going to use, and both would clog up the ore processing, so I just sat there and picked up every piece that came out and eventually dumped it all in the barrel. The next day, I wanted to finally finish off my gear, and with the villagers now in the cave, that was a lot easier to do. I started out by trading as many sticks to the Fletcher as I could just to get some emeralds, and then I bought 6 mending books from the librarian, and mainly stopped at 6 because I only had 6 books on me to also trade with. I even went and killed 2 zombies to try to get level 30 for some reason, which didn't even work, and I'm not sure why I wanted level 30 because I wasn't enchanting anything. I started out by enchanting my sandpaper with mending, which ended up breaking the anvil finally, so I quickly made another one, and piece by piece enchanted the rest of my gear with mending except my sword because I was actually 1 book short. On top of that, as I'm sure you all know at this point, I'm more of a hide in a cave kind of guy, not really a go out and fight with my sword kind of guy during these episodes. On day 370, I wanted to get started on a honeyed apple setup, so I went to the surface to find some bees' nests to bring home. I had to run a decent amount to actually get to a plains biome, but managed to pretty easily find 5 bees' nests once I got there by using the slightly overpowered entity tracker on the minimap. I decided the best option was just to wait until it was nighttime and then silk touch the nests after the bees went back inside, so I could move both at the same time and just easily get them back to the base. While I was killing time, I ran around and killed a few animals, and eventually it was nighttime. I ran from waypoint to waypoint, picking up each bee's nest that I had marked once the bees were back inside, and then slept the second that I picked up the last one. I spent the start of day 371 running back to the base with an inventory full of bee nests and flowers ready to be set up in the base. After returning home, I put the bee nests in a chest by where I wanted to make the setup, but after going to grab some cobbled deep slate from the nearby chest, I noticed I was finally running really low. Clearly, the only solution to this problem was to grab back out the tunnel bore and let it go for another round, mainly just to gather building blocks. I mean, I guess if it came across a few diamonds, that would be cool too, but quite honestly, I had more uses for cobbled deep slate at this point. I headed down into the mine with all the necessary blocks, cleared out a pretty large area to place down the tunnel bore, changed the deployer filters to cobbled deep slate, and by the end of day 371, it was ready to go. Over the next 3 days, the tunnel bore slowly mined through the deep slate, with me just kinda chilling on the back, enjoying the ride and placing down torches every so often. While there wasn't really much for me to do, I definitely got excited getting to just sit back and watch as diamond ore would pass by. Even though, again, I didn't need more diamonds, I still loved getting them for some reason. By the end of day 374, I felt the boar would have gotten plenty of cobbled deep slate and picked up the entire thing with a wrench so I could start heading home. On day 375, as I ran back to the base, I mined all the ore that the tunnel boar had exposed but couldn't actually get. This ended up being a pretty surprising amount of ore, and eventually, more surprisingly, a lot of it was diamond ore, which was not the experience that I had the other times I used the tunnel bore at the same exact Y level. It took a while to collect all the exposed ore, but eventually I had cleared it all out and made it back to the base. Over the next 5 days, I worked on a project that you all had asked for, which was an automatic tunnel bore unloader. I honestly should have done this a really long time ago, but oh well, there's no time like the present. I started out by tearing down all the chests that were on the wall and clearing out more room at the far end of the unloading area. After expanding the tracks that the tunnel bore would actually sit on, I moved the cart assembler forward just a little bit and then placed down the tunnel bore to see where everything would be situated. The position seemed pretty good to me, so I broke one of the chests on the bore and replaced it with a portable storage interface, and then put another one down on the wall, 1 block away from it, so the contraption would be able to connect and drop off the items. I fiddled with the belt setup for a while, but eventually just settled on having a single belt running 1 block below the portable storage interface. I put down a brass funnel to pull items from the interface onto the belt, and then put down a bunch of chests below the belt and smart chutes to filter and put items from the belt into each one of those chests. In the end, I shortened the belt by 1 and removed the final chest so that the last smart chute would just be a garbage dump of all the blocks that I really didn't care to save. I set up some basic filters for each of the smart chutes, with the initial ones being for things like cobbled deep slate and andesite, and then the remaining ones covering the various ore outputs. I connected a water wheel to a rotation speed controller, and then hooked that up to the belt so I could run it at whatever speed I wanted, just so the unloading process didn't take all that long. When I did the first trial run, no blocks actually got sorted, which quite honestly made no sense to me because the chutes should have worked perfectly, and after a lot of fiddling with stuff, just breaking and replacing the belt actually fixed the issue. I manually moved stuff back into the tunnel bore just so I could do a second trial run, and that time, it worked flawlessly. On day 381, I grabbed all the ore that I had mined and that the tunnel bore collected, and then tossed them all into the ore processing setup. I also noticed that the storage system seemed to be getting backed up, so I tried to do a quick temporary fix just by grabbing a bunch of spruce logs and bringing them over to the power plant to be smelted down to charcoal, and then also removing random junk out of the non-filtered chests like minecarts, which somehow made their way into the system. I moved all those random blocks like minecarts and rails and cart assemblers that I still don't know how they got in there, into a chest by the new tunnel bore unloading area, and made a note that I'd have to come back later and deal with the storage area issue, since apparently I was making way too many automated setups that worked way too well, and it was just overflowing everything. Day 382 was dedicated to yet again trying to make the new build look at least a little bit nicer. With an inventory full of building blocks, I started clearing out the area around the tunnel bore unloader, and then lined the outside of it with deep slate tiles, while using deep slate bricks and deep slate brick walls to make pillars at either end. I filled in the ceiling and back of the area with polished andesite just to break up all the black that was going on, and then put in some barrels and lanterns to add in a bit more detail and color. If you couldn't tell from them being in pretty much every build so far, I am a huge fan of barrels and lanterns, especially with the current color scheme going on in the cave. I added in some more moss and cobbled deep slate just to blend in the ceiling better, and then added in some cobbled deep slate slabs leading up to the unloading area. I finished everything off by adding in some glowberries and bone mealing them for a bit more light. Now that I was fully stocked up on building blocks again, I spent days 383 and 384 clearing out the area directly behind the unloading area for the eventual honeyed apple setup. I started out by digging a really small cave in the wall and then slowly expanded that, since I thought it would actually be pretty cool to have the bees reside in a small mini cave decorated specifically for them inside the actual cave. I tried to give the cave a natural shape and add in some height variation to both the floor and the ceiling, just so it didn't look too boring, and after 2 days of clearing out blocks and shaping the walls, the area actually looked pretty suitable to fit 5 bee nests without looking totally stupid. I spent the next 2 days finishing off the area so the bees could finally be placed inside. I started out by placing down moss blocks for a majority of the flooring, and then putting cobbled deep slate in areas where I wanted pools of water. I chose to use moss blocks mainly because the grass color in the taiga biome is just disgusting, and I really wanted to keep the vibrant green look for the bee area. Once the flooring was done, I replaced all the blocks on the walls with cobbled deep slate, and then did the same for the ceiling while trying to work in at least a few patches of moss, just so I could hang some glowberries inside because, again, I do love me some glowberries. Once I had replaced all the blocks, I bone mealed the moss on the ground just to add in some natural foliage, and then went around the area randomly placing down flowers so the bees could pollinate. I added in pools of water around the room and eventually made some small areas of flowing water just for even more detail. Finally, I grabbed some glass and closed off the mini cave with a wall of glass that was flush with the regular cave wall. In the end, I loved how this looked and was finally able to put down a door and put all 5 bee nests inside. Day 387 was a crafting day to prepare for the honeyed apple setup. I was going to need a lot of pipes and pumps and tanks, so I started out by going to the mixing setup and pressing a bunch of copper into copper sheets, and then crafting 2 stacks of pipes, a few pumps, and numerous tanks, which were super annoying because they each required barrels. I also got some cogwheels and gearboxes to connect the rotational power, and finally a spout to cover the apples in honey, a depot for them to sit on while the spout worked, and a weighted ejector to toss the apples from the tree farm to the depot to then get covered in honey. I spent the next 4 days assembling the setup to collect the honey automatically and then cover the apples in it. I started out by running a few pipes down from the bottom of each of the 5 bee nests and then cleared out a space outside the bee enclosure and placed down a 3x3x4 tank to store the honey in. Once I knew where the piping had to go, I dug a series of tunnels under the enclosure to connect all 5 pipes together and tried at least my best to streamline it as much as I could, so I'd only need 1 pump to be able to sufficiently pull from even the farthest bee nest. Once all the piping was done and run back to the storage tank, I pulled rotational power from the windmill next to the bread factory and geared it up before eventually connecting it to the pump. Right away, honey started filling up the storage tank, which meant I could move on to the next step of the process. I cleared out another area to place down the depot and spout and made sure it lined up with the apple output from the tree farm so I could launch apples directly onto it. I ran piping from the storage tank to the spout and used the same rotational power to also power a second pump pulling honey from the tank to the spout. I then spent a very long time setting up the weighted ejector so it fired a stack of apples at a time from the tree farm over to the depot to be covered in honey. In the end, I had to use 1 depot to catch the apples and then a hopper to put them on a second depot where the spout would cover them with honey because the spout block itself didn't allow the apples to be thrown directly onto the main depot. After the first successful honeyed apple production, I added in a small belt to carry the honeyed apples into a barrel once they had been covered. I added in some extra decorative blocks around the area and used a brass funnel to filter only honeyed apples from the depot, and then a basic andesite funnel to input into the barrel. With that, the honeyed apple production was complete, and I was so happy with how this entire section of the cave was looking. Now that the honeyed apples were being made, I spent the next 3 days dealing with the storage room issue that I only really kinda curtailed earlier on. I went to each of the unfiltered chests and attempted to set some sort of item filter for them, no matter how dumb it might be. And trust me, it definitely got dumb towards the end. I added in new chests for each of the automated farms such as bone meal and honeyed apples, along with ones for blocks from the Nether and even passive and hostile mob drops. Eventually, I had set filters for nearly every single chest, so I went to the end of the belt system and added in a garbage chute with a filter for every single block I had an automated farm for that seemed to be overflowing. This included things like bread, logs, saplings, sticks, and sand, which seemed to be the main cause of the problem, so this would just destroy them if their respective chests were already full. Once this was ready to go, I spent ages clearing out every chest that had a new filter on it, and either just dumping the junk onto the belt to be destroyed eventually, or moving it to the new correct chest that it should be in. After 3 days of very hard and very tedious work, I had fixed the issue and only had 2 chests without filters set, but I'm sure I'd eventually be able to come up with something for them in the future. Probably. On days 395 and 396, I was really out of big projects to work on, but noticed I was running low on zinc and also wanted to try out the unloader again, so I grabbed the tunnel bore and went down into the mine to set it up. Thankfully, because I had just run one, I didn't have to clear out another big area, so it was really quick to set up and get going before I just hopped on the back as usual to be the lazy torch placer. Maybe someday I could automate this every few blocks as well, and then just truly go AFK while it worked. After letting the tunnel bore run a little bit less than usual, I figured it had enough in it to stress test the unloader, so I picked it back up on day 397, mined all the exposed ore on the way back, and then placed down the tunnel bore on the unloader and watched the magic happen. Everything worked perfectly, including excess cobbled deep slate being voided once both chests were full. To finish off the day, I was able to grab all the ore from the unloader chest, along with the ore in my inventory that I mined, and process it all with the ore processor. While the ore processing was finishing, I noticed the storage area got backed up yet again and went to take a quick look. It turned out even more random blocks like glow ink got into the system and had nowhere to go, so I tried to add in as many random blocks to the filters as I could think to avoid having this happen in the future. I also grabbed out a bunch of sand and smelted it down in the bulk smelter to glass before tossing it all into the new glass chest that I had just set up. Finally, I did some more trading with the villagers for XP and consumed the XP orbs from the ore processing to repair all my tools, and I finally enchanted my sword with mending to round out my entire set of enchanted netherite gear on the end of day 398. On day 399, I decided to grab as much zinc, copper, andesite, and iron nuggets as I could, along with some additional iron and gold to turn into sheets, and I took it all up to the mixing setup. I tossed everything in its respective input chests and just sat back and watched as the beautiful setup ran and produced more brass, andesite alloy, and sheets than I would honestly ever need. Just kidding, I always need more of those, as I'm sure you guys are well aware. And with that, it was day 400. Another 100 days were in the book, and I could not be happier with how everything turned out. With the brand new update installed, I spent day 401 running around the base looking for pretty much everything that was broken. I figured the elevator might not be working properly since the superglue functionality had been changed, so I pushed the button and, as I suspected, just nothing moved. Or so I thought. Really, the top block did move, but it didn't take anything with it, so I brought it back down and cleared out some space around the elevator and just re-glued the entire thing together. After replacing all the blocks around the elevator, I stepped in and gave it a quick test run, and it seemed it was working perfectly now. Next thing I noticed was my storage system was backed up, and after a quick inspection, I realized that none of the mechanical arms had any inputs or outputs, so I just picked each one of them up and reset them. Unfortunately, I already knew what was coming as I ran around the corner to just see my entire power generation setup destroyed with the removal of the furnace engine. I spent a bit of time mourning the loss of one of my favorite builds in this entire world before moving on, as this one was gonna take a little bit longer to fix. Day 402 was also spent checking the remaining contraptions for potential issues. I grabbed some iron and andesite before heading up to the mechanical mixer setup just to do some trial runs, and right out the gate there seemed to be an issue since the items were not even leaving the chest. I spent a bit of time running around trying to figure out what was broken before I realized the redstone somehow got messed up for the andesite alloy section. I went into the back room and noticed that the toggle lever somehow got left in the on position even though it had no enabling input, and was also getting a disabling input, so I simply chalked it up to the update messing with something super weird and flipped it back to the correct setting. Much like the storage system, I also had to reset the mechanical arm for the blaze burner fueling and just closed up the back area before attempting another test run that thankfully worked perfectly. I let the system run for a fair bit of time just to make sure that nothing else would break, and after a while, I felt pretty confident to say it was in fact just the update that somehow messed with the system. I finished off the day by checking the last few builds in the base for problems and thankfully didn't manage to find anything else that needed to be fixed. With the most pressing issue being my lack of power generation now that the furnace engine was gone, I spent day 403 starting to craft out everything I would need to make multiple high-tier steam boilers in place of the old setup. I took a bunch of copper and iron and gold ingots all to the high-speed press up at the mixing setup, since I was going to need a lot of different kinds of sheets to craft pretty much everything I needed. Once I had a few stacks of copper sheets and one stack of both iron and gold sheets, I headed down to the storage area to start putting them to good use. I crafted a bunch of blaze burners to heat the boilers, fluid tanks to actually build the boilers themselves, and then steam engines to attach to the boilers to generate the power. I remembered I already had a lot of fluid pipes crafted, so I grabbed those from the old storage area and then used some cogwheels to turn 3 of them into mechanical pumps. I needed brass casing to finish off all the crafting, so I put the new casing crafting to good use and placed down some logs, stripped them, and then converted them to casing just by clicking on them with brass ingots. It was definitely a bit slower than the old crafting process, but was way more cost effective, which I was pretty excited about. My last bit of crafting for the day was then using the new brass casing I just made to craft a bunch of display links. On day 404, I slapped on my gold helmet in place of my engineering goggles since it was time to travel to the Nether to fill up all the empty blaze burners I had just crafted. When I got into the Nether, I went to look at the minimap for directions, as I typically do because I get lost easily, and I didn't see any minimap at all. Apparently, I was completely oblivious to the lack of the minimap for the first 3 days of the series, so I quickly enabled it again, and we can all just pretend that that didn't even happen. Chances are you didn't even notice too, so I can't take all the blame here. With the minimap back on, I managed to find the pathway that I dug to the Nether Fortress, even though all the waypoints were gone, and I just started my lengthy trek over. Once I got to the Nether Fortress, I snagged a few stray blaze here and there that were just chilling inside the hallway, before making my way over to one of the only blaze spawners that was on the far side. It took ages for the spawner to spawn in 14 more blaze for me to capture, but about halfway through day 405, I had managed to fill up every blaze burner and was finally ready to head home. I went out of my way to kill a few wither skeletons in hopes of getting a lucky skull drop, but as I'm pretty sure everyone would expect, I got nothing and just decided to go home anyway. I made it back through the portal right as the sun was setting and took the elevator back down into the base, since apparently my nether portal no longer feels like the one inside my base is suitable for return trips. The next day was just another general prep day. I started out by making a ton of rose quartz and using my freshly enchanted sandpaper to polish all of it. I managed to make it through 24 before I had to do a little bit of trading for experience to repair the sandpaper, and with that, I was actually able to finish polishing all 56 rose quartz. I made some more iron sheets and then used those to turn all the rose quartz into electron tubes, and then used those to make a lot of display boards to go along with all the display links that I made earlier. With all the crafting done, I went over to the old furnace engine setup and just tore into it with my wrench. I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit of a tough moment for me, but it had to be done at some point. Once most of the old stuff was cleared out, I dumped everything into a chest to clear up my inventory, which had become a complete mess. Day 406 ended with me removing the last bit of now useless belt system and grabbing a few stacks of cobbled deep slate to build with. Day 407 marked the start of the steam boiler assembly. I started out by messing around with a few different placements for the blaze burners and the steam boiler, and eventually settled on a 3x3 of blaze burners, 1 block into the ground, with a 3x3x4 of fluid tanks over them. I put a single steam engine on the side of the fluid tank to convert all of them to a steam boiler, and then I placed down another 7 steam engines with 4 running down each side. I put down a few fluid pipes for pumping water into the steam boiler, and then put down shafts running vertically for each of the steam engines to attach to for generating the rotational power. With the steam boiler now fully assembled, it needed water, so I tried out a few different setups for pumping water in and settled on one with all 3 pumps next to each other, which, spoiler alert, wouldn't end up actually working in the end, but we'll get to that a little bit later. I used some gearboxes and cogwheels to connect the rotational power from the steam engines to the pumps so the system would be self-sustaining once it started, and then I cleared out the area around the blaze burners since I wanted to be able to see them whenever I eventually finished the setup. The next day I realized, in pretty typical Rage fashion, that I in fact had not crafted everything, and actually needed mechanical arms for automatically fueling the blaze burners, so I ran up to the mixers to grab some brass and gold sheets, and then went to the precision mechanism assembler to convert a single gold sheet. As per usual, I had to sit for a while and wait for the system to loop 5 whole times, but before it could do that, it ran out of cogwheels. So I crafted up both regular and large cogwheels to refill it using their new cheap recipes. With the system refilled, it finished crafting the precision mechanism, and I crafted the mechanical arm. I spent a decent chunk of time just trying to plan out where I wanted the mechanical arm and corresponding depot to sit, and adjusted the gearboxes so I could run a cogwheel over to power the mechanical arm as well. Once I was happy with the location, I had to break the bottom layer of the steam boiler to actually set all the blaze burners as outputs, and then set the depot as an input, and place the arm and the tanks back down. On day 409, I figured the system was good to start testing since it had water input, fuel input, and should be self-sustaining once it got up and running, so I grabbed a hand crank and slapped it on the pump cogwheel. On my first try, it overstressed the entire system because everything was all connected, so I disconnected one of the pumps and the mechanical arm, and the hand crank started working. Unfortunately, I was still an idiot and rotated both pumps when only the first one actually needed to be rotated, but thankfully water somehow still managed to make its way into the steam boiler, just really slowly. With water in the system, I placed down the third pump, reconnected the mechanical arm, and eventually fueled the blaze burner. Unfortunately, the water that had been in the system, and I swear it was there, was no longer there, and nothing happened. So I gave up on the idea of a manual start and crafted some water wheels to power the pumps initially. I spent way longer than I should have hooking up the water wheels to power the pumps, but eventually it got working, only to realize that with all 3 pumps directly next to each other, they would suck up all the water right away. I went back to the drawing board and eventually ended up with a staggered pump setup still being powered by the water wheels behind the walls. The new setup worked pretty well and managed to bring the steam boiler up to a tier 7 boiler, but was still being limited by the water as shown in the diagram. Ideally, all 3 light green lines would match, so none of the 3 variables are limiting any of the others, and therefore nothing is actually going to waste. Since I had so much rotational power to work with, I finished off day 410 by adding a rotation speed controller, cranking it up to 256 RPM, and connecting it to the pumps. This wickedly overfilled the water, but that was actually perfect since soon I'd be splitting it between 2 different steam boilers. Now that the first steam boiler was up and running, I wanted to make a second one, but quickly realized I didn't have enough blaze burners, so on day 411, I crafted a bunch more and went into the Nether to fill them. As expected, it was just as boring as the first time since the blaze take ages and ages to spawn, but by the end of the day, I was able to head back to the portal and take the elevator back down to the base again. With the new blaze burners ready to go, I spent the next day duplicating the exact steam boiler setup directly next to the first one. I made sure to mirror the initial setup so all the rotational power would meet in the middle from both and could easily be combined and transported anywhere else in the base. I ended up having to disconnect a few parts and assist in the manual startup yet again since the assembly process had shut down the first steam boiler, but eventually both got water and started running, and I was able to just reconnect everything. Based on the steam boiler info, it appeared my setup managed to perfectly align size, water, and heat to make 2 tier 9 boilers with absolutely nothing going to waste. Days 413 to 415 were mainly spent setting up the fuel transportation from the chest to the depots. I started out by making some adjustments to the position of the rotational power transportation since I didn't really like how it looked and didn't want it to impact the belt line I was about to set up. After making the adjustments, I dug down and reconnected the gold generator since it had been sitting idle for a really long time now, and I finally had some rotational power to work with. Once it was back up and running, I dug out a line for the belt system right in front of the depots and placed down the shafts and belts that I would need. I spent a bit of time trying to figure out how to get the belts rotating in the proper direction without looking completely awful before just giving up and deciding to use weighted ejectors instead. I set the weighted ejectors to output to the depots and hooked up rotational power from the first belt in the system to both the ejectors themselves and the belts bringing items to them. Since I needed items to go evenly to both ejectors, I placed down 2 brass tunnels and set them to round robin. The fuel was now making its way onto the ejectors, but I noticed the ceiling was way too low and was blocking even the closest ejector from getting its fuel onto the depot. I cleared out the first layer of the ceiling above the ejectors and it fixed the issue for one of them, but the further one still wasn't even close to being able to make it. I spent the rest of day 415 clearing out layer after layer after layer above the steam boilers until finally both ejectors were able to successfully toss fuel to the depots without any problems. The next 3 days were aesthetic building days since the mechanics of the setup were actually already done, and I was in fact still planning on listening to all of you asking me to make my builds look nice. I can't say they'll actually look nice, but I can at least give it a shot, and it seemed like last time you really enjoyed that. I used tiled deep slate for the flooring and built up the siding with stripped spruce wood, but took a really long time to decide just how tall I wanted to make the area for the steam boilers. I filled in the back of the area with polished andesite just to break up all the dark colors that I had used so far with something a little bit lighter. After stepping back for a second, I figured a less cramped area would probably look best, so I built everything up to meet the ceiling. Once the walls were built up, I switched out the tiled deep slate for more stripped spruce logs on each side and filled out the ceiling with cobbled deep slate, moss, and a tiled deep slate ring around it. To finish off the build, I did what I usually do and placed down random barrels, lanterns, and grew a bunch of glowberries, and eventually, I was actually super happy with how everything looked. Day 419 and 420 were a little more low-key as I wanted to blend in the new build with the area around it. I took tons of cobbled deep slate and used it to fill in all the empty space around the steam boilers. I also replaced majority of the stone and granite and other random blocks on the walls with cobbled deep slate as well. It took a lot longer than I expected initially, since I was never satisfied with how far out I had blended everything in, but I called it quits at the end of day 420 since I was getting really tired of just pillaring up repeatedly to work on different sections of the ceiling. With the entire steam boiler setup now done, I used day 421 to start setting up the display board to project all the information from the setup. I decided I wanted to hang it from the ceiling, so I cleared out an area in front and above the steam boilers and replaced the visible stone with cobbled deep slate once I had enough room. I put down some chains to hang the display board with and then built out a 5x4 display board. I cleared out all the scaffolding and ended up having to pick up a fair bit of blocks that had now clogged up my belt system after just accidentally falling onto it. I started out day 422 by running rotational power from the steam boilers all the way up to the display board since it would in fact need power to actually display anything. I wanted the cogwheel powering it to be in the top middle block between the two chains since I figured that would look the least weird, I guess. So it took a little bit of digging around to get the rotational power there, but eventually the display board was powered and ready to get some data input into it. I planned on displaying lots of stress info about the system, so I dug down to the rotation speed controller before the gold generator and put down a few stressometers in place of shafts. I linked multiple display links with the display board so that they could transmit data and then put them down on the stressometers. In the end, I labeled the first line steam boilers using a name tag and then showed a visual display of the consumed stress units, the total stress unit value, the consumed stress unit value, and finally, the total percentage used. Maybe it wasn't the most useful information, but it definitely looked super cool. Day 423 was a crafting day since I was planning on working with trains soon, and I wanted to automate the production of train tracks. Luckily, I had plenty of deployers left over, so I didn't have to craft them, but I did have to craft a mechanical press and a mechanical saw. I grabbed a few extra gearboxes I had lying around and crafted some more cogwheels and water wheels for when I inevitably had to make a compact and convoluted rotational power setup to run the entire thing. With my inventory full of mechanical components, I spent day 424 clearing out a small area behind the gold generator. I made a gradual slope down using cobbled deep slate with the goal of eventually making an actual staircase once I wasn't feeling so lazy. I leveled the ground out, cleared out a bunch of the lush cave vegetation, and filled in all the random pockets of water. Once I was happy with the general area, I started digging a bit into the wall so the setup wouldn't just be sitting out in the middle of the path, and I finally replaced all the visible blocks with cobbled deep slate and moss. On day 425, it was time to set up the train track crafting, so I placed down 2 shafts to run the belt on and a mechanical saw at the very start for producing slabs. I slapped down 2 deployers and a mechanical press over the belt system and set the deployers' filters to iron nuggets. I placed down more shafts and ran a second belt behind the deployers to fill them with iron nuggets. I put down 2 barrels with andesite funnels to output items onto the belts, and eventually I switched out the iron nugget andesite funnel for a brass funnel so it could output a stack at a time. I put down brass funnels to input into each deployer and set the filter to iron nuggets for those as well. With majority of the assembly steps ready to go, I crafted some andesite slabs and set them as the filter for the mechanical saw. To finish off the setup, I placed down a final barrel with an andesite funnel to collect each train track as it finished getting crafted. Day 426 was spent hooking up the rotational power to the entire setup. I dug a small hole in the wall behind everything and placed down 4 water wheels for power, and then ran the power out to both belts and the mechanical saw. I was initially super excited since I managed to get both belts running in the correct direction, and hooking everything up was extremely easy. I gave the system a quick test run and it worked perfectly, but it was a bit slow, so I crafted some more cogwheels to gear up the speed at least once. After getting everything reconnected and running in the proper direction, I covered up the mess of cogwheels and shafts and gearboxes and put some of the new placards on the barrels to show what went where. I probably could have just used signs, but I figured I'd try to use all the new stuff from the new update, and this was one of them. I dropped in a bunch of andesite and iron nuggets and just let the system make more train tracks than I'd probably ever need. The next day I started out by having to make a quick fix to the steam boilers. I crafted up some additional steam engines and fluid tanks since each steam boiler needed 1 additional engine to output its max stress units. In order to keep the same style I had, I built up an additional layer on each steam boiler and added the new steam engine and shaft to the back row, bringing the overall stress unit output up by about 30,000. When I stepped back, I happened to notice the gold generator was actually missing some crushing wheels and a mechanical press and losing about 1/5 of its output. So I quickly crafted up everything that was missing and finished off the day by replacing all the crushing wheels and the mechanical press to bring the gold generator back to its former glory. I still have no idea where they went to this day, but I'll probably never find out. Day 428 was a cleanup day since I had left a little bit of a mess around the base as I was building new things. I hauled inventory after inventory from chests in front of the steam boilers and the train track auto crafting to the storage room so the base didn't get too out of hand. I'm gonna be honest, it took ages to move everything since the blocks were extremely random, but ideally it would help me not to overcraft a ton of water wheels or andesite funnels and all that good stuff when I already had plenty of them laying around ready to use. By the end of the day, I had finished and was able to get rid of the chests in front of both setups. I spent the next 2 days mapping out a rough idea of where my train tracks would actually go. I crafted a bunch of polished granite and started placing it down, running around the large pit at the far side of the base. It honestly started off pretty tame, but got a little treacherous as I got over the lava and would take a pretty solid fall if I did any misstep anywhere. I even had some extremely annoying run-ins with water since apparently every single ounce of water in this entire cave is trying to make my life as hard as possible, but eventually I made it around the pit. I decided it would look cool to have the train partially visible at times and hidden in the wall at other times, so I continued to map out a few more areas between the lava and andesite generators and between the steam boilers and mixing setup. It would definitely be a pain to connect these, but at the time that was Future Rage's problem. And let me tell you, Future Rage definitely eventually hated Past Rage for this. Day 431 was a very odd crafting day since I only made 2 very specific items. I started out by checking the recipe for different train blocks, and it turned out I needed sturdy sheets, which were not simple to craft. I went to the lava generator and repeatedly filled up a bucket and used it to make a few blocks of obsidian. Once I had 4 blocks of obsidian, I took them down to the ore processing setup to crush them into powdered obsidian. This recipe is super weird on its own, since 75% of the time it doesn't consume the obsidian, so I ended up sitting there for quite some time before all 4 blocks of obsidian were gone. I took all 18 powdered obsidian to the lava generator and put them on the depot to be filled with lava as the first step in the assembly process of the sturdy sheet. Things got a little bit messy as the depot got overloaded, but I had plenty of room to snag all the sheets and take them to the press to finish the last 2 steps of the assembly process. Once the sturdy sheets were finished, I took some gold sheets and processed a bunch of those into precision mechanisms. With the sturdy sheets and precision mechanisms, I was able to craft train stations and train controllers, which would be required for the next build. I spent day 432 prepping the area I would build the train in, and ideally make the first train station. Before starting to terraform the area, I got a sighting of the extremely rare blue axolotl you guys always comment about that apparently I was oblivious to. I'm not really sure how rare it is, but apparently it's very rare, so it sucks I'm gonna destroy its home. After shedding a quick tear for the axolotl, I proceeded to clear out the granite that I had placed down and put down some cobbled deep slate to level the ground out. I started digging into the wall to have some additional room to work with, and since I'm me and nothing ever changes, I hit a massive pocket of water right behind the wall. I spent the rest of the day trying to fill in enough of it so I'd be able to move the wall back a few more blocks without having water spill out quite literally everywhere. The next day was also spent working on the soon-to-be train station, but thankfully didn't include any underwater building. Once I was happy with the initial size of the platform, I placed down a straight line of train tracks and put the train station at the very front facing away from the rest of the base. I finished off the day by sitting and crafting multiple crushing wheels since I love how they look on trains and didn't have any extras laying around. On day 434, it was time to start building the train, so I clicked create a new train and used train casings to make 4 bogies on the track. I used the stone cutter to make a few variations of cobbled deep slate and got to work. This process was honestly just a bunch of trial and error, but I did have a general idea of the shape I wanted since I had made a few trains prior to this. In the end, I used a lot of random blocks like crushing wheels, plows, and even item vaults to get a unique style that I felt matched the area pretty well. I even tried using the whistle because I like the noise it makes, but sadly, it just looked wrong, so I settled for using chutes in its place. At the end of day 437, the first part of the train was done, and I was so happy with how it turned out. With the first part of the train done, I used days 438 to 440 to assemble the second carriage. I wanted to give the train an actual purpose, other than just looking cool, so I decided to make an item transportation carriage. I started out by building a very basic foundation around the last 2 bogies, and then went and crafted a ton of item vaults, which really just meant that I sat at the press for a long time waiting for iron sheets. Once I had plenty of item vaults, I spent a while trying to figure out the proper size and orientation that would make them look best as part of the train. I settled on 2 3x3x3 item vaults and added in some details like andesite ladders going up between the 2 vaults. An obvious oversight here was the lack of storage interface on the actual train to take items into it, but I'd figure that out later. At the end of day 440, I did some trading, enchanted my super glue, superglued everything together, and assembled my very first train in this world. Going into day 441, I was thrilled to have finally built the train, but that meant I had to start clearing out the pathway for the train tracks, and that was going to be a less than fun or quick process. Over the course of the next 5 days, I cleared out the entire area I marked around the pit, from the train to the steam boilers. It ended up using over half the durability of my pickaxe, since I had to make sure the pathway was both wide enough and tall enough to not look stupid with the train passing through. To nobody's surprise, I did run into a few situations where water was again my mortal enemy, but in the end, it wasn't so much a hard process as it was a tedious one. To close out day 445, I did a quick run through of the entire area I had just cleared out, and I was super excited to start getting to run train tracks through it. I would say that the next 3 days were less painful, but that would just be a flat out lie. As I said, I went in super excited to put down all the train tracks that I had auto-crafted and had now cleared out a ton of space for, and even started out the day by making more at the auto-crafting area just to make sure I had more than enough for the entire looped track. Unfortunately, right when I started placing down the tracks, I realized it was going to be rough. The pathway I had made wasn't totally suitable for the curves and height changes required for the tracks, so I had to clear out even more space than I initially planned just to fit the tracks in. The process of placing the tracks and then going back to clear out the area to actually fit them in kept repeating all the way until I made it to the steam boilers and used up all the space I had cleared out. At some points, I even hopped in the train and moved it along the tracks to make sure the ceiling wasn't a problem, and as it turns out, it was, and it tried to kill me. So I had to hop out and increase the height of the ceiling as well. Because of course, there is no way this process could just be an easy one. It just had to be extremely hard. At the end of day 448, I had managed to get the tracks all the way around the pit and wouldn't die using the train on them, but was dreading the remaining part of the build, since quite honestly, this should have been the easy part. Having seen that my plan of clearing out an area and then placing the tracks after wasn't really working so well, I decided to take a new approach on days 449 to 451. I started clearing out smaller areas and then attempting to place down the tracks for those specific areas before moving on, so I could plan a bit better than before. The tracks bend in such odd ways that it was hard for me to visualize it both bending and changing height without actually having the tracks right in front of me. Over the course of the next 3 days, there was a lot of trial and error with removing tracks and placing them back down in slightly different spots, but I managed to get the tracks past the steam boilers and heading towards the mixing setup with a little bit of the track popping out of the wall, which looked super cool. Day 452 started out with me doing some trading with the Fletcher since my pickaxe had seen better days and needed even a slight amount of XP to repair it. This project was putting it through the ringer. I also grabbed some cobbled deep slate and replaced some of the walls around the opening by the steam boilers, since it looked a little bit out of place with the outside being cobbled deep slate and then the inside being a bunch of exposed stone and other random blocks. Once this miscellaneous stuff was done, I got back to working on the track, and after clearing out a bit more space, I marked a waypoint so I could tell where the end of the tunnel was. I dropped down from the opening and also made a waypoint between the andesite and lava generators, since my plan was to connect the train tracks from the first waypoint to the second one behind the wall. I figured having 2 points of reference to just kind of blindly dig towards would probably be helpful. Right as the day was ending, I got back to working trying to place down more tracks and made a little bit of a rough discovery when I mined a block to find out the mixing setup and its redstone was right in front of where the tracks needed to go. If you couldn't already guess, days 453 and 454 were also spent building the track. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting, right? I'm sure this is getting old at this point, so I'll try to keep it pretty brief. I managed to adjust the tracks so they cleared the mixing area just barely and continued on and mined a relatively straight tunnel towards the waypoint at the lava and andesite generator. Once I got to the waypoint, I realized I had to lower the tracks a fair bit, so I placed down a pretty steep slope and cleared out all the blocks in the track's path. I cleared out a bit of the area that would be open looking out over the base, but seeing as day 454 was coming to an end and my pickaxe was on its last legs, I decided it was a good place to take another break. Day 455 was another chore day that started out with me cleaning a lot of the junk out of my inventory and doing even more trading to try desperately to keep my pickaxe alive. If I'm being honest, this pickaxe had come closer to dying more times in this 100 days than I have during the entire series. Once all the random chores were taken care of, yet again, and my pickaxe had a bit of new life in it, I got straight back to clearing out the rest of the open area by the generators and finished wrapping the tracks around inside of it. Over the next 3 days, I cleared out the remaining area, going down from the lava generator to the first train station, and I was so excited once I finally popped out at the bottom. Admittedly, there was some annoying water to deal with since that huge pocket of water next to the train hadn't been dealt with yet, but it was small potatoes compared to all the work I'd done so far. I slowly ran the tracks down through the new area, making additional space for them wherever they needed it, but when I got to the final curve, the worst thing I could possibly think of happened. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't connect the 2 tracks together. The curve was too tight and couldn't bend properly to connect no matter how I moved it or what I did. At this point, I had been recording for a few hours in a row, constantly working on the train project, so I decided to take a break at the end of day 458 and would hopefully return the next day with a new solution that would actually fix the issue. I came back on day 459 with a new plan that would hopefully work, but it was going to require a bit of adjusting. To make sure I was fully ready to go, I did even more trading with the Fletcher to repair my pickaxe a bit yet again, and then started clearing out more space by the train station so the slope would be more gradual for the tracks. Once I leveled out the bottom area slightly and cleared out a lot further back into the wall, I was able to find a place to put the tracks down. I tested to see how high I could make them go at this point and managed to gain one additional block of height, which might not seem like much, but it was a huge win. With this track placed down now, I knew where I had to connect the upper portion to, so I mined away more of the wall and shifted the slope going up to the track to be more gradual before attempting to connect them again. Thankfully, this time it finally worked, and I was able to complete the loop for the train. I still had a fair bit of cleanup though, and as I was mining away blocks covering the track, I realized it cut right into the magma wheels powering the lava generator. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, day 460 was quite possibly the most embarrassing day of my Minecraft career, but I'm gonna leave it in here so that everyone can have a good laugh. I had to fix the magma wheel situation, and my plan was simply to shift them over a few blocks to avoid the train tracks. I figured moving the first two water wheels would be sufficient, so I picked up the lava and used the wrench to grab both so they didn't fall in and burn. I cleared out some space on the other side of the remaining magma wheel and tried to place down one of the ones I had picked up, not realizing the lava flowing down the back of it would reverse its rotation, thus breaking it off and burning it. I hated myself at this point and went to craft another water wheel to replace it since I needed all of them. With my new water wheel in hand, I picked up all the lava to try and avoid this happening again, and used the opportunity to extend the shaft and reconnect the water wheels to the lava generator. I placed back down the two water wheels and then placed down the lava, but again, one broke and it burned. Now I really hated myself. I ended up recrafting more water wheels and finally realized I was being a moron and had to block the flow of lava behind them entirely, and on the third try, I managed to get them working. Nobody will ever speak of this day again. I spent the next 3 days doing the mundane yet arguably important job of replacing all the visible stone inside the open tunnel portion of the train track, or I don't even know what you call that, or what you wouldn't call it, but the area where you can see the train passing by, with cobbled deep slate since the outer walls were made of that. I kept having to step back and look to see if I had replaced enough, and spoiler alert, I almost never had, but by the end of day 463, I felt pretty happy with how both openings looked. On day 464, I noticed my storage system was getting backed up, so I went over to clear it out and get it running again. When I started moving items, I saw a fair bit of wood was making its way into the garbage chute rather than going over to the steam boilers and becoming fuel, which was a problem because I was actually slowly draining my fuel supply at the current rate. I mined back to check on the filter and found out the tunnel was only set to let oak wood through to the steam boiler and not spruce wood. I grabbed a filter, set it to allow all types of wood through, and slapped it down on the tunnel. I sat at the tunnel for a bit just to verify the change actually fixed the issue, and from what I saw, it looked like the problem was solved. I filled the area back in, did some trading again to repair my pickaxe, and started gathering resources from around the base to do the crafting for my next build. The next 2 days were crafting days, with a bulk of the time for the first day spent simply waiting for tons and tons of crushing wheels to craft. You'd think with how often I make these, I'd speed up the mechanical crafters, but at this point, the sitting and waiting almost feels like tradition. Once the crushing wheels were done, I crafted a bunch of encased fans and mechanical drills. I made a bunch of extra andesite casing since my first batch of drills wouldn't be nearly enough, and in the end, I crafted 60 mechanical drills, hoping it would be sufficient. I finished off the crafting by making some cogwheels, gearboxes, and a ton of electron tubes for smart chutes and brass tunnels. I finished off day 466 by dumping all the mechanical components I crafted into a chest by the train and starting to clear out the vegetation around the area. I spent day 467 building up the terrain so it was closer to being level with the train platform. I used stacks and stacks and stacks of cobbled deep slate to fill in everything, and even had to make a quick trip to the tunnel bore unloader to refill on it after I used everything I had. In the end, it wasn't super pretty and it definitely wasn't blended in well with everything around it, but the area would suffice for the time being. On days 468 and 469, it was time to start building. In case you couldn't already guess from the items I crafted, I was going to make an iron generator. One that is so much larger than the one I made in the first 100 days. I started out by placing down a basin and running a belt directly into it. I cleared out some space behind the belt and put brass funnels pushing items onto the belt. I mined one more row back and placed down encased fans pointing at each of the brass funnels. These fans would wash the gravel and push the iron nuggets and flint into the funnels and onto the belt. I shortened the belt length once I found out how long it actually needed to be. I placed a smart chute under the belt right in front of the basin to eventually discard all the flint and place down a pair of crushing wheels over every encased fan brass funnel combo. Turns out I was a bit short on crushing wheels, so I just cut off the end of the setup and filled in the space with cobbled deep slate. I put a brass funnel leading into the basin and then put chutes down over every pair of crushing wheels to drop the cobblestone directly into them. I finished off the main portion of the iron generator, similar to how I did the gold generator, by placing a bunch of short belts pushing into the chutes with brass funnels and brass tunnels on each. With the processing portion of the iron generator complete, I spent day 470 making the cobblestone generator. I had to build up from the ground a decent amount since the input for the cobblestone was at the top of the setup, but it wasn't as bad as the gold generator, so I guess that's a win? I did the exact same setup as I did for the gold generator, with 2 belts on either side of a stream of lava and water on the other sides of those. In the end, I had 4 belts total and placed mechanical drills over each one. Having remembered the prior issue the gold generator ran into, I placed down a chest with a brass funnel on each side to collect the cobblestone and output it in stacks of 16 to not stall out the tunnels, which were in fact much slower than the funnels at both inputting and outputting items. Day 471 was another chore day since I was getting too distracted by these huge projects for chunks of days at a time. I started out by making some additional andesite casing and crafting up some encased chain drives, along with making some extra cogwheels and shafts for when I eventually had to hook up the rotational power for the iron generator. Once all the crafting was done, I did some more trading to yet again try and revive my pickaxe, but even after getting some XP, it was still hanging on for dear life. As I made my way back to the iron generator, I noticed the andesite generator was clogged up somehow, so I grabbed the items in the basin a few times and even took the extra flint off the belt since it seemed to be backing up the system. After clearing out the backlog one last time, I dumped all the junk in the lava. Except I failed, so I dumped it in again for real this time. Apparently, the update just threw a bunch of my systems out of whack, even though it didn't outright break them. I finished off the day by bringing all the random ores that I had mined while clearing out parts of the base over to the ore processing setup. The next day was Fluid Day. No, seriously though, I know it sounds gross, but I had made the entire setup for the iron generator and had yet to fill in any of the needed water or lava. I spent majority of the day hauling lava over from the lava generator to randomly grabbing water from around the base to fill in both the cobblestone generator and the washing area. Once the lava was placed down, I covered it all in glass because seeing how poorly I dealt with lava earlier, I was not taking any chances. Once all the fluids were in place, I took a bunch of filters and set all of them for iron nuggets and flint before filling each one of the brass funnels with them. This would prevent any unwashed gravel from making its way onto the belt and would also allow for stacks and stacks to be pushed up against the funnel, washing at any given time. Day 473 and 474 marked the final stage of building for the iron generator, as it was finally time to connect the rotational power. Over the course of the 2 days, I painstakingly experimented with how to connect everything in a not completely ugly fashion while having it rotate in the proper direction. Thankfully, I was able to just pull power directly from the gold generator and therefore the steam boilers, so I didn't have to worry about generating actual power for the system, but my god, was connecting everything a huge pain. It's not like that's anything new though. With big setups like this, it always seems to be a huge issue. One critical step was making sure to use a rotation speed controller to greatly slow down the drills from the 256 RPM the rest of the setup needed, because otherwise they would have the issue of phantom breaking cobblestone and shooting it all over the place. With that taken into account and everything running properly, I noticed there was still a backup on the cobblestone belt, so I implemented a second chest much like the first to collect cobblestone and only output stacks of 16, and that seemed to fix the issue right away. To close out the day, I realized I hadn't hooked up the encased fans and now had stacks and stacks of gravel sitting in water, so I quickly hooked those up and got them spinning in the right direction to push the gravel onto the belt, and boom, I had my iron generator. I started out day 475 by adding in some cobbled deep slate and moss to the area around the iron generator to blend it in a bit more with the cave around it. I also used andesite casing to put covers on majority of the exposed shafts and cogwheels. After stepping back and feeling pretty content with how the area looked, I dumped a bunch of stuff into the chest and built out the track behind the train in a straight line so I could align the carriages and disassemble the train. After disassembling the train, it was finally time to put a portable storage interface on the back carriage so the train could collect the iron and take it to the storage room. I could not find a perfect place for it, so I settled for replacing the bottom middle block of polished andesite and the andesite ladder with the portable storage interface. Once it was in place, I reassembled the train and drove it forward a little bit so I could remove the straight line of tracks behind it that I no longer needed. With the train ready to accept items and the iron generator running, it was time for me to move the items about 20 blocks, which was going to be a monumental challenge. I placed down the portable storage interface and thankfully it connected with the train one. I placed down a depot in line with both that portable storage interface and the basin, and then ran a belt under the depot and the interface. I put down a chest in the middle of the belt with a brass funnel on each side to sort of act as a buffer when the train wasn't at the loading station. Once the loading area was done, I got rid of the storage chest for the iron next to the basin and instead had it output to a weighted ejector that would throw it onto the depot. Unfortunately, I didn't have any rotational power readily available for the loading area, so I chose to just put a water wheel underground to power it to avoid having a long line running all the way from the iron generator over. Everything was working well, but I totally forgot I had to actually leave space for a funnel into the interface, so I moved the depot back one and extended the belt so I could move the chest over. Finally, the setup was done and the iron was successfully loading onto the train. Day 478 was a cleanup day since I had left another set of chests full of junk in front of my new build. I started hauling items from the chests to both the storage room and the old chests up by the bed. Eventually, I'd have to empty the old chests and replace them with something else, but that would be a project for future Rage. Once the chests were fully organized, I finished off the day by doing even more trading for emeralds I'll likely never use in an effort to get my pickaxe even just above 20% durability. Having loaded up the train with plenty of iron, it was time to find a place to drop off that iron, so I ran around the track searching for the correct spot that was good for a train station and close enough to the storage room. I settled on the straightaway near the mixing setup and cleared out some extra room on both sides of the hallway so I had a bit more space to work with. I placed down another train station at the very end of the straightaway before it dipped down and went to take the train for a quick spin just to see where everything stopped at the new train station. From the looks of it, the interface wouldn't line up perfectly with the belt system and would end up colliding with the mixing area and the storage area if I tried to run a chute down from it. I spent day 480 solving this issue by adjusting the position of the train station and train tracks just a little bit so I could disassemble the train and add in a second interface on the exact opposite side. I reassembled the train and moved it forward so I could fix the tracks that I had momentarily messed up. I cleared out some extra space on the other side of the train since the drop-off would now be over there, crafted another interface, and slapped it down against the wall. Once I knew where the items would be coming from, I started digging down in a diagonal to see where a long chain of chutes would eventually drop the items. I made it to the belt system after doing some digging straight down at the end and placed down a chest that would act as a buffer chest for the iron if the belt was too full. I had to run some trials to see if chutes would hold items off a full belt even on a diagonal, and unfortunately, they did not. The next day, I solved this new issue by moving the chest and placing down another diagonal set of chutes along the belt to drop items on the flat belt connecting to it. I figured a single chest would be sufficient, so I added in a buffer chest randomly in the chute chain, and then built all the way back up to the interface with a long line of diagonal chutes. Since I can never catch a break, it seemed I was off by one block, so instead of adjusting all the chutes, I just moved the interface and the train station so the train would sit correctly to match the new position of everything. I went down to check if the iron in the train was making its way into the storage system, and I was thrilled to see tons of iron flowing along the storage system belt line. Day 482 started with me checking how much iron had built up in the chest as I was working on the train at the second station, and I was happy to see about 4 stacks in the chest. Since more iron was building up and clearly needed somewhere to go, I took the train back to the first station after it was done dropping all the iron off that it had. With the train loading back up, I cleaned out my inventory and grabbed some of the sugarcane I had torn up when making the train and replanted it around the base. I am always short on sugarcane, and I was not about to forget to replant it another time. As per usual, I did some more trading with the Fletcher as well, and my pickaxe was now back at 50% durability, which was actually really surprising. To finish off the day, I used some stone and deep slate to build around the exposed chute system and try to blend it in at least a little bit better with the area around it. On day 483, I took the elevator to the surface to find pretty much any fuzzy animal that could control my new train. I figured a wolf would probably be the most likely nearby candidate, so I brought a lead and some bones with me. It only took a bit of running around and cheating using the entity tracker on the minimap to find a wolf, tame them, and bring them back to the elevator. Once I got him down into the base and over to the train, I used a trick you all told me about and attached a lead to them, and then clicked on the seat and boom, the wolf was on there. It was so much easier than trying to somehow shove them in the train myself. Now that I had something to control the train, I made a train schedule and messed with it a bit before I settled on slowing the train down to 50%, going to the unloading station and leaving when the train contained less than 1 item, then going to the loading station and leaving when the train contained more than 200 items. I tossed this to the wolf, and they immediately left the station with me inside the train. After looping around once, it seemed like I did something wrong since the train never stopped, so I grabbed back the schedule in a desperate attempt to just stop the infinite loop. Over the next 2 days, I experimented with different settings for the train schedule and mainly adjusted the item count setting to trigger the train leaving each station. I realized you could set item filters for the item counts, so I put that at iron and the train worked perfectly. The only downside was once it made it back to the filling station, it took ages to fill up with 200 iron, so I eventually knocked it down to 96 iron and then finally 64 iron just so the train would run more frequently. With the train running smoothly and plenty of iron coming into the storage system, I used day 486 to speed up the mechanical arms in the storage system. They were starting to miss items since they were too slow when the belts got full, so I crafted a rotation speed controller and tacked an additional water wheel onto the current setup powering the mechanical arms. I got rid of the cogwheel speeding everything up and switched in the rotation speed controller, which I connected to the arms and cranked all the way up to 128 RPM. I would have gone higher, but it actually couldn't handle the next speed without more water wheels, and quite frankly, there wasn't much room left to add more in. I also made some small adjustments to the storage room when I noticed I had doubled up on the Nether block chest and didn't have any chest for andesite alloy. While I was messing around with the storage system, I had noticed I was running really low on zinc, and since my tools were still hanging on at low durability, I figured it was a perfect time to bust out the tunnel bore and get some ores. It wouldn't really be a 100 days with Create video if we didn't use the tunnel bore at least once, right? I took all the supplies down into the mine and cleared out a large area to place down the tunnel bore. I could definitely feel how slow mining deep slate was without the beacon. I'm just gonna be honest, it was the worst. Once the space was cleared out, I placed down the rails and the cart assembler, adjusted the setting to lock rotation, and slapped down the tunnel bore. I cleared out a bit more space around the tunnel bore once it was down, and funny enough, I actually found diamond while I was doing that. On day 488, the tunnel bore was prepped and ready to go, so I fueled it up with plenty of coal and hopped on the back to assume my position as the resident torch placer. For the most part, it was a typical trip with me just sitting watching ores pass by, knowing I'd get to mine them soon enough, but at one point, lava somehow stayed in the tunnel due to some weird thing with gravel on the walls, and so I actually had to pop off the seat and clear it out. I'll admit, it gave me a bit of a jump scare, because I never expect anything bad to happen, but I didn't step away from my computer or anything like that, so I was able to deal with it no problem. Could you guys imagine me dying while on the tunnel bore trip because of lava while I was AFK? That would be a pretty rage way for the series to end. I'm gonna be honest, I'd expect nothing less of myself if I died in this series. Other than that, I let the tunnel bore run all the way to the end of day 491 before I picked it back up, as I still had a few things left that I wanted to do before the end of the 100 days. I spent day 492 mining all the exposed ore on the way back through the tunnel. There was actually a surprising amount of exposed diamond this time around, but I wasn't complaining. The funny thing is, diamond might actually be the most useless of all the ores I could possibly find, but it always still makes me happy when I see it. I checked my inventory at the end of the tunnel, and it appeared I mined around 9 to 10 stacks of random ore, which I could not wait to process solely for the XP nuggets. I made my way back to the base on day 493 and took everything over to the fancy tunnel bore unloading area. I placed down the tunnel bore and watched as the system did its thing and sorted out all the items for me. Making this was definitely a huge time saver, so thank you to all of you guys who pushed me to do it a few videos ago. Once all the items were sorted, I took the ore I mined and the raw ore the tunnel bore got and dumped it all into the ore processing chest. While that whole thing was working, I made a barrel and grabbed a brass funnel and set them on the back wall of the unloader to collect the rails that I kept getting dumped in the lava. I probably should have done this before I unloaded everything, but I honestly forgot until I watched them get discarded in the lava for the second time. I'm sure you were all raging since you were the first time around as well, but hopefully you'll get some comfort in knowing it shouldn't happen a third time. On day 494, I ran around the base and grabbed all the ender pearls I had, along with the blaze rods I had sitting over by the scuffed potion brewing setup. I crushed down the rods and crafted 21 eyes of ender, which I hoped would be sufficient to find and open the portal with. There's no way I find a portal with no eyes in it and use a ton to get there, right? Right? I did some trading for XP and crafted a new bow with the intention of enchanting a better one than I fought the wither with. I used all the XP nuggets I had from the ore processing and did a bit more trading to get to level 30, which kind of ruined my plan of repairing all my tools, but either way I was ready to enchant my bow. Unfortunately, it only got power 4, so I just combined it with my old bow and called it a day. The next day, I grabbed a bed in case it took multiple days to find the stronghold and took the elevator to the surface. All around, it was a pretty uneventful trip, but I did take a lot of detours to kill as many chickens as possible because I didn't really have any arrows and I had no infinity bow. My hope was I'd have at least 64 feathers by the time I found the stronghold and could use the 64 flint and 64 sticks that I brought with me to craft up enough arrows for the entire fight. My aim isn't that bad. Probably. Even if it is, my editor can just cut the bad parts out, so I guess you'll all never know. Around the end of day 496, my Eye of Ender went into the ground, so I dug a spiral staircase down, and was honestly surprised at just how low down the stronghold was. It's been a while since I've actually done this, but I don't recall it going nearly that far into the ground. I am super bad at exploring strongholds and can't even remember the rule with the direction of the doors, but the minimap made it pretty easy just to tell where the portal room was. Day 497 marked the start of the dragon fight that you have all been asking for the last 4 videos. The day started out strong as I had found a completely empty portal, which is exactly what I would expect. I filled it in and hopped inside. My first shot was absolutely perfect, 100% success rate so far, but let's just say that didn't continue the entire time. We can just go fast forward through the countless shots I took to clear the crystals, but I can confidently say that eventually, I did get all of them. I hit a few shots in the dragon before they perched for the first time, and I managed to get a lot of damage on them then. I loaded them up with shots yet again as they came to perch, and as usual, I went in to get even more hits on them. I got them super low, but because of that, I got pretty greedy to get a few more hits, and I got knocked up so high into the air I could barely see the ground. I obviously, in typical fashion, panicked, and for some reason pulled out a gold apple before attempting to switch to a water bucket way too late to MLG clutch anything, but the fall only did about 2/3 of my health. Feather falling really saved the day and quite frankly the entire series there. I sniped the dragon with a few more shots and boom, just like that, I was victorious. It was a tough fought battle, and I definitely think I did it in record time. I collected all the experience, which somehow managed to land me at 69 levels, grabbed the dragon egg, and got the heck out of the end. Since I had broken my temporary bed, I came back at spawn and ran to the elevator as the sun was setting. Since I had now traveled to the end, it only seemed appropriate to use day 498 to add in a chest in the storage room specifically for end blocks. I picked one of the 2 remaining chests with no set items in them and tacked on a filter for every kind of end block I could think of, including ones I'd probably never even get. I put the filter on the funnel and then took all the random junk inside the chest and chucked it on the belt to either be turned into fuel for the steam boilers or just ditched in lava. This motivated me to do a bit more cleaning of my chest, so I moved a bunch of random stuff from the old chests to the appropriate storage room chests. While I was doing this, I also noticed I had 2 chests for sticks, which is like, what the heck is that? So I changed the second stick chest to be for planks and stairs and slabs and all the random wood blocks I craft way too much. Once I set the new filter, I moved all the sticks to the first stick chest while dumping a bunch of wood stuff into the new wooden item chest. With only 1 day left, I couldn't really start any big projects, so I used the start of day 499 to make a little area for the egg in the storage room. It wasn't anything super fancy since I tried to blend it in with the same block palette I used for the room overall, but it at least gave me a place to put down the egg and added some cool detail to the room. Once that was all situated, I crafted a bunch of cobbled deep slate slabs and used them to level out the area around the iron generator and the train station. It usually seems like such a small thing, but in the end, I find it always makes such a huge difference with how natural the area looks. I use stacks and stacks of slabs to fully blend in the area, along with a lot of moss to give it some life, and by the end, I was happy to sign off on how the entire area turned out. As day 499 came to a close, I watched as the train pulled out of the station and took a trip on the track that put me through so much pain to make. It was definitely worth it in the end. And with that, it was day 500. Another 100 days were complete, and I couldn't be happier with how everything had turned out. To start out, I actually had to find a good spot for the massive auto crafting room that I was planning on building, so I looked around for a little bit and eventually decided on the area below the lava generator. I dug a tunnel down into the deep slate, and after making it 3 wide, I took a couple steps back just to kind of take a look at it overall. It definitely seemed a little bit out of place for now, but I did have a cool plan to fix that. It was just going to be a little bit until I actually got there. With the entrance good to go, I started digging out the underground room, which ended up being pretty time consuming since the room itself needed to be decently big for the build I was planning. The digging continued into the next day with me making a few trips back and forth to the ore processing setup and storage room just to kind of drop off random items, clogging up my inventory and appropriately sort everything. Since my pickaxe was nearly dead, to nobody's surprise, I did some trading with the Fletcher and managed to get it back into, let's just be nice and call it slightly usable condition. This was yet another problem future Rage would have to solve, and spoiler alert, I actually do solve it in this video, so let's hold off on any of the sassy comments about my pickaxe durability just for a little bit. After 3 days of mining, I finally managed to clear out what I thought at the time to be a suitable amount of space for the build, so I went back to the storage room to grab some supplies for planning everything out. I made some signs to label different areas and then browsed the create items and bookmarked the ones that I frequently crafted. After bookmarking about 10 items, I grabbed some polished granite and used it to map out different sections of the room. It took a bit of planning and slightly more digging, but by the end of the day, I had my extremely rough outline done. With the areas of the room mapped out, I started going around with signs and labeling what I wanted in each section. I made the center section on the far wall for just a generic storage display that I thought would end up being pretty cool, and then I labeled the remaining 10 sections with the various 10 create blocks that I bookmarked earlier. I didn't really plan for it, but the numbers actually worked out perfectly with the amount of sections I had and the exact amount of blocks that I bookmarked. And while it wasn't every block in create, I'd say that the 10 blocks that I bookmarked covered about 75% or more of my generic day-to-day crafting. Once every section was labeled, I started collecting blocks to build the assembly lines, but I did get momentarily distracted by my nearly broken sandpaper, since apparently I have an issue with everything's durability, and went to do some trading to fix it. To finish getting everything I needed to work on the assembly lines, I had to do a little bit of crafting. I made some rose quartz and used my newly repaired sandpaper to turn it into polished rose quartz. I turned nearly all of that into electron tubes and then crafted up some crafting tables, along with turning a bunch of wood into brass casing before collecting it with my wrench. I used all of these items to craft a ton of mechanical crafters and went back to the room to make my first assembly line, which would be for cogwheels. I got rid of the polished granite and placed down a 5-long belt to carry the shafts with 2 chests on top, one for input and one for output. I placed the deployer in the middle of the belt to use planks on the shafts and actually craft the cogwheels. With the deployer now placed down, I had to supply it with planks, so I placed a second input chest over the first one and put a small belt directly behind it to connect to the deployer. The rough outline of the cogwheel assembly line seemed good enough to me, so I just moved on to the large cogwheel assembly next. This assembly was essentially identical to the cogwheel assembly, just using slightly different items, so I quite literally duplicated the exact build that I had just made. The brass funnel assembly came right after that and was the first assembly to actually make use of the mechanical crafters. I put down a 3x1 of mechanical crafters that would output the brass funnels into a chest, and then I put down an input chest on the other side of the designated area. I spent a while thinking of the best way to handle multiple items being put into the same input chest, and eventually I just dug back into the wall to place a belt behind the input chest to carry items out of it. Much like with the cogwheels, the brass tunnel setup was identical to the brass funnel setup, just with a slightly fatter mechanical crafter setup, so I duplicated it and just kinda left it at that. At this point, I realized the mechanical crafter setups were a lot more complicated to fully automate, so for the remaining ones, I simply put down the input and output chests and a general outline of what the final mechanical crafter step in the entire thing would be. After roughly mapping out each assembly line and realizing the massive scope of the project, and I mean way bigger than I even initially planned, I started crafting up a lot more blocks. I pressed a bunch of sheets, made a ton of brass casing, crafted a few precision mechanisms to turn into mechanical arms, and made tons and tons of brass funnels. Ironically, this would have been a little bit easier if the setup I was working on was done to help me make the setup I was working on. And if that confuses you, that's fine, because it confuses me too, but if you don't think about it too much, it actually makes sense. With my inventory full of new blocks to expand on the assembly lines, I mentally prepared for the work ahead of me and went right back into the assembly room. I started out with a cogwheel assembly line yet again and replaced the chest with barrels, really just for looks, and then put down funnels on each input barrel. Realizing I was lazy and wanted to input andesite alloy instead of shafts that I'd have to craft myself, I went and crafted some mechanical saws and hoppers to use in the assembly line. I removed the belt line and placed down a mechanical saw and a hopper with a slightly shorter belt line after it to turn the andesite alloy into shafts before then turning it into cogwheels. I put a funnel on the output barrel and set the filter for the mechanical saw to shafts, and yes, I know, I did forget to put a funnel on the deployer. For the large cogwheel line, I simply had to replace the chest with barrels and place down funnels on quite literally everything, and it was good to go since I'd be inputting cogwheels from the prior assembly and didn't really have to worry about all that mechanical saw crap. Unfortunately, with both cogwheels out of the way, it was time to deal with the much harder setups that I was kinda hoping to put off for a bit longer, so I went back to the brass funnel assembly line and put down funnels into each crafter to filter what the mechanical arm would eventually place in each one. Since I wanted to do as little crafting as possible, I slapped down a depot and put a 2x1 mechanical crafter setup outputting onto it for the electron tubes. I swapped out the input chest for a barrel, put a funnel on it, and placed down depots next to the barrel and the belt line. I put funnels into each depot and into the new mechanical crafters before tearing nearly everything down, clearing out a bigger space, and rebuilding the same exact thing. To make it even more complicated, I placed down a mechanical press over one depot to make iron sheets, and a deployer with enchanted sandpaper over another depot to make polished rose quartz. I set filters for a bunch of the funnels and made some small tweaks before placing down a mechanical arm that would control the entire assembly line. Since brass tunnels are so similar to brass funnels, I also made the same upgrades to the brass funnel assembly. The room had to be a little bit more congested again because of the fat final mechanical crafter setup, but for the most part everything was the same, including the overly complicated press and deployer setup to save myself from doing really any minimal amount of crafting that I possibly could. Once everything was in place, I put down the mechanical arm and went to do some trading before crafting and enchanting yet another piece of sandpaper to put in the new deployer I had just placed. Mechanical drills were next on the list, so I tore down the mechanical crafters, dug back into the wall, and replaced both chests with barrels. I messed around with a few different placements for the final mechanical crafters and placed down a belt behind the input barrel along with depots next to it and the barrel. I settled with the mechanical crafters being on the back wall mostly for looks, and then used a depot for the output with a funnel into the output chest. I dug behind the crafters to put funnels down there as well, and finally placed down the mechanical arm for the entire assembly line. Surprisingly, I wasn't done yet and had to go grab some additional blocks from around the base before coming back and properly setting all the brass funnel filters so the mechanical arm would actually be able to function properly and do its job. With half the assembly lines now slightly more polished, it was time to finish the remaining ones, which was essentially the same process as the first 5 I worked on, so I'll boil it down for you. All the chests became barrels, with the input barrels having varying length belts coming out of the back to put items onto depots. Those depots would then process the items if it was even needed with presses or deployers or whatever else it might be, and then the mechanical arm would move the items from mechanical crafter to mechanical crafter until the recipe was done. While each setup kinda had some intricacies to it based off the actual crafting recipes, roughly 80% or more of each was the same, and I had to spend a long time working on all of them. With the setups finally done, or so I thought at least, it was time to start thinking about powering them. I figured windmills would actually be a pretty cool upgrade to the room visually and also give sufficient power, so I started gathering and crafting everything I'd need for one massive windmill. Making the bearing itself was obviously super easy, and I still had some sails laying around from prior builds with plenty of linear chassis, but it seemed like I was going to need a lot more sails if I wanted to power everything. I got slightly confused by the new sail recipe since I had no clue it actually changed, but after getting stun locked on it for about a minute, I went and grabbed all the crafting materials other than wool, which I needed a lot more of. Before dealing with my wool problem, I did even more trading with the Fletcher to further repair my pickaxe, and I finally got it to about 50% durability. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that that is the biggest win of the video so far. And clearly, if you're not aware of the meme, my pickaxe is always broken. Bright and early the next day, I went to the surface to shear my sheep and hopefully make tons of sails to power my fancy assembly lines. I'm gonna be honest, I really wish I could tell you guys that this day was anything other than shearing sheep, but I wanted to make sure I had plenty of wool for the build and any future ones, so it meant chilling with my buddies on the surface for majority of the day. This entire process was definitely eye-opening though, since it made me heavily consider expanding the pen and breeding a ton more sheep so I'd be able to get more than like 1 wool a minute or whatever it currently was. With my newly acquired stash of wool, I crafted 2 stacks of sails, assuming that that would be plenty for the build, and went to the assembly room to do a bit more planning. I put down the windmill bearing in the center of the ceiling and checked which direction it defaulted to spinning before building out the sails on each side just to see how the design looked visually. The design itself didn't look too bad, but I spent some extra time messing around with the size of the sails before I just tore it down to continue building. I didn't really want the windmill to be too in my face or anything in the room or for it to feel cramped, so I started digging the ceiling up higher, but left a little bit of the lip on the outside so it didn't just turn the room into an even bigger box. After clearing out one layer on the ceiling, I stepped back and made the executive decision to clear out one more layer, and that should ideally be sufficient. It definitely took a while to clear it all out, and I could almost feel my actual neck hurting from staring up at the ceiling in-game for so long, but once it was done, I was thrilled and finished out the day by just sorting some items and doing some trading to make up for all the mining that I just put my pickaxe through. Clearly, the pickaxe is the real MVP of the series, because this thing has been through so much and just can't seem to catch a break. Since my brain was a bit burned out after working on the assembly lines for so long, I decided it was a good time to take a break and maybe try and decorate the room a bit. I grabbed tons of building blocks and started planning out the first corner of the room. I really wanted to highlight each specific assembly line, so I outlined them in spruce wood and then tried out some variations of andesite and deep slate blocks as fillers. Eventually, I settled on a deep slate backdrop with andesite flooring. After finishing the initial corner, I took the same design and basically just replicated it for each assembly line around the room. While I was doing this, I added in some additional detail in the corners in between each assembly line just to help separate them even more. At this point, I felt like the room was really coming together nicely, but lacked the depth that I had been discussing with the ceiling design, so I added in slabs around each section of polished andesite to frame the assemblies and give the floor an additional layer. I spent an extremely long amount of time trying to decide which variation of cobbled deep slate looked the best for the central flooring of the room. I had to pick between polished deep slate bricks, or deep slate tiles, and don't be fooled. Even though they may look very similar, if I learned anything from HGTV, this was a critical decision that would basically make or break the room. I eventually decided on the tiles and filled in the entire area with them. Since I was on a bit of a building spree, I just figured I'd finish off as much as I could, so I went ahead and replaced all the walling in the assembly rooms with deep slate bricks and replaced the ceilings with polished andesite. To finish things off, I added in some additional detail to the entrance and made the small, but in my opinion very tasteful change of replacing the outer polished andesite blocks with polished andesite stairs for the flooring. At this point, the only gross thing left to beautify in the room was the ceiling, so I took some time to try to decide yet again between different variations of deep slate blocks for the outer lining. I really struggled between using tiles or bricks and using whole blocks or stairs. Eventually, I picked the deep slate bricks as they were just slightly less harsh, I guess, compared to the tiles, and then I made a cool pattern using both stairs and blocks that helped frame the pillars and give depth to the ceiling. To finish off the last layer of the ceiling, I initially tried using polished andesite to match the flooring, but realized it really just looked out of place, so I ditched it pretty quickly. I ran over to the storage room and just snagged some cobbled deep slate and was actually pretty happy with how the plain version looked, along with all the different block variants in the room. Once the ceiling was completely filled in, I did my typical move that you can probably guess and grabbed some moss blocks to make patches in the ceiling just for some additional color. On top of that, I took a suggestion from one of you and grabbed some regular deep slate and put that in the ceiling as well, just to give even more texture and color that didn't look too out of place. Once everything was done, I was thrilled with how the ceiling turned out, but there was still a lot more detail to add, so I sorted out my inventory a bit and grabbed some additional blocks like chains, crafting tables, and trapdoors. While I had a fair bit of the blocks I wanted to use for additional detail in the room, I was missing a few, so I went to the surface to collect some oak leaves and get a little bit more leather. I had to travel to find some oak trees, but I knew where they were from when I went to get beehives, so I just kinda ran straight in that direction and eventually found them. While I was collecting leaves, I really just killed any animal I saw, even if it wouldn't give me leather, but I will say I was especially excited when I got to kill cows. I end up using leather so much in this video that I really should have brought home some to breed, but apparently I'd rather just kill animals in the moment for like the thrill of the hunt or something. I'm not really sure what that says about me, but I'm just gonna pretend it's because I'm too lazy to bring them home, and we'll leave it at that. Once I had collected plenty of leaves and nearly a stack of leather, I returned to the base to do even more building. I used all the leather I just collected to make a bunch of item frames and placed one down over each assembly area to show what was being produced in that specific assembly line. I took the stack of oak leaves I gathered and randomly placed down bunches of them in the back of the assembly rooms and coming down from the moss patches in the ceiling. Since the mechanical arms can work through blocks and I never really go into the assembly rooms, I had tons of freedom to kind of make them look overgrown and do whatever I wanted with them, and I loved it. I tossed lanterns down randomly on the pillars around the room and exchanged some of the stripped blocks between the assembly areas for crafting tables. I even put down pots with different colored flowers in them just to brighten up the room even more. To finish everything off, I grew some glowberries from the ceiling, and again, I took a suggestion from you all and I snipped the bottom with shears so they wouldn't grow any longer. Quite honestly, I didn't even know that was a thing until you guys told me about it, but it is so nice. With everything done, I stepped back and I absolutely loved how the room turned out. I still believe this room is my crowning achievement, both in terms of functionality and in terms of looks for this entire series so far. With all the assembly lines done and the decorating now finished, I had to worry about powering everything, so I started digging into the floor in front of the cogwheel assemblies to make a small vertical windmill instead of one big one. I wanted to be able to see the windmill to give the room a little bit of life, so I made some cool create glass, but it turns out it only became seamless vertically, which kinda sucked, so I went with framed glass instead. I dug the hole a bit deeper so I could actually fit a small windmill in it, and made the walls out of spruce wood and polished andesite to match the rest of the room. I slapped down a windmill bearing in the center of the floor and built up with linear chassis to eventually hold all the sails. I'll admit, I struggled to put down all the sails in such a cramped space, and even had to lower the floor a bit, but eventually I did manage to finish it, but it looked I don't know how else to say it just kinda looked. To fix the issue of the mundaneness, let's say, of the windmills, I figured out I could dye the sail blocks a nice green color to match the room even more. Unfortunately, I didn't have much green dye on hand, and I checked all the possible recipes for it and settled on just going to the surface to gather lots and lots of ferns. Thankfully, there were tons of ferns right outside the elevator, so I got to go on a nice shearing spree without really having to travel too far from home. As the sun set, I made my way back to the elevator with way more ferns than I would ever need. And I mean that quite literally. I didn't need any of these. Once I got back down into the base, I tossed all the ferns into the ore processing setup to be crushed down into green dye, and then I just sat at the output to pick up each piece because I was way too lazy to adjust all the filters. With a stack and a half of green dye in hand, I went to test it out on the windmill, and it looked awful. I mean, it looked so bad, guys. And on top of that, it didn't even consume the green dye too. So not only did it look horrible, but I wasted an entire day going to the surface for ferns when I could have just used one of the 10 that I already had. In an absolute last-ditch effort to save my beautiful room from the disgustingness of the windmills, I made some lime dye, and after testing it, it looked amazing on the windmill. I also realized that once the windmill was moving, I could place moss carpets and lanterns and stuff inside the area, so I did a little bit of extra decorating there as well. Over the next 2 days, I replicated the exact same windmill setup for every single platform in the assembly room. My plan was for each windmill to power the assembly line directly next to it, rather than having one big windmill to power the entire room. I don't necessarily think one option is better or worse than the other, but I do think this one looked a lot cooler, so it's what I ended up going with. After all the building was done, I was finally able to clean out my inventory and get rid of the chest of building blocks that had just been sitting in the center of the assembly room. Once all of the cleaning chores were taken care of, I made tons of andesite casing and crafted up all different kinds of rotational transportation blocks like gearboxes, cogwheels, encased chain drives, and even 6 rotation speed controllers, so I would have one for each windmill. I was definitely pretty worried about how spaghetti-esque the setup would be for powering these, so I started out with the cogwheel assemblies as I thought they would probably be the easiest. I ran the rotational power from the windmill back towards the wall and hooked it up to the rotation speed controller before bringing it up to the back of the large cogwheel setup. I had to fiddle with some gearboxes and additional shafts to get everything spinning in the correct direction, but as I suspected, it wasn't too bad because there weren't really that many moving parts. With the large cogwheels done, it was time to move on to the regular cogwheels, so I just dug a tunnel and moved the rotational power from the rotation speed controller over to the cogwheel assembly line. Much like before, I used a mess of gearboxes and shafts to get the rotational power spinning properly for each belt system and the deployer. All things considered, this one was also very easy. I tunneled my way out and used some andesite casing to cover up some of the visible shafts, but I quickly realized I forgot to actually power the mechanical saw. I tried using encased chain drives, but they set it in the wrong direction, so instead I just used 2 cogwheels and it was good to go. To finish off the rotational power setup, I went back down to the rotation speed controller and just cranked it up as high as it would go without overstressing the system, which admittedly wasn't super fast, but I figured it should be sufficient for bulk crafting. With both systems now up and running, I snagged some andesite alloy from the mixing setup and some wood from the storage room and loaded up the cogwheel assembly line for its first test run. It worked flawlessly and was so satisfying to watch after spending so long setting this entire thing up. After it finished making 8 stacks of cogwheels, I took some and loaded them into the large cogwheel assembly line for yet another test run. By the end of the day, both assembly lines had passed their test run with flying colors, looked amazing, and my brain was absolutely fried. To give my brain some time to cool off, I did some trading with the Fletcher and made more andesite casing. I snagged some of the freshly made cogwheels and crafted up a bunch of extra gearboxes before starting in on the brass funnel assembly. Similar to what I did before, I dug down and ran the windmill power to a rotation speed controller and then up to the assembly room. It was definitely a bit more congested, but I was able to use a gearbox to give power to the press and deployer, and then cogwheels to power the mechanical arm. I ran power from the main line over to the belt using encased chain drives, and used a very strange mess of cogwheels and gearboxes above the ceiling to power both the mechanical crafters. With everything connected, I covered stuff in andesite casing, cranked up the rotation speed controller, and took it for a test drive. Unfortunately, during the test, I realized I forgot I needed brass somehow, which is amazing because it's in the name, and I had to spend ages moving the entire room back 1 to add in a depot for the brass. Once it was all fixed and up and running again, the assembly line worked perfectly. I noted the deployer with the enchanted sandpaper likely wasn't a very efficient solution and would end up being a problem, but that would be a simple fix for later. After finishing the brass funnel assembly, it was time to move on to the brass tunnel one, which suffered from the same exact lack of brass depot issue, so I got ahead of it this time and moved the room back 1 before hooking up all the rotational power. The rotational power hookup was quite literally identical to the brass funnel one, so I'll spare you the details, but just imagine a fine Italian chef making the perfect spaghetti. And yes, that reference is actually quite accurate because I'm both part Italian and I make spaghetti. It also means it's not offensive for me to say, "It's a spaghetti!" And no, you're not allowed to judge that, even if it was extremely stupid, because yeah, I had to fiddle with the mechanical arm once everything was hooked up, but after placing it back down, the brass tunnel trial run went super well. I also checked back in to see the brass funnel assembly was still working, and it felt so nice to just sit back and watch both lines working simultaneously. Over the next 5 days, I repeated the same process for the drills, press, and deployer assembly lines. Much like all the other assembly lines I'd done so far, it was mostly just a lot of messy behind the scenes rotational power that I would ultimately cover up to look nice and functional and just pretend wasn't even there. I did trial runs for each assembly line to make sure there wasn't another brass incident, and thankfully, everything seemed to go off without a hitch. Granted, they weren't the fastest assembly lines ever, but that could be fixed later with bigger windmills. Having just completed tons and tons of rotational power routing, I wanted a quick break, so I went to the storage room and sorted out the mess that was my inventory. I ditched some junk blocks, crafted some hoppers, and made my way back to the assembly room to use the hoppers in place of the belt lines. In hindsight, the belt lines really weren't a great solution because I could only put 1 stack of each item in the chest at most, or I'd risk the entire line getting backed up. Instead, I chose to use hoppers and barrels for each depot, meaning I had to go around to every assembly line room that had a belt system and replace it. It was pretty basic work for most of the rooms, but there were a few that needed a new depot since they hadn't used belts and instead just had 2 brass funnels off of the single input barrel. Once the new depot was down, I did have to reconnect the mechanical arms since it would have to have new inputs, and that was a bit annoying to have to do. Having fixed the backup issue with the new barrel and hopper combo, I spent the next 2 days finishing hooking up the rotational power to the remaining assembly lines in the room. At this point, I was basically a pro at connecting everything because most followed the same basic setup, and I had now been doing this over and over and over again for hours. My brain was effectively melting, but I hope you guys at least enjoy it. With all the technical stuff out of the way, I went and grabbed a bunch of the create blocks that I'd be auto-crafting from my chest, and then crafted up a few more item frames to use in the assembly room. Before heading back to the room to do even more decorating, I did remember the placard block Create recently introduced, so I crafted one of those just to compare with the item frames. I tested out both the placard and item frame on the cogwheel setup since I wanted something to indicate what went in each barrel, both for practical purpose and just for aesthetic reasons, and the placard just looked so much better. So I converted all the item frames to them and started slapping down placards on every single barrel. I didn't have every item I would need, but I filled in as many as I could, and I was thrilled with how it looked after finishing off both cogwheel assemblies. Sadly, not everything can go perfectly, and the minute I tried to do the same thing for the brass funnels, I found a bug. The placard can apparently accept every single block except the funnel, which meant for the time being I'd have to leave it blank. I also used this as a chance to quickly get rid of the deployer and sandpaper setup. I finished off the rest of the assembly rooms with little to no issue, other than having to occasionally go craft the specific block I needed to fill in the placard, or just go craft more placards in general. While I was finishing up with the placards, I had noticed the encased fan setup didn't actually have all the components it needed for crafting, so I expanded the room back by one and put it in a new depot that would eventually be for shafts. I reassembled the mechanical crafters, switched the depot out for a mechanical saw and depot combo that would actually craft the shafts from andesite alloy, and reconnected the rotational power to everything. Once everything was properly spinning and the crisis had been averted, I slapped down brass funnels on the newly placed mechanical crafters, set their filters, and reset the mechanical arms inputs and outputs. The next 2 days were crafting days since the assembly room was essentially complete, and I needed to do final test runs on every assembly line to make sure there were no new issues that had popped up or any that I just somehow managed to overlook. I collected tons of material including iron and brass ingots, andesite alloy, and plenty of newly made andesite casing. I actually needed so much andesite and andesite casing that I had to sit for a while and wait for the mixing setup to make over 10 stacks of andesite alloy. Since the earlier andesite casing wouldn't end up being sufficient, I made an additional 3 stacks of andesite casing, which was a huge pain, but I'll admit it was extremely satisfying to collect with the wrench once it was all done. I finished off the preparations by making a stack of polished rose quartz and was ready to load up the entire room. The time had finally come to fill up each assembly line in hopes of everything working. So I started out at the cogwheels and worked my way around the room, dumping crafting materials into every single barrel before sitting back and watching everything working in harmony. Unfortunately, again, not everything can be perfect, and this is when I discovered a second bug involving the placards yet again. The issue here was that a press wouldn't actually press through a placard, but only when pressing on a depot, since the basin press going through a placard still worked. This made absolutely no sense to me since A, it worked fine with a basin but not a depot, and B, presses can press through blocks anyway. So yeah, I had to remove the placards from the press and depot combos for iron sheets after losing my mind for a bit. And if I'm being honest, I'm still losing my mind over it because I just don't get it. Can you hear it? Can you hear me losing my mind? Do you guys think it's funny that I'm losing my mind? It's still bothering me. There are no placards on it. Even after day 600, I just didn't fix it because the bug needs to go away. And I think about it, it haunts me. After that slight adjustment to the assemblies though, they all seem to be working well, so I gathered up some blocks to finally put the display board to use. I dug behind the board into the wall and set up some water wheels to power it. While I was working, I noticed my internet must have gone out or something because I no longer had my super cool fancy skin on, but I kept trucking anyway because internet is for chumps who don't play single player Minecraft. Imagine having friends to play Minecraft with, right guys? Right? My god, this video is sounding like my slow descent into madness. By day 1000, we're just not even gonna be here anymore. But back on track, once the display board was powered, it was time to get some info on it. So I had to figure out which of the items I wanted to display, and I put stockpile switches down next to each of their barrels. At the time, I didn't actually know the board was the perfect size to display all 10 items, but eventually I'd figure it out. It's just a little bit slower than I'm proud to admit. I dug behind the cogwheel output barrel and put down the stockpile switch along with the display link to transmit the info to the board. I was really surprised to see the option coming from the stockpile switch were pretty lame and not what I wanted, so I guessed that maybe the content observer would do a better job and went to craft some. I replaced the stockpile switch with a content observer, set the filter to cogwheels, and thankfully it gave me the information I wanted. I ended up putting a label on it for cogwheels so I would know quickly what the number was actually displaying, and then covered the wall back up. To finish off the day, I went and crafted plenty more content observers so I could set up the rest of the display links. Over the next 2 days, I repeated the same process for every single barrel in the assembly room. I'll admit, some of the barrels were a bit more annoying to work around since I had to break a lot of the beautiful room that I had decorated and place everything back down when I was done, but in the end, all the barrels were being read for the display board. I took a step back, and honestly, I think the display board really ties the whole room together, even though it's not a huge thing. I especially think for some reason, like the white text on the display board is really nice looking in the room. One thing I could say for sure that didn't tie the room together though, was the torches. I decided I would take yet another suggestion from you all and use moss carpets over torches to light the room without having to see them. I spent some time using the moss carpet and torch trick on the central part of the floor, and once it was done, I liked it so much I ended up using it inside all the assembly rooms too. Along with adding in the moss carpets and torches, I also placed more lanterns around the room for a bit more light and just some additional decorations and color as well. I kept thinking that I couldn't like the room more, but all these little details and additions really just kept bringing it to life more and more for me, and it made me want to keep adding in even more stuff. With that goal in mind, I spent the next day crafting and collecting everything I would need to make a train over to the village. I managed to snag a cart assembler and some linear chassis from the chest, but had to craft a minecart, furnace, and then obviously a furnace minecart. I made a plow and a few chests before grabbing super glue, charcoal, and plenty of stone from the storage room. I loaded the train track assembly up with fresh nuggets and andesite and let it run for a little bit before taking all the train tracks from the output chest. Finally, I grabbed some deployers from the new assembly line and was ready to go. I took the elevator to the surface and went up to the minecart platform to assemble the train track placing cart machine thingy. I put down the cart assembler on the already completed rail system and put down a bunch of linear chassis in front of it. I made the linear chassis sticky and put mechanical drills on them so they could mine the blocks needed to properly lay down the train tracks and have a train travel back home eventually. I put some chests down on top of the linear chassis to hold the building blocks and train tracks, and then built out the linear chassis in the back. I put the plow a few blocks back to collect the rails after the cart went over them, and spent a long time messing around with 3 deployers to place down the train tracks themselves and the 2 adjacent blocks that the drills up front would have mined up. Eventually, after enough fiddling, the contraption was ready to go, so I slapped down a lever and fueled up the furnace minecart. It definitely had a bit of a bumpy start for some reason, but once it got going, it really got going. The old rails were being collected and the new train tracks were going in their place on a 3-wide stone path. I hitched a ride on the seat on top and sat back for the next 2 days, while the slow but extremely convenient contraption did its thing. Unfortunately, towards the end of day 570, the contraption ran out of train tracks, so I had to run all the way back to the base, take the elevator down, and just sit at the train track assembly as it made more. The next day was pretty darn boring as the train track assembly was a lot slower than I remember. While I waited for it to produce a sufficient amount of tracks, I grabbed some useful train blocks from my storage, including train stations and train casing. When I came back over to the train assembly, I loaded the system back up with even more andesite and made a second trip to grab more iron nuggets as well. It took a bit of time to convert the iron that I had grabbed in ingot form into nuggets with my limited inventory space, but I was gonna have to sit and wait for a while for the tracks anyway, so I guess I really didn't mind in the end. By the end of the day, I was able to get 5 stacks of train tracks and figured that would be sufficient. Otherwise, I'd be making quite a shameful second trip home. With my inventory full of all the required blocks, I took the elevator back to the surface and ran back down the track to where the contraption had stopped. I placed the cart assembler and contraption back down, loaded it up with blocks again, and made some quick repairs to the tracks behind it that got messed up before I realized it was empty. Once everything was fixed, I loaded the rest of the blocks into the contraption, fueled it up again, and hopped on the seat. I managed to make it an entire day before I ran out of train tracks again. As the sun rose, I made the walk of shame back to the base to yet again sit and wait for the train tracks to be crafted. Based off the minimap, I had gotten so close, but close wasn't good enough, so yeah. Suffice to say, train tracks have been a bit of a rough spot for me during this series so far. After I took the elevator back down into the base, I grabbed some stone and then just sat and watched the train track assembly run for the entire day, since I quite literally had nothing else I needed to do. As the next day started, I began the now all too familiar journey of running down the train tracks with an inventory full of what should hopefully be enough resources to finish off the train tracks. Once I made it to where the contraption left off, I decided to just manually complete the remaining portion since I was within sight of the village. I had to do some manual clearing of blocks to be able to finish it up, but the ability to mass place train tracks with the blocks underneath them made it super quick to finish. I made sure to leave ample room in front of the train track and cleared out some additional space to the side of it to make a loop for the train to eventually turn around. The loop itself was a bit of a pain to make since there were so many trees in the way, but I managed to get about 75% of it done before the sun set for the day. Bright and early the next morning, I finished off the loop at the village and cleared out all the trees that would be blocking the train's path. I expanded the stone platform a bit and put down a train station right before the loop started so I could both assemble a train and eventually pull them in here to transport villagers back and forth. I clicked to assemble a new train and put down 2 bogies before taking a quick break to clear out some of the partially remaining trees over the train track that were really bothering me. Once the trees were cleared out, I made the most boring train ever just using some stone blocks, a few white seats, and train controls. It was quite literally the bare minimum possible to even make a train, but should work just fine for transporting villagers. I assembled the train and rode it all the way back to the base, where I set up an identical loop with another train station at the start. I was so excited to finally have this done that I rode the train around and around until the sun went down, and during that I accidentally killed a pig or 2 in the process. Unfortunately, the fun had to end as I took the elevator back into the base to prep for moving the villagers. I crafted a bunch of minecarts and grabbed a boat to help with moving them before making my way back to the surface. I rode the train all the way back to the village, which was a lot faster and more fun than running, and ran around seeing if a villager could even be forced onto a seat. I eventually figured out they could in fact be put on a seat, so I made a pathway up to the seats on the second bogie of the train to bring the villagers up. I imagine the villagers would be pretty difficult to just get up the pathway on their own, so I ran some rails up the blocks to the seats from a small box that I planned to just trap the villagers in. One by one, I collected the villagers in a boat and brought them to the box, where I then loaded them into a minecart and shoved them up onto the train. Turns out, the train has to be disassembled for them to properly sit down, but they do stay seated once it's reassembled. Once all 3 villagers were on their seats in the train, I cleaned everything up and reassembled the train before catching a quick nap. I hopped on the train and took all 3 villagers back to the base, and as it turns out, it was a lot more pleasant than the last time that I tried to use a random minecart contraption to take them back. I took the elevator down into the base to quickly grab some extra train tracks before coming up to the surface and clearing out the remaining minecart rails leading from the train to the elevator. I used the new train tracks that I had just picked up to run tracks down closer to the elevator and made yet another loop so I'd have an even easier place to unload the villagers. Once the loop was finished, I knew I was going to need another train station if I wanted to properly set everything up, and I didn't seem to have any stations or sturdy sheets to craft them in my chest, so I went to the lava generator to make some obsidian. I mined 4 pieces of obsidian before cleaning everything up and dumping it in the ore processing setup. Yet again, and maybe it's just me, but I got extremely unlucky and only 1 piece of obsidian survived 1 single round of processing, when as far as I'm aware, it's meant to be a 75% chance it survives. But either way, I got 5 powdered obsidian, which should be enough. I put the powdered obsidian on the lava spout depot and then put the unprocessed sheets on the press in the mixing area to finally be turned into sturdy sheets. I used the sturdy sheets to make train casing and crafted the train station I needed. It was already nighttime, but I wanted to finish moving the villagers as soon as possible, so I went to the surface, put down the train station, and pulled the train into the new area. Now that the villagers were finally at the base, I wanted to avoid making the trip again if at all possible, even though I had just made a really nice train there, so I gathered up everything I'd need to make a very basic villager breeder. I had quite literally never built one before, so I just hoped the video tutorial I watched still worked and filled up my inventory with beds, glass, trapdoors, and some random building blocks. While I was down in the base, I also cleaned up my inventory a bit, did some trading, and compressed some iron and gold to avoid the chests from overflowing. After I made my way back to the surface, I tore down the old dirt box that I kept my villagers in, and cleared out a bit more room nearby, and started assembling the villager breeder. I'm not going to rehash the tutorial for you all and just bore you, plus it's pretty simple if you do want to copy it, so you could probably get all of it from this video, but let's just say building it was probably the easiest part of this entire ordeal. The only thing missing from the villager breeder was actual villagers, so I encased the second bogey in stone and then disassembled the train before moving 2 villagers by boat into the breeding area. I tossed some bread in for them, and nothing happened. I even turned particle effects on to see if I was missing something and kept throwing in more bread, but nothing seemed to work. After waiting a whole day and having literally nothing happen, I broke and replaced all the beds for like the bazillionth time, and then I randomly tried putting down a stone cutter inside the breeding chamber, which ended up making them breed almost instantly. I have no clue why this worked, but it did, so I was just super happy. Once they finished breeding, I took the stone cutter out, and while I waited to see if the villager breeder would continue working, I took the last villager off the train and over to the elevator. I managed to get them down into the base pretty easily and just stuck them in a boat at the bottom of the elevator to wait until I had the rest of the villagers down there with them. Over the next 2 days, I sat and waited for the villagers to breed more. While I was waiting, I did get to see them breed one more time, so I had 2 baby villagers down in the water stream waiting to grow up. Feeling pretty confident the system was now working on its own, I went on a small adventure to try and find more cows to kill for leather, but after running around for nearly an entire day, I found almost no cows. Apparently, I had completely decimated the cow population around my base, which is going to be a bit of a problem with how many item frames and placards I seem to be using in this series now. When I came back to the villager breeder, I did a quick check and I saw that I had 3 baby villagers now all waiting to grow up, which was perfect because I needed 3 more for down in the base. Since I didn't just want to sit and wait for the baby villagers to all grow up, I went back down into the base and started expanding the entrance into the assembly room. After just a bit of mining, I noticed I wasn't picking anything up, so I took a fairly long break to clear out all the random junk from my inventory. Once my inventory was back in working order, I continued to expand the entrance with the goal of having 4 villagers that would be there for trading. I wanted to make sure the area looked nice and could fit all the villagers properly before bringing them down, so I grabbed a bunch of the same decorative blocks I used for the assembly room and started designing the trading area. It took a lot of trial and error, and I definitely went for a similar style as my other villager trading area, which is why I had to keep running over there to look at it to figure out how past Rage even designed it. I figured it was probably going to be a little bit cramped for the villagers, but it would actually probably be thematically correct for a hidden underground area. After finishing the general design for the trading area, I crafted 2 stone cutters and 2 smithing tables so I could trade stone to the masons and iron to the toolsmiths. I used deep slate to make a super wonky path from the elevator over to the trading area, really just so I could easily take the villagers over in a boat and didn't have to worry about the levels of the ground changing and the boat not actually working. I took the elevator to the surface and had a bit of a bittersweet moment since I was happy to see the villagers grown up, but I had no idea what happened to my 2 original breeding villagers. I trapped the first villager in a boat and took them down the elevator, but they started causing some problems running around the base, so I immediately took them over to the new trading area and just trapped them in. I brought the second villager I already had downstairs over right after and trapped them in using a stone cutter as well. I went back to the surface yet again to get the next villager, and they really put up a struggle. For some reason, they didn't want to get in the elevator, but eventually I forced them in after a few minutes of intense battle. We took a very nice, peaceful ride down, and I trapped them in a boat before going back to get the final villager. Turns out, I actually had no villager left, since both my original villagers and now one of my baby villagers had just disappeared. So I stole all the beds from the breeder and went back to the assembly room to make a makeshift breeder inside the base. I spent the entire next day assembling quite possibly the most disgusting and awful makeshift villager breeder in all of Minecraft. I basically just released the villagers into a small area and slapped down as many beds as possible nearby with a single trap door in hopes they would get it on and let my nightmare be over. I tore a lot of stuff up and placed it back down over the course of the day, but amazingly, right at the end of the day, the villagers bred and made a baby. The process of getting both adult villagers back into their chambers was arguably more painful and shameful than the prior day's attempt to assemble a villager breeder. There was pushing and shoving and maybe even some name calling, but I did manage to get both of them back in their chambers and block them in with stone cutters again before clearing out all the random junk blocks I used to make a breeder. I tried to catch the baby villager in a boat, but somehow they got caught in the belt system first, and right as I was about to disconnect it, they just wandered into the boat. I figured I'd just leave them in the boat to grow up, and while I waited for that, I brought the final villager over from the elevator and forced them into their chamber. If you can imagine, this one was even more painful than the other ones, and I even tried to use water to force them into a single block. While I was working, I noticed they were already a mason for some reason, so I broke the stone cutters in front of the other villagers and the one over by my bed, but it didn't change anything. I did finally get the villager trapped, but because I couldn't figure out why they were still a mason, I let them out in hopes of finding their workstation. They started pathing around and randomly lost the mason job right before running to the enchanting area to become a weaponsmith. I broke the grindstone and trapped them in a boat and finally got them into their chamber with the proper job. The next day I had to repeat a relatively similar process with the now grown-up villager that I had trapped in the boat in the assembly room. Since they would have to go upstairs to get to their chamber, I ended up having to corral them and slowly inch them towards their area. I'm not gonna lie guys, it was a painstaking process waiting for them to just wander forward randomly, but in the end, they made their way to the chamber and I was able to trap them in with a smithing table. I figured it might be nice to spruce up the area a bit more since the villagers were all stuck in such a small space, so I put some patches of moss in the ceiling and grew a few vines of glowberries from them. I also put down some chains hanging from the ceiling and put lanterns hanging off a few of those. I put just a tiny bit of moss carpet on the floor of the hallway and was super happy with how everything had come together. I spent the rest of the day trading with all the villagers to repair my tools, which surprisingly took a long amount of time now that I had 5 different villagers to trade with. The only thing left to do to finish off the room completely was to make an awesome entrance, so I crafted up a bunch of piston extension poles and mechanical pistons. Luckily, I was able to grab some redstone links from my chest, and the only other thing I needed to craft was a single gear shift. While I was crafting, I noticed no clay was flowing into my storage system, which was odd because I had just put a bunch into the ore processing to go from blocks into normal clay for trading, so I checked on the vault and it turns out it was never connected to the belt system. I hooked it up and in came a massive influx of clay and other random secondary outputs from the ore processing. While that huge backlog of items was unloading, I went over to the assembly room entrance and used deep slate and moss to map out how I wanted the entrance to look once it was closed. I got it decently blended in with the surroundings and then dug out the area below it that would be the staircase to make room for the mechanical pistons. Once I got deep enough to place the pistons and their extension poles, I put all the mechanical pistons down and rotated them to face up. After placing all of them, I took a quick look and decided the pistons would probably need a bit more room for the extension poles and just cleared out some extra space below them as well. I started putting down piston extension poles at different lengths based on how high up I wanted the stopped position to be. This was my clever method of only using a single gear shift for every mechanical piston, since using a sequenced gear shift for every piston individually wouldn't even work. In this setup, the extension poles are a critical limiter to the full extension length of the piston, so I can just mindlessly power all of them and only worry about flipping the rotational direction when I want to open or close the door. The extension poles took a bit of time to finish off, and then I made a quick water wheel setup next to the pistons with only a gear shift and lever just to do some testing. The first run showed everything was one short, so I extended each pole by one and also made each piston sticky. The second trial run definitely went better and the pistons grabbed each block, but when they came down, I immediately noticed the problem with my setup since it was all at one level instead of in a staircase shape. I tore down nearly all the pistons and reassembled them in a staircase pattern, so as they lowered, it would form a proper staircase to walk down into the assembly room. This process took a while as the pole length had to then vary depending on which stair level it was, as well as the final height of the block. After getting everything set up again, I tried it out and took a bit longer than I'd like to admit to realize the redstone was wrong, so I used a toggle lever with the link to maintain the power state of the gear shift. One final trial showed I had the pole lengths wrong again, so I adjusted them one by one, checking each time if it was the correct height. Finally, I got it working properly, and it looked awesome. It was definitely the perfect way to finish off my biggest build yet. And with that, it was day 600. Another 100 days were in the book, and this time, I managed to tackle my biggest project yet and complete the challenge that I set for myself. I've spent the last 600 days in this cave building the ultimate create mod workshop, but it isn't even close to being finished yet. So over the next 100 days, I'm going to upgrade this cave even further and construct a massive chocolate factory that consists of chocolate bar production, multiple chocolate mixers, and 2 different farms harvested by their very own train. But I can't build the chocolate factory when there's no more space in the cave. So I grabbed some create blocks I had lying around to help speed up the process of clearing out a new area. I lit up the area I planned to clear out to make sure I wasn't in any danger of dying to something stupid like a rogue creeper sneaking up behind me, and then got rid of all the water and lava that would definitely cause me problems down the road. I cleared out a bit of space manually so I could put down the old train track placing contraption, and then started converting it into a makeshift tunnel bore. To quite literally nobody's surprise, I underestimated the number of blocks I needed to build the contraption, so I did have to make a few trips back and forth from the main area to eventually finish it off. Once it was fully assembled, I fueled up the furnace minecart and stood back to just watch it do its thing. I let it run for probably about 30 or 40 blocks before I picked it back up and reassembled it a few blocks over to repeat the same exact process. Because the tunnel bore was so thin, I had to repeat the process of placing down the rails, cart assembler, and cart contraption tons of times to fully clear out the area. Thankfully, once the cart was running, my job was fairly easy since I just kinda had to creepily follow behind it and maybe occasionally place down some torches. I even got pretty lucky one time and stumbled across some diamonds. It's no netherite, but it'll have to do. Once a sufficient space was cleared out, I went back to the main area and ditched all the random junk in my inventory. I spent some time working in JEI to map out all the items that I would need to make chocolate, and in the end, it seemed like it was really just sugar, cocoa beans, and milk. The only thing on that list I wasn't positive I had were cocoa beans, so I did a quick scan of my chest to see if I had any randomly lying around somewhere, and with my luck, I did not. I had yet to find a jungle biome while exploring, so I just restocked on food and took the elevator to the surface to wander around aimlessly until I managed to stumble across one. To save myself some time and a lot of walking, I just hopped on the train to the village and nearly made it all the way there before I was pretty abruptly stopped by a missing track, which kind of confused me since the track had been complete before, but I figured it probably just got carried away by an enderman or something and would fix it later. I set off in a random direction on my quest for cocoa beans, slaying anything in my path, but I realized pretty quickly that I should probably set a waypoint at the village to find my way home, so I did that before running off again. I made it to water as quickly as possible so I could hop on my fancy boat and move a little bit faster, and eventually I did up my render distance to that of a regular person so I could make better use of the enlarged minimap. I had to go back on land for the later portion of the trip, but after traveling nearly 2,000 blocks away from the village, I did manage to find a super tiny jungle biome. I made sure right out the gate to grab some bamboo and cocoa beans so I didn't forget them, and then I chopped down as many trees as possible since I'd need the jungle logs to plant the cocoa beans. After getting about 3 3.5 stacks of jungle logs, it was time for me to head home, so I just made a beeline for the village waypoint. I wanted to take the train back to the base because I was way too lazy to walk, so I shifted some tracks around to be able to turn the train around and head home. Once I was back down in the base, I sorted out my inventory and did some trading with the villagers to repair all my tools. I grabbed a bunch of sugarcane, cocoa beans, and dirt and went over to the newly cleared out area to start mapping out where both farms would be going. After a lot of placing and breaking of dirt, I had 2 relatively large rectangular areas for farming that most importantly were perfectly symmetrical. With the outlines of both farms ready to go, I started planning out the layout of the sugarcane farm. Initially, I tried to do the most optimal layout, but figured it was going to be way more of a pain than it was worth and just totally scrapped the idea. Next, I tried just doing a simple horizontal layout, but also had to scrap that idea when I found out the final row would be water instead of sugarcane, and that was just completely unacceptable. Thankfully, having the rows run perpendicular to the prior layout worked perfectly, with sugarcane bookending each side of the farm. To finish it off for the time being, I filled in all the water and placed down all the sugarcane that I had left in my inventory. With both farms having a lot of brown blocks in them, I wanted to see if I could include some moss in place of dirt somewhere to give the area some color. The only problem with this plan was my distinct lack of moss, so I finally did what you all recommended and bone mealed a few moss blocks on the ground and collected everything that got converted. After I finished collecting a decent chunk of moss, I placed down a few rows of it in place of dirt for the cocoa bean farm just to see how it would look. I tried mapping out how I wanted the rows of the farm to go, similar to what I did with the sugarcane farm, and to nobody's surprise, I ran into the exact same issue as before. My solution to this problem was just to expand the farms so the cocoa bean rows would work out exactly. I placed down a row of jungle logs and farmed a bunch of extra cocoa beans using the leftover bone meal that I had. I was about to expand the farm a little bit further when I noticed I was already running low on moss blocks yet again and decided it was finally time to put this issue behind me once and for all. I grabbed one of my 2 diamond hoes that apparently past me wasted a few diamonds on, enchanted it, and went into one of the old tunnel bore tunnels with a lot of bone meal. I bone mealed the moss straight through the tunnel and eventually turned back around to hack all of it up with my hoe in what honestly turned out to be a very satisfying massacre of moss. I repeated this process until my entire inventory was full of moss related blocks, and then I went back to the base to sort everything out. After dumping nearly 18 stacks of moss blocks into the storage room, I assumed I'd probably be set for a while. I took some of my newly farmed moss blocks down to the cocoa bean farm and finished filling in the ground with it. I placed down the rows of jungle logs following the plan I laid out earlier, and luckily I had over a stack of logs left over at the end. With the base for the cocoa bean farm done, I replaced all the dirt blocks in the sugarcane farm with moss blocks as well, and then spent the rest of that day and the next just harvesting and replanting both sugarcane and cocoa beans, trying to fill out both farms. While I waited for the last few pieces of sugarcane, I started building up with cobbled deep slate around the cocoa bean farm. It was definitely a super rough outline, but I did grab some train tracks anyway and tried to plan out a simple loop going around the farm so that a train could harvest them. I quickly realized my mistake since the train tracks can't have such harsh curves, so I took a step back and tried to think of a new option. I spent the next day doing pretty much the exact same thing, trying to find some way to get the small loop to work. After lots of trial and error, I managed to get a loop around just the cocoa bean farm, but I wasn't totally sold on how it looked since it was so close to the farm at the corners. I used the remainder of the day to fill in the rest of the area with cobbled deep slate to build the other train track loop. After filling in the entire floor, I actually got rid of the small train track loop since I knew the corners would continue bothering me, and instead I made one large track going around both farms. The track had to be a bit larger than expected and clipped into the wall at some point, but that would be an easy fix later on, so I left it and expanded both farms using the newly freed up area in the center of the loop. Even though it wasn't required, after expanding the farms, I changed the sugarcane farm's layout yet again to make it match the layout of the cocoa bean farm. While working on all of this, I realized the downfall of having one single train collecting both farms would be not being able to harvest the bottom layer of cocoa beans, so I attempted to raise the track by 1 block only around the sugarcane farm, but eventually gave up and reverted the change because, if I'm being honest, I'd rather have a less efficient but nicer looking farm. I used the entire next day to collect and craft the blocks needed to make the farming train. I managed to snag some leftover train blocks from the old storage area and then made 2 stacks of andesite casing. I used a fair bit of that andesite casing to craft the mechanical harvesters and then spent the rest of the day collecting various decorative blocks to try and build the body of the train. I took all the blocks down to the farms and put down a train station at the far wall to start assembling the train. I made 2 bogies and started building out the rough shape of the body of the train, but after a few design iterations, I was not loving the block palette that I picked. I went back up to the main area of the cave to get more style piles of blocks to try building with, and on my way, I noticed the steam boilers had stopped running completely and had absolutely no fuel. Obviously, I immediately dropped what I was doing to troubleshoot the issue since multiple farms in the base rely solely on the steam boilers for power, and after checking the logs chest in the storage room, it seemed the tree farm was having some kind of malfunction. I ran over to the tree farm and quickly realized none of the items were being dropped off due to a clogged depot. It seemed like a pretty simple issue, so I just removed the moss carpet from the depot and immediately the system started working again. With a surplus of logs now coming back into the storage room, I ran back to jumpstart the steam boilers, and it took ages for me to get them working again. I had to disconnect a lot of moving parts, slowly fill one with water, manually fuel it, and then reconnect a few moving parts at a time until both were back up and running. Eventually, I did manage to get both boilers running at max speed again, and the only thing that was still damaged was my confidence. I went back down to the farms to finish working on the train and swapped out the item vaults for barrels since I felt like they better matched the theme of a farming train. I made some additional tweaks to the train body and put on spruce doors before gluing everything together to take it for a test drive. I had a bit of difficulty getting out of the train, but was able to reposition it from inside using my wrench and just got dropped back out of it. I got the train back on the train station, disassembled it, and added on a long line of mechanical harvesters on the front to harvest the top 2 layers of sugarcane. I did one very quick loop to check that the harvesters worked, and while there was a small area in the center of both farms that wasn't getting harvested, overall it was extremely satisfying. With the farming train now ready, I wanted to add a 3rd layer to the jungle logs to make use of both rows of harvesters for the cocoa bean farm, so I took a few of the jungle saplings I had to the surface to grow since I didn't have enough jungle logs left over. I spent the entire day chopping down small jungle trees and waiting for the leaves to despawn for saplings, and by the end of the day I managed to get 4 saplings to grow a giant jungle tree. After chopping down the entire tree and waiting for saplings from that one, I took my freshly gathered 2.5 stacks of jungle logs and went back down into the cave. I immediately took the jungle logs over to the cocoa bean farm and added a 3rd layer to each row. I harvested all the grown cocoa beans, and with how fast they grew, I had plenty left over to cover the entire 3rd row. I figured at this point both farms were pretty much done and went back to the old storage area to grab some bones, craft up some new train stations, and grab some leads since I was in desperate need of help operating this heavy machinery. As the sun rose on a new day, I took the elevator up to the surface and used the entity tracker function on the minimap to quickly find a wolf, which I tamed and then brought back down into the cave. Once I was back at the train with the wolf, I used the lead trick to very easily get them on the seat rather than trying to somehow shove them through the door. I popped open a train schedule and started setting everything up, but I realized I wanted a train station on the other side of the farms too, so I could eventually load fuel into the train for blaze burners. I tossed one down opposite the main train station and finished setting up the train schedule before giving it to the wolf. After watching the train loop for a bit, I figured the timing was a little bit off and would need adjusting, but again, that was another thing that I planned to leave for later. While I was walking back to the main area, I checked on the steam boilers again just to be sure everything was okay, and was actually concerned to see the level of charcoal depleting again in the buffer chest. I took a trip over to the tree farm and noticed yet again a moss carpet had clogged up the depot. Initially, I had assumed it was a one-off occurrence, but since it seemed to be a repeating problem, I grabbed a smart chute, a filter, and some lava and set up a very basic garbage chute under one of the belts to just ditch any random items that would otherwise clog up the system. I sat back and watched the tree farm for a bit and left when I felt everything was working properly. The next day was dedicated to cleaning up the train tracks clipping into the wall that I claimed was an easy fix later on. It took me an entire day of mining, but I managed to clear all the deep slate that was in the way of the train, and it was only mildly annoying to have the deadly train driving around every 15 seconds or so. You may be wondering why I didn't just take the schedule to stop the train for a bit, and I'm also wondering that now too. After finishing off both farms, it was finally time to unload everything from the train, so I ran over to the old storage area, crafted a portable storage interface, and grabbed a piston along with some piston extension poles. The last piece I needed was a train observer to signal the train arriving, but as expected, I had no train casing left to make one. I snagged some extra buckets and ran over to the lava generator to make some obsidian. Once I had 16 pieces of obsidian, I ran down to the ore processing setup and converted them into powdered obsidian. Usually whenever I do this, I get super unlucky with my obsidian surviving the process, but this time I actually got really lucky and got over a stack of powdered obsidian. I put the powdered obsidian on the depot to be filled by the lava spout, and then I took multiple trips back and forth to bring batches of the unprocessed obsidian sheets up to the mechanical press. Because the sheets don't stack until they're fully processed, it was definitely a huge pain to make so many, but the depot honestly looked hilarious with the sheets flying off it as it overflowed, and after this I would definitely be set on obsidian sheets for a very long time. Once all the sheets were processed, I placed down a stack of logs, stripped all of them, converted each into brass casing, and then finally converted probably about a third into train casing. I used my newly crafted train train casing to make 2 train observers, and then collected the other create blocks I was going to need from around the base. With my inventory full and ready to go, I went back over to the farms and stole the train schedule from the wolves so I could get to work. While the train was stopped, I took the opportunity to disassemble it and add on 4 more mechanical harvesters so I could stop ripping my hair out every time it missed the middle sugarcane and cocoa beans. I gave the train schedule back to the wolf, and right after the train left, I placed down the train observer and put a redstone link on it to signal when the train arrived. I went up the wall to clear out an area that was roughly the same height as the train, and then put down a sticky piston with a portable storage interface and barrel that would extend when the train arrived to collect everything. I dug out a small area below the piston and set up a basic water wheel to power it, and while it worked fine, I pretty quickly saw that the piston was extending 1 block too far. Once I got the piston to extend the correct length, I hooked up a redstone link onto a gear shift, but had to flip the rotation using a random gearbox since it was extending the piston when the train wasn't at the station. Everything was working perfectly, except for the fact I couldn't figure out why no items were coming out of the train. I quickly realized my mistake since I had nothing actively pulling items out of the interface, so I slapped down a brass funnel to eject items onto a belt running alongside the piston. I put a barrel on the back of the belt with another brass funnel leading into it, and then glued everything together. It definitely took a few attempts before I got the belt extending with the piston correctly, and on top of that, getting the rotational power in the correct direction after it extended. But eventually, items were in fact being pulled from the train and input into the barrel, and most importantly, it looked super cool. I took a short break from working on the unloading area to sort out my mess of an inventory, but quickly returned to try and speed up the system since it was a bit too slow for my liking. I redid the entire water wheel area so I could use a bubble column in the back of the water wheel and cog wheels to gear the RPM up to 40, but that small improvement then led me down a rabbit hole of trying to redesign the entire thing. After tearing down nearly the entire unloading area and reassembling it to try for some weird vertical design that I thought would look cool, I returned back to my original setup with the newly improved rotational speed. Since I was determined to improve the unloading area further, I cleared out more space in the back and put down a large item vault in place of the barrel to store everything. I glued everything together, but the minute the train came around to unload, I realized the problem with having a stationary storage system and an extending item transport. I fixed this issue by extending the belt far beyond the item vault, which actually worked out pretty well because the disgustingness of it was hidden by the back wall anyway. Once the upgrades were done, I sat back and watched everything run for a while just to make sure there weren't any issues, and to my amazement, it did seem to be working pretty well. The next day was a crafting day since I needed mechanical mixers, and unfortunately those were one of the few blocks that was not included in the auto crafting room. I ended up making a bunch of andesite alloys since I was running low already, and after letting that process for a bit, I crafted 3 depots, mechanical mixers, and basin. Like usual, I filled up the rest of my inventory with random create blocks that I may or may not have needed and went back to the unloading area. I cleared out a bit more space on the other side of the item vault and slapped down 3 depots with brass funnels so the items could be output. While I was working, I realized I completely spaced out. It would need to process the sugarcane into sugar to use it, so I crafted 3 millstone and put them next to the depots. I also put down the basin and mechanical mixers in the same area since I wanted to try for at least a semi-clean looking processing area for the chocolate that would all be operated by a couple mechanical arms. After giving it a bit more thought, I went over to the mechanical crafters and crafted up 2 crushing wheels to use in place of the millstones. I took them back to the unloading area and tore up everything I had just placed down along with an additional layer of deep slate. I put down 3 belts coming from the item vault with brass funnels ejecting onto them and put the crushing wheels over the furthest back belt with another belt over it to drop in the sugarcane. I finished off the setup by putting down barrels at the end of each belt with brass funnels going in one side and then out the other side onto depots. I put the basin across from the output depots with mixers over each one and blaze burners under each one. I ran some fluid pipes off the back of the basin to eventually pull the chocolate out and put mechanical arms down in between the depot and basin just as placeholders for the time being. I spent the rest of the day pressing copper into sheets and then using it to craft fluid tanks to eventually store the massive amount of chocolate I was going to generate inside. I took the newly crafted fluid tanks over to the unloading area and made a tall 3x3 tank right next to the mixing area. Since that was the last major component of the factory, I figured it would be a good time to think about decorating a bit, so I went back to the base to craft and collect everything I would need to automate the production of packed mud. I figured it's a brown block I've never used before, so it probably would be good to use it with the chocolate production. I started out by placing down a basin and a mixer a little ways away from the rest of the unloading area, and then put down a pump and some fluid pipes leading to an infinite water source. I dug a small area out behind the mixing setup and put down a rotation speed controller with some water wheels to power the mixer and eventually the water pump. After that, all I had to do was toss some dirt in and let the mixer do its thing. While the mixer was running, I went over to the wheat farm and diverted the wheat to go into a chest instead of being processed into bread, so I could use it to later turn the mud into packed mud. I grabbed some bone meal and went to town on the wheat to help speed up the process just a little bit. I took the freshly gathered stack of wheat over to the mud mixer and tossed it in with the also freshly mixed mud, and yet again sat back to let the mixer spin away to its heart's content. Once it finished processing the stack of packed mud, I grabbed it out and refilled the basin before heading back to the storage area to spend the rest of the day collecting more decorative blocks. I spent the next 4 days decorating the entire unloading and mixing area. I started out by mapping out where I wanted the elevated area covering the piston setup to be with spruce logs, and mirrored the entire rotational power setup so it would be easier to hide. I did a quick comparison between oak wood and spruce wood for the flooring and ended up just going with spruce. I only did part of the flooring since the mud mixing setup was kinda in the way, and had to adjust the rotational power setup yet again after I noticed it was pulling items out of the vault, which is definitely not what I wanted it to do. I finished outlining the lower area with deep slate tiles and cut the fluid tank down to a 2x2 so it would sit in the middle of the wall and stop bothering me. I added some moss and normal deep slate to the floor, and then pushed the far wall back 1 block to add in spruce log support beams around the entire area. Once I had the support beams in place, I cleared out 2 small rooms behind the setup to eventually hold water wheels for power, and then filled them in with deep slate bricks for walls and andesite for flooring. With the general layout of the area done, I wanted to work on some small details and started out by lowering the fluid tank pretty drastically and adding in a second one directly next to it. The new height of the fluid tank let me run the spruce logs around it and blend it in with the rest of the wall. I also finished off both back rooms by putting water wheels in the right one and covering the ceiling with deep slate and moss. I ended up using water for both sets of water wheels for the time being, but planned in the future to use chocolate instead. I used the next day to head to the surface and track down some cows. I didn't have to go too far and managed to snag 2 with leads and brought them back over to the elevator. I got one in the elevator and just tied the other one to the sheep pen before hopping in the already cramped elevator for a trip down to the base. Once the first cow was in the base, I slowly led her over to the unloading area and tied her to a fence while I figured out how the heck I even wanted to automate everything. The next 4 days were strictly about automating the production of milk. I tore up all the water wheels from the second back room and replaced them with an item drain, 2 depots, and a deployer. I tore the setup down multiple times because I kept thinking to myself that it would look better 1 block further to the left or 1 block further back, but eventually I got it down and made it into a loop using brass funnels and a hopper. I milked the cow and finished setting the filters so the bucket would milk the cow and then loop around to be drained and used again. With the setup done, I led the cow over, trapped them in front of the deployer, and used a hand crank to test that everything worked. Everything worked flawlessly, and I quickly hooked up a small fluid tank in the wall to the item drain to act like a buffer for the milk before using fluid pipes to also run the milk into the basin. I definitely struggled a lot trying to figure out how I wanted to pump the milk into the basin since I was honestly running out of usable sides for each of them, but got a relatively clean setup with it going in the front and just called it there. I noticed I was running low on soul sand, so I slapped on my gold helmet and took a trip to the Nether to collect some. It took me a little bit to find some, but I ended up getting over a stack of soul sand from inside my usual tunnel to the Nether fortress before returning to the portal to go home. Unfortunately, I still got dropped off at the randomly generated portal on the surface instead of the one I made, which meant I had to call the elevator up to get me and ride it all the way back down into the base. With my refreshed supply of soul sand, I put down 5 water wheels with bubble columns in the first back room and hooked them up to a rotation speed controller to power the entire factory. I spent the next 2 days making the most disgusting mess of rotational power I have ever done in an attempt to get all the belts and crushing wheels spinning in the correct directions. At the end of the second day, I managed to get everything running in the correct direction using the largest mass of gearboxes I have ever seen, and just quickly covered up the wall in hopes I would never have to touch it again. Unfortunately, I wasn't even close to being done with hooking up the rotational power to the entire system, and spent another 3 days running power behind the walls to the cow milker, the pumps, the mixers, and the mechanical arms. It definitely wasn't pretty, and I tore down and rebuilt the piping network more times than I can even count, but eventually I did manage to get everything hooked up and spinning. After powering everything, I noticed items weren't making it off the belt into the crushing wheel, so I added in a chute with a brass funnel pushing items into it so the sugarcane would actually drop straight down and be processed. I set all the empty filters for the system and cranked up the rotational speed controller to 32 RPM so the mixers would start making some chocolate. chocolate. Once the first batch of chocolate was done, I reconnected the rotational power to the chocolate pump and the fluid tank started filling. Unfortunately, the system did run into a problem pretty quickly since it attempted to pump out the milk instead of the chocolate and the pipe broke. So I crafted 3 smart fluid pipes and put them at each basin to only pull out chocolate. With the system now running, I took a small break from technical create stuff to do the menial task of clearing out the junk from the unloading area. I tore down the entire mixing setup that I had used to make mud and finished placing nearly the entire flooring for the area. I moved all the items from the chests on the ground and got rid of them so I could finally finish off the soon-to-be fancy deck covering the unloading area. While I was working, I noticed the chocolate fluid tank had already filled up, so I got rid of the water powering the water wheels and started replacing it with chocolate. I pretty quickly realized my mistake since the system stopped running altogether and I no longer had a way to get chocolate into buckets to get the water wheels going again. So I built a super scuffed hand crank and spout setup in the back to fill 1 bucket at a time. I took multiple trips back and forth to fill in the chocolate wheels, and right as the last wheel was being covered, the system started running again. Unfortunately, nothing can go perfectly, and when I tore down the spout setup and reconnected the chocolate pump, the system overstressed due to the chocolate wheels generating slightly less stress capacity than the water wheels using bubble columns. This was obviously a pretty huge issue, so I spent the entire next day trying to fix the rotational power. The first problem I tackled was the unloading belt spinning in the wrong direction when it retracted and spitting items all over the ground. Thankfully, this was a pretty simple fix using encased chain drives in place of gearboxes to avoid the shaft from being given incorrect rotational power whenever it was retracted. The second problem was a little bit harder to fix, and after a few different attempts to free up some stress capacity for the chocolate pump, I decided the easiest option was just to gear down the rotational power going directly into that pump. After seeing how cool the flowing chocolate looked, I wanted to use more of it around the area, so I collected a bunch of decorative blocks that I thought would match the color at least semi-decently. I reattached the spout to the fluid pipes and filled a bunch of buckets with chocolate so I could fulfill my lifelong dream of being the scuffed Minecraft version of Willy Wonka. I dug out some space under the spruce flooring and placed down a few buckets of chocolate to make a small chocolate river that would flow down next to the train tracks. I replaced the blocks around the base of the chocolate river with dirt, granite, packed mud, and moss to try to blend in the brown color of the chocolate with the harsh color of the deep slate. On top of this, I added in a few additional pools and waterfalls of chocolate so nothing looked too out of place, and used the same block palette around those to try and expand my now overly common building style. I did decide to eventually get rid of the moss, so it was only different brown blocks around the chocolate, and I still had mixed feelings on the design, but I was stepping out of my building comfort zone, and that was good enough for me at this point. With the small chocolate river now complete, I was ready for a little bit of a bigger challenge, so I went to the other side of the farms and spent nearly the entire day building up the wall next to the chocolate fluid tanks. Once I got all the way up to the ceiling, I placed down a few buckets of chocolate to make the biggest chocolate waterfall yet. Once the large waterfall was done, I repeated the same process I had done with the other side and made a few small pools and waterfalls here and there, and then replaced the walls around them with a similar brown block palette. Eventually, I ran to the other side of the base just to see how everything looked from afar, and I thought it actually turned out pretty good. At this point, I was pretty happy with how all the different chocolate waterfalls were looking, so I used the next few days to spruce up the unloading and mixing area just a little bit more. To keep everything evenly spaced out, I shaved off the far side of the spruce flooring and built up the deep slate wall in its place. I went back to the main base to gather some additional decorative blocks like lanterns and chains and returned to the new area to finish it off. In my typical fashion, I placed down lots of barrels with lanterns and other lanterns on chains hanging from the ceiling. I even continued using the moss carpet trick and put it over torches to light the entire space in a relatively inconspicuous way. I finished off everything by planting lots of different flowers and pots all over the place and growing some glowberries from the moss on the ceiling. After all the decorating was done, I moved the chests that were on top of the spruce flooring slightly off to the side to start clearing out some room for the elevator. I made a quick run back to the main base to craft up a few random blocks I would need for both the rope pulley setup and the elevator decoration, and when I got back, I cleared out the 3x3 area the elevator would travel up. Due to my lack of creativity, I pretty much just copied the elevator design I had already made since the block palette matched perfectly, and then I glued everything together before heading up to the top of the wall and placing down the rope pulley. I ran shafts and gearboxes from the rope pulley into the wall and put down a gear shift connected to a water wheel to power the elevator. I connected everything, and the rope pulley did start lowering to attach to the elevator, but it was also going super duper slow, so I broke and replaced the water wheel and put it with additional cog wheels to gear up the speed to 40 RPM. This change did increase the speed, but it also reversed the direction of rotational power, so I took the chance to build a platform of deep slate around it. Once the platform was done, I set up the redstone to control the elevator going up and down and put a button at both stops. Both the redstone and button at the top of the elevator were kind of a little bit ugly, so I used deep slate and moss to build up the wall around them and blend everything in with the existing terrain. Unfortunately, I was still standing on a completely floating deep slate platform, so I started building up from the bottom of it to try to make it stand out a little bit less and connect it with the walls around it. I spent the next 2 days covering majority of the elevator shaft with deep slate and moss so it didn't stand out so much. I had to do a lot of moving around as it was kind of an awkward project to work on, but the moss came in handy as scaffolding. If only a real scaffolding block existed in the game. After I finished working on the area, I tore down the moss scaffolding and brought the elevator down to redesign the bottom of the elevator shaft. I outlined the elevator with spruce logs and moved the button closer to the elevator before covering up the redstone behind it with more deep slate. I continued working on the elevator drop-off area and added in similar details as I had with the mixing area. I placed down lots of barrels and lanterns and added in glowberries and flowers to brighten up the area. In the end, majority of the item vault was covered up with random blocks and the entire space seemed to flow together really nicely, so I was really happy with how it turned out. After looking around, I wanted to add more moving parts to the area just to make it a little bit cooler and decided that chocolate bar production would fit that goal pretty well. I collected a bunch of create blocks like the mechanical press and basin, which are pretty critical to the process of making chocolate bars, and started trying to map out where I wanted them to go next to the elevator. I was really indecisive as per usual and tried tons of combinations of where to put each part, but in the end I figured one just wasn't going to be enough and I'd probably need at least 3 to really make it perfect. I took the elevator up to get more mechanical press and basin, and when I came back I placed down a belt a few blocks back into the wall. I put all 3 basin in a row, ejecting out the back onto the belt and put a mechanical press over each one. I put a single barrel down with a hopper feeding into it and a brass funnel pushing from the belt into that. I wanted both sides of the basin to be bookended by barrels, so the scuffed hopper setup allowed me to do that, and I just covered the mess up with deep slate. I ran a really long fluid pipe all the way from the basin to the chocolate fluid tank and then put down a few water wheels behind the basin to power the belt and mechanical press. After I got everything hooked up and running, I did notice that no chocolate was coming into the basin, so I hooked up 2 additional pumps along the pipe and ran power to both of them from the new water wheels. The chocolate finally made its way to the basin and the press started making chocolate bars, so I took the chance to go and get rid of the second chocolate fluid tank now that I was draining the chocolate buffer and turning it into bars for storage. I spent the rest of the day along with the next day hauling inventory after inventory after inventory of random blocks from the chests that I kept moving around to the storage area. At the end of the second day, I was finally able to get rid of both double chests that had been clogging up the area for way too long. I wanted to make sure the system wouldn't run into any issues after running for extended periods of time, so I sat back and watched the mixers run for majority of the next day. Don't get confused, it definitely wasn't because I was feeling lazy or because I was eating pizza while playing and accidentally got grease all over my keyboard. If that was the case, it would be very, very sad. After verifying the system worked for extended periods of time pretty flawlessly and finishing my pepperoni pizza, I went over to the villagers and did as much trading as possible to both repair my tools and, more importantly, get tons and tons of emeralds. I grabbed all the emeralds I already had and combined with my newly acquired ones, I made over 1.5 stacks of emerald blocks. I knew it wouldn't be nearly enough to make a full emerald beacon, but I wanted to see how the green looked, so I tore up the outer layer of gold on the existing beacon and replaced it with emerald blocks. Right away, I was not a huge fan of how the green looked, mainly because of the block texture and not so much the color, so I switched the beacon back to gold, but set it to give speed too this time. Since I was nearing the end of the 100 days, I didn't want to start a new big project and instead collected the blocks I'd need to finally make a dump chest for the storage room. I dug down behind the stone cutter in the storage room and then dug a long path over to the main belt line feeding into the sorting system. I messed with a few overly complicated cogwheel and gearbox setups to get the rotational power from the main belt to the new belt and eventually settled on a very simple 2 cogwheel setup. I connected the new belt and put a brass funnel ejecting from the new belt onto the main belt line to carry the items back through the system. I ran belts all the way back through the tunnel and transferred rotational power from each belt to the next one using a few gearboxes. I put down a barrel at the end of the last belt and put a smart chute below that so entire item stacks could drop on the belt system at once instead of just 16. I used the next day to clean out all the junk in the overflow chest at the end of the storage system belt line, along with a bunch of the random stuff from the old storage area that had just been sitting there collecting dust. It was definitely a whole lot easier to just toss everything into one barrel and let the automated system do the rest. While I was working, I had noticed that not having haste from the beacon anymore felt pretty bad, but also having speed was pretty nice, so I grabbed my gold helmet and went into the Nether to farm some wither skeleton skulls. I got super lucky, and the first wither skeleton I killed after getting to the fortress dropped me a skull. Normally, this would be super odd for me, but not this time, because in that same day, I managed to get another 2 wither skulls and was already ready to go home and fight the wither. I was feeling good though, and figured the hot streak would keep going, so I spent the next 2 days continuing to kill wither skeletons. While I was waiting for more to spawn, I took the opportunity to start clearing out space in the Nether fortress to try to increase spawn rates. The lava that would randomly spill out everywhere was a bit of a pain to deal with, but after having some wither skeletons spawn in the open area, it was pretty much worth it. Unfortunately, my luck turned after I got greedy, and I only managed to get 1 more wither skull over the 2 days before heading home. After I got back to the base, I dumped all the junk I got into the garbage chest and then swapped out my basically dead gold helmet at this point for my fancy beefcake of a netherite helmet. I grabbed some soul sand along with the leftover strength potion I had and went down into the tunnel bore tunnels to fight the wither. I dug out a tunnel for the fight and stumbled across some diamonds while doing so, which was good because it was probably more exciting than the actual wither fight. I summoned the wither and cheesed the fight with the bow until phase 2, and then just slapped him in the face until they graciously gave me the nether star. And with that, it was day 700. Over the last 700 days, I've transformed this cave into my ideal create mod workshop, but I'm not even close to being finished yet. So over the next 100 days, I'm going to upgrade previous builds and build a massive skull containing a bulk haunter. But before I made any of that, I wanted to put the newly added Create Plus mod to good use by combining my enchanted netherite helmet with my engineer's goggles. Now I could be both an engineer and be properly protected with the super cool added bonus of definitely not looking like an idiot. But regardless of how stupid I did or did not look at the time, I still had work to do, so I crafted a bunch of quartz blocks along with grabbing some other building blocks before beginning to clear out a new area next to the chocolate factory elevator. Once I had a decent chunk carved out, I started laying down quartz blocks to plan where I wanted to build the massive skull that would eventually be the entrance to my bulk haunting setup. I first made the outline of the mouth and then attempted to make the outline of the head. The head outline definitely took a few revisions since initially it was way too skinny and kinda looked vaguely like the guy from the Scream painting, but eventually it looked partially, sort of, kind of semi-acceptable, which was good enough for me at the time. I brought a stone cutter over to the skull and cut some quartz stairs that I then used to add some detail and depth to the mouth. After I finished the lower portion of the mouth, I continued building out the rest of the skull using the stairs and quartz blocks to add additional layers to the face. I spent a super long time trying to get the shape of the nose and eyes correct, which I guess seems appropriate since I also kind of suck the most at drawing those when I'm drawing a face in real life as well. Many iterations later, the skull was finally looking like a skull when I stepped back to take it all in, which I was super happy with. While standing back to look at the skull, I did notice the area around it was a bit, let's just say, messier than I'd like, so I cleared out a lot of the random clay and stone and replaced it with deep slate. I felt like the difference was super noticeable right away since the deep slate contrasted with the quartz really nicely, but when I went to take a look from across the deadly chasm conveniently situated right in the middle of my base, I realized the view was almost completely blocked. I figured it would be a project for future Rage once there was something worth actually seeing on the other side, and returned to finish filling in deep slate around the skull. Once I finished cleaning up the area around the skull, I started digging out a room directly behind the mouth to use for the bulk haunting setup. I wasn't sure exactly how big the room would need to be since I had absolutely zero clue how I wanted to make the bulk haunter, so I only cleared out a small room before heading back to the main area of the base to collect the create blocks I would need. I managed to snag majority of the blocks I would need from my extremely messy create block dump chest, but unfortunately there were still some that needed to be crafted. The main reason I say unfortunately is because if you couldn't already guess, the main block that had to be crafted was the crushing wheel, or 4 to be more exact. So I sat back and drank some water, read a book, caught a quick nap while waiting for the 0.1 RPM mechanical crafter setup to do its thing at record speed. After the crafting was done, I filled some buckets with lava and headed back to the skull. I spent the rest of the day trying to plan out how I wanted any aspect of the bulk haunting setup to actually work, since I wanted it to be both functional and be super over the top and cool, but a lot of times that's easier said than done. The next 3 days were a whole lot of the same, with me me trying my hardest to visualize and then build an overly complex bulk haunter. I won't bore you all with the details since none of this ended up being the actual final setup, but it represented the real-life engineering process quite well. There was a lot of standing around staring at a wall trying to visualize something, lots of redesigning, some amount of reconsidering my life decisions, and just a little bit of crying sprinkled in on the side just for good measure. I came back the next day with a new idea in mind and started out by just tearing down everything I had built and dumped it all in a chest outside the skull. I dug out a 4x4 area in the center of the room and filled in all the random holes in the wall from the old design. Since it was getting a little bit cramped, I cleared out some more space at the back of the room and then dug the 4x4 area deeper to eventually house the bulk haunter. With the general layout of the room ready to go, I went to grab some encased fans from the auto crafting room, but quickly realized the encased fan mechanical crafter wasn't hooked up right and spent the rest of the day fixing it. I let the newly fixed auto crafting system run for a bit, and once I had 16 encased fans, I moseyed back over to the skull. I placed the encased fans in the walls of the 4x4 area with soul sand in front of each one and the entire middle filled with depots to have items bulk haunted on top of. I wanted to use mechanical arms to load and unload the depots, so I spent a while planning out where the arms would need to go to be able to access all the depots. After seeing the slightly disappointing range of the mechanical arms, I planned to split the setup into 2 parts and mirror it right across the middle, so I went back to my extremely slow mechanical crafters and made 4 more crushing wheels. I needed more space to work with yet again, so I cleared out another layer on both sides of the room. I fiddled with a few designs for the sand generation, but settled on 2 sets of stacked crushing wheels with a barrel below them to store the sand in. I put down a chute to collect the sand in the barrel and used a brass funnel to eject the sand out of the front of the barrel onto a depot. I was pretty happy with how the design was looking, so I duplicated the exact same build directly on the other side of the room. With the sand generation done, it was time to get some cobble fit into it, so I put down a chute over the top set of crushing wheels with a mechanical drill set to break the block directly over it. I dug into the wall next to the chute and put down some stairs to hold the cobblestone generator water, and then put the lava above the chute. If I'm being honest, the setup really wasn't anything fancy, but it seemed relatively clean to me, so I duplicated the exact same thing on the other side of the room yet again. The logical next step was to power everything and see if it even worked, so I cleared out some space next to the crushing wheels on both sides of the room and built a 3 long water wheel setup on each side. I started out by connecting the crushing wheels to the power by putting gearboxes behind each wheel and then running a belt right up the wall behind them. Once I checked they were running in the correct direction, I started trying to bring the power over to the mechanical arms and the encased fans. I put a line of encased chain drives behind the encased fans so I could easily make all of them spin in the same direction, but it still took me ages to get the correct direction of rotational power even going into those chain drives. I'd hook something up, walk in front of the fans, and every single time they would break my heart by pulling me in instead of pushing me away, which now that I think of it seems kinda backwards. After I got the first side of fans working, I used the same setup to get the other side spinning in the correct direction as well, which gave me a much needed but completely fake confidence boost. The last 2 pieces of the puzzle were the 2 remaining sides of encased fans, so I ran another long line of encased chain drives behind the fans on the back wall, and right as I connected them, the system overstressed. My extremely elegant solution to this problem was simply to just throw more water wheels at it, so I added on 1 additional water wheel, and on a positive note, the system started running again. But on a negative note, the fans were going in the wrong direction again, which I should have just assumed would happen, because why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it happen? I used an extra gearbox going into the encased chain drives to flip the direction, and then, you guessed it, repeated the same exact process on the other side. Unfortunately, as some of you keen observers may have noticed, I did miss one critical piece of the system, powering the drills, so I pillared my way up to the ceiling and flipped the drill from one side of the chute to the other. I used a gearbox and some cogwheels to get power up to the drill, and then placed down the water where the drill used to be and the lava again above the chute. I reconnected the rotational power, and once I saw sand on the depot, I knew I was good to do the same exact thing to the other side. I also picked up the inputting mechanical arms and properly set their inputs and outputs, along with lighting the soul fires to start converting sand into soul sand. Majority of the technical work was done, but I couldn't forget the flint and clay that I saw in the barrel, so I slapped a smart chute down under each barrel with a flint and clay filter and put lava below it to avoid overflowing. I also had to store the soul sand somewhere, so I put down 2 barrels on the back wall with funnels inputting from depots, and then set the inputs and outputs of the outputting mechanical arms correctly. To finish off the build, I covered the bulk haunting area in glass and stood back to watch the mechanical arms fly all over the place. Eventually, I did get bored of watching the mechanical arms flinging themselves around like the arms of the inflatable guys outside a used car lot, and started clearing out the dump chest that I had outside the skull. I used the remainder of the day to do a ton of trading to repair all my tools. At this point, it was getting a little bit difficult to remember which of the villagers I had traded with and which I hadn't, so I added some form of automated villager trading to my to-do list for a future video. I spent the next 3 days overhauling the walls outside the skull to make it look old and kind of overgrow. I used a mix of stone, cobble, and mossy cobblestone, along with deep slate, cobbled deep slate, and my patented moss block technology to really bring the entire area to life. Once I got the initial layer of blocks down, I went through and put vines growing down the skull, glowberries hanging from the ceiling, and even included some leaf blocks to add in a slightly different shade of green. When I stepped back to take it all in, I was actually amazed I was the one who built it, since this quickly became my favorite build in the entire series. With the outside done, it was time for me to decorate the bulk haunting area inside the skull, so I tore up the floor and replaced it with deep slate tiles lining the outside of the room and polished andesite covering the rest. I wasn't really thrilled with how the floor was looking, but I figured maybe finishing the walls would help, so I mined up some of the walls and put spruce logs in the corners with deep slate tiles lining the entrance. After a good night's sleep both in-game and in real life, I decided the current interior design sucked. I tore up the entire floor I had placed down the day before and replaced it with the same overgrown cave block palette that I used outside the skull. Once the floor was done, I tore down the partially completed walls and instead used the overgrown cave blocks there as well. I chose to use oak logs in the quarters over spruce because I felt like it better matched the lighter stone and cobblestone colors and would also pair nicely with the inevitable heaps of barrels that I would use to decorate the room. I even made a conscious decision of not having all the oak log supports in the corners identical to make the room look more like a real abandoned, overgrown kind of cave. With the base layer complete, I crafted a bunch of slabs and did a second pass through the room to replace some of the full blocks in the floor with slabs for a bit of added depth. It seemed like such a small change when I was doing it, but standing back to look at the whole room once I was done showed it was well worth the time. I was so thrilled with how much better the room looked from adding the slabs that I made a third pass through with stairs to give even more variation to the floor. I also used spruce trap doors and the oak supports in the corners to help break up their texture and color a little bit. I even added in a shelf above the water wheels and used a pot with a flowering azalea in it and a wither skull to decorate it. Seeing how nice the shelf looked, I added in another 2 small shelves over the other water wheels and also decorated those with pots and flowers. I finished off the detailing for the time being by adding in a few lanterns on the shelves to help light up the room without needing torches. Next on the to-do list was the disgusting ceiling that had yet to be touched, so I pillared up and started clearing it out, which proved to be a little bit of a pain with all the water occasionally spilling out from the cobblestone generator. I ended up replacing the ceiling with, you guessed it, the same block palette as the outside of the skull and the inside floor and the inside walls. To make it a bit less boring, I gave the ceiling a few layers rather than leaving it completely flat, which meant it took a little bit longer to clear out, but also looked way nicer. I wanted to continue improving the ceiling, so I slapped down a bunch of leaves because leaves are awesome, and also because, I mean, why not? I also took the opportunity to move the soul sand storage barrels back 1 block since the back wall was finally done. This meant resetting the mechanical arms inputs and outputs, and this time I didn't use depots since I actually needed to have the arms input directly into brass funnels if I wanted to filter for only soul sand. I guess on top of being annoying, the water spilling everywhere also managed to put out the soul fires, so once everything else was fixed, I relit all the fires and everything seemed to be working again. At this point, I was super happy with how the room was turning out, but the torches sitting everywhere were bothering me, so I hung a bunch of lanterns from the ceiling to fully light up the room. I may have gotten a little bit carried away again and decided to add stairs to the walls as well. Apparently, now I'm just addicted to detailing, so what, just sue me. Sue me. After all the lanterns were down, I removed the torches inside and made my way outside the skull to cover all the torches that were out there using the moss trick. By the end of the day, the build no longer used any torches, which was a huge win. Since the build was now finished, I took a few trips back and forth to the storage room to clean out my inventory and the dump chest that I had full of random building blocks. While I was running back and forth, I noticed the charcoal chest fueling the steam boilers bars was a little bit low, which I figured was from me being too far away and not having the tree farm loaded for majority of the time. To fix this issue and to try to avoid having to painfully restart the steam boilers, I spent the next 2 days bone mealing saplings at the tree farm to try to give a nice backlog of charcoal that should ideally hold me over until I could come up with a more permanent fix. Along with not being in range of the tree farm while working, I also noticed I wasn't in range of my beacon, so I decided to fill the area behind the iron generator and make a second beacon. It took a lot of cobbled deep slate to flatten out the entire area, and once that was done, I planned where the beacon would go and dug up to the surface so it would have visibility to the sky. I built the beacon out of iron this time instead of gold, since I wanted to eventually make one of every kind of beacon in the base, and I set this one to give haste too because I miss being a speed miner. I then went on a huge detailing spree using moss carpets, and very much shrubbery because there was way too much cobbled deep slate, and everyone knows I'm both the cobbled deep slate guy and the moss guy. While I was working on the beacon, it bothered me that the skull that I had worked so hard on still wasn't very visible, so right when I finished, I started hacking into the stone hanging from the ceiling in front of the skull. I also made good use of my new haste buff and cleared out the mess of rocks jutting up next to the beacon. Nearly everything was looking good, except there were some vines still in the way, so I pillared all the way up to the ceiling and got rid of those as well. The skull was looking so good that I wanted to continue working on it and make it more than just a bulk haunting setup, so I started clearing out another room behind the storage barrels. Once I had a decent sized room cleared out, I ran back to the main part of the base to collect a bunch of create blocks to make a washing setup to turn all the excess soul sand into nether quartz. Majority of the blocks I needed were in my create dump chest, but I did have to resupply some of the barrels in the auto crafting room to get the rest of what I needed. I started out the washing setup by putting down 2 short belts behind the soul sand barrels with brass funnels pulling items onto the belt and depots on the other end. I spent some time trying to plan out how to use a mechanical arm to pull items off the depots, but eventually just gave up on that and made the belt where the soul sand would eventually be washed. My goal was to have a small waterfall flowing behind and under the belt, so I dug out the path for the waterfall leading to a pool on the other side of the room. The room still felt a bit boring though, so I dug out an alcove above the waterfall for another small pool that the waterfall would flow from, and made the pool it would flow into even deeper. And if you're confused by what I just said there, that's probably fair because as I'm recording it, I'm confused a little bit too. With the shape of the room done, I dumped my entire inventory in a chest, filled it up again with building blocks, and went to town over the next 2 days decorating the back room with a similar style to the rest of the skull build. I returned to the technical aspect of the build by yet again trying to figure out how to move the soul sand from the barrels to the belt in a semi-cool way. The mechanical arm just seemed way too in the way since it would have to be right at the doorway, so my next thought was to use weighted ejectors to just fling the items on over. It did seem a little bit difficult to plan the whole thing out without any rotational power for testing, so I cleared out some space at the lower pool and put down 3 water wheels with a waterfall running over them to generate power for the entire room. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but my room now had 2 waterfalls when some people's rooms have 0. So how about them apples? I spent the next 2 days trying everything I could think of to get the weighted ejectors to work. I brought the rotational power from the water wheels over to the barrels and spent forever trying to figure out a good way to power the weighted ejectors. Unfortunately, their power input is super limited, and with blocks going in one side, my only option was to input power on the side next to the water, which looked absolutely horrible. Eventually, I got so annoyed I gave up and started hooking up the rotational power to the washing belt and the fans. Once those were both working, I put down some barrels with a brass funnel to store the nether quartz in once it was washed. Much like earlier, a good night's sleep in-game and in real life gave me a new idea, so I tore down the belts and funnels for the item output, along with a fair bit of the rotational power transportation running underground. I placed an encased fan below the washing belt with chutes above it that the soul sand would be pushed up. I changed the chutes to have glass since it would look super cool, and made a belt system underground, pushing the soul sand into the lowest chute using a brass funnel. I put a brass funnel ejecting from the top chute onto the washing belt and finished running the underground belt system to the soul sand barrels with smart chutes under each to drop a controlled amount of soul sand at a time. At this point, the system was fully set up, so I watched it run for a bit and there didn't seem to be any major issues, which is always a good thing. I spent the rest of the day styling the room's messy walls and floor and mined out more of the back wall to make the room a little bit less panic-inducing for people with claustrophobia. While I was working, I realized I shouldn't convert all my soul sand into nether quartz, so I grabbed some stockpile switches and dug down to put limits on each each of the chutes. My keen observation skills allowed me to see I was missing a smart chute, so I placed it down and figured I could probably wash more than one piece at a time, so I set both chutes to instead drop 16 soul sand. I put a filter for gold nuggets and nether quartz on the final brass funnel just in case any soul sand didn't get properly washed, and then sat back to make sure stacks of 16 could in fact be washed in time. After a few minutes, I was feeling pretty confident there wouldn't be any issues, so I returned to the barrels and put a stockpile switch behind each one to read its soul sand levels. I realized pretty quickly that normal redstone wouldn't work for two adjacent chutes, so instead I used redstone links with different frequencies to wirelessly relay the signal a single block. Kinda stupid, but it worked. I set each stockpile switch to make soul sand drop when the barrels were 75% full and stop when they reached 50% full. With all that set, I yet again sat back to watch the process and verify the redstone functioned as planned, since a lot of times it definitely does not. Eventually, the flow of soul sand stopped due to the redstone, which meant it was working properly. This meant the technical portion of the build was completely finished, so I spent the next 3 days adding in additional decorations to the washing area, much like I had in the haunting room. Everything was coming together, but I ran out of leaves, so I had to make a quick trip to the tree farm to burn through a pair of shears and get a few stacks of leaves. I figured 3 stacks of leaves was probably sufficient for like maybe one more room, so I returned to the washing room and finished decorating. My final plan for the room was to have a train at the back heading up to the surface where I would have a mob farm, so I mined up the floor at the back wall and put down polished andesite where the tracks would eventually go. I ended up having to clear further back since it didn't seem like enough room for a train, which meant dealing with a huge pool of water again, but thankfully my new fancy goggle helmet combo with respiration made it a little bit easier. I raised the polished andesite 1 block, added in slabs going up, and finished off the area for the time being by putting down the tracks in the train station. On my way back to the main base, I did a quick check of the fuel chest for the steam boilers, and again I noted it was basically empty, which was a big problem. I decided it was finally time to fix the issue once and for all, and filled some buckets up with lava to do some testing. I collected a mechanical arm, depot, and some blaze burners so I could see how fueling them with lava buckets would even work. I slapped down a depot, a blaze burner, and a mechanical arm next to the steam boilers and did my test run, which showed the mechanical arm would hold the empty bucket unless given an output suitable for said bucket. After seeing the functionality of the mechanical arm with the lava bucket, I had an idea in mind, so I collected all the dripstone and create fluid components that I had, along with doing a large crafting session to make even more fluid pipes, pumps, and a lot of cauldrons. With all the blocks ready to go, I used hoppers to make a buffer for each fuel depot and tore down the entire belt system, bringing excess wood over to the steam boilers. With the area next to the boilers now open, I figured it would be a great place to put the new lava generator, so I cleared out a small chunk of the wall, filled in the walls with cobbled deep slate, and then put down tons of cauldrons with pipes below each one to eventually pump out the lava. I tried fiddling with the design a bit, but eventually just went back to the original and connected a pump pushing into a spout over a depot where the buffer chest used to be. The basic layout of the lava generator was done, so I started putting down dripstone over each cauldron, but it kinda looked off since the ceiling was super low. I decided to raise the ceiling by 1 block, but ended up accidentally raising it too much, which also looked weird. Thankfully, I managed to get it right on the 3rd try and was able to clear out the space above the dripstone to start putting down lava. I carefully filled in the area with lava by blocking out sections at a time, since I had to keep running up to the original lava generator to refill each bucket. It took a few trips, but I was able to finish it off relatively quickly and patched up the area in hopes I'd really never have to touch it again. I finished off the day by attempting to map out how weighted ejectors could throw the empty buckets back to the belt system, but yet again I was bested by the weighted ejectors and decided to just come back to the idea later. The next logical step was to get everything hooked up and running, so I ran rotational power from the steam boilers over to the belts and ejectors, and everything was relatively simple to connect. Hooking up the pump was super easy as well, since I could pull directly from the belt and just had to flip the pump direction manually. The only downside of all this being so easy was I pretty quickly had to return to the weighted ejector situation, which I fiddled with for the rest of the day. By the end of the day, I had a relatively satisfactory setup that used a depot with a filtered brass funnel to input into the weighted ejector. I didn't want to have the steam boilers shut off, so I cleared out everything and quickly picked up and reset the mechanical arms inputs and outputs on each boiler to use the new weighted ejector along with the old depot. Everything seemed to go smoothly, so then I just sat back to wait for a bucket to be used to verify everything worked. It took nearly an entire day for a bucket to be used because the blaze burners had to fully burn down first, but eventually Eventually, one was consumed and everything worked flawlessly. It looked super cool with buckets flying everywhere, but because I forgot to put in more buckets for a backlog, the system pretty quickly shut off and I had to manually start it back up again, which is always such a massive pain. I made sure to put in more buckets in the loop once it was back up and running to try to avoid it shutting off again, and finished off the day by sorting all the junk from my inventory in the dump chest that I was using. I spent the next 3 days decorating the train tracks in the back of the washing room like an abandoned mine shaft. I had to tear up the old polished andesite and expand the area even further back into the wall so I had room to work, but once I got the oak support beams up, I knew it was gonna look perfect. I decorated the walls only using stone, cobblestone, and andesite, and brought the ceiling down to the support beams so it looked like they were actually helping hold it up. I also wanted to use cobwebs, but didn't have any anywhere, so I took a lengthy trip to some nearby abandoned mine shafts and collected a whole bunch before returning back to the base. I finished off the train tracks by placing down arguably a few too many of the cobwebs that I had just collected, along with chains and lanterns and barrels. I had no idea what kind of train I would even be able to fit in here, if any, but that didn't matter because it looked so good. With the new area looking relatively complete, I started digging a tunnel up to the surface since I wanted whatever train I made to actually go above ground. It was a bit of a pain at the start since my arch nemesis, large pool of water, made a startling appearance yet again. It took a long time to clear out the tunnel because the ceiling needed to be super high, but at the end of the day, I thought I had a genius idea. I gave up on mining the tunnel for a bit and collected tons of create blocks so I could make a train and see if it was possible to just lift the train straight up on the tracks using a rope pulley. I cleared out extra space behind the train station and made a super quick makeshift train for testing purposes. I placed down some additional tracks and glued everything together before attempting to hand crank a rope pulley. Unfortunately, nothing moved, not even an inch, and every iteration of the design I tried had the same exact result, which meant the super cool idea was a little bit of a bust. I returned to mining the tunnel to the surface the next day, and honestly, it was pretty boring. Thankfully, I managed to break through at some point in the night and was pretty darn excited to be done. On my way back down the tunnel to go catch a quick nap, I noticed I had accidentally messed up the tunnel pattern, but decided to fix it later when I was running the train tracks all the way up. After another good night's sleep, I returned to the tunnel and started running the train tracks all the way up to the surface. The process was slightly annoying since I had to go at it in 25 track increments, but it was nicer than using minecart rails, so I guess I'll take it. When I got to my little mistake, I placed an additional layer of stone down on each step to fix it, and then connected the rest of the tracks when it was all done. Leveling the tracks off at the surface was also kind of odd, but I quickly fixed the issue and then ran down the tunnel to give the scuffed train a quick test drive. While the train worked perfectly, there was a little bit of an issue with the tunnel, so I made my way back down the tunnel another time, shaving one layer off the roof on every step so it wouldn't try to kill me. Now that I had a way to the surface, it was time to start setting up the mob farm, so I collected lots of stone and crafted up a few observers, dispensers, and a lot of redstone repeaters. I also wanted to make some scaffolding, so I bone mealed a bunch of bamboo and crushed down wool in the ore processor to get some strength. I figured nearly a stack of scaffolding would be sufficient for the time being to keep you all from cringing while watching me build. With my inventory full, I rode the train to the surface and spent the next 2 days working on designing the mob farm. Initially, I chopped down some trees and leveled out a small area right next to the train tracks where I started building the mob farm that I had seen a cookie god make so many times in his videos. In relatively classic Rage fashion, I changed my mind as I was about to finish the first layer of the mob farm and just tore it all down before choosing to instead copy Shulkercraft's mob farm. I won't bore you guys with all the details because you've probably already learned how to make it, or you could go watch a video on how to make it if you want to, but I basically just dug a big hole in the ground. Unfortunately, at some point during that process, I killed the pillager and figured I would get rid of the debuff later. Little did I know I was making a huge mistake. I went back down into the base for some reason that I can't even remember anymore while I'm recording this because I was being so stupid, and right as I got to the storage room, a raid was triggered. I immediately freaked out because I have quite literally never done a raid before in my entire Minecraft career, and I ran around the base expecting it to just be flooded with pillagers in no time, but nothing was there. I guess they were all on the surface waiting for me, which was better than being cornered by them in a cave, so I geared up and made the possibly dumb decision of taking the elevator up to the surface. Thankfully, the entire raid wasn't guarding the top of the elevator, and instead, they were all huddled in a random spot by the beacon light, which made fighting them pretty interesting. On one hand, it was super nice because none of them really attacked me, but on the other hand, it was also a huge pain because none of them could be lured away from the rest of the herd. The entire raid wasn't super difficult, it was just extremely extremely annoying because every time I walked too far to the north, my game would crash due to a create bug from a specific funnel loading in. I think I crashed roughly 4 times by the end of the raid, but that equaled the number of totems I got, so I guess it all kind of evened out in the end. I wanted to make use of the Hero of the Village buff after the raid, so I did a bunch of trading with the villagers down in the base. Most of the bonus gifts that I got were total junk, but I held on to them just for a little bit so the villagers wouldn't feel bad that I didn't like their stone shovel or stone pickaxe gift. When I finished trading, I noticed the steam boilers had stopped yet again for some reason, which I eventually chalked up to needing even more buckets in the system and the fact that I repeatedly crashed and unloaded lots of chunks during the raid. I manually restarted the system, which was actually pretty easy this time, and then loaded way more buckets onto the belt. It was nearly time to return to working on the mob farm after the quite rude interruption from the pillagers, so I filled my inventory back up with the necessary supplies and crafted all the soul campfires, hoppers, and fence gates that I would need for the killing chamber. The initial design would have just dropped the mobs to their death, but the new one burned them to death, which seemed like a more elegant, albeit smelly solution. I spent the next 4 days assembling the killing chamber, the platforms, and the roof of the mob farm. I had to make a few trips back down to the base to get more building materials since I really underestimated the amount of stone bricks the build would take, but I was able to quickly leach a few stacks of cobblestone from the gold generators each time and then smelt them in my OG bulk smelter. Once all the platforms and the roof were built, I wired up the redstone timer on the roof and placed down the observers on each platform that would trigger the dispensers with water buckets. After the redstone was done, I filled in the bottom layer with water, which was extremely annoying and time consuming since I only had 2 buckets left after putting one in each dispenser. Once the water was done, I felt like I'd aged 10 years, and I finished off the mob farm by building up the walls to make it completely dark inside. For the most part, this was pretty mindless, but there were some trees that got in my way, and I'm actually really sad to say that I got bested by one and somehow knocked into the mob farm from an inanimate object. In an extremely satisfying end to the build though, I finished off the wall with the last stone brick that I had in my inventory and then hauled the dump chest back down to the base. I sorted all the junk from the dump chest and used up nearly all of my charcoal to craft an entire inventory of torches so I could try to make the new mob farm semi-functional. To save myself the headache, I downloaded a light level mod and enabled it to show where I needed to place torches, which was extremely useful and allowed me to just shut off my brain and spam torches everywhere like a monkey randomly flinging its poo in every direction without a single care in the world. The first 3 days were spent mostly on the surface, lighting up the entire spawning area around the mob farm, but I did occasionally dip down into caves that I stumbled across because I really wanted to make the mob farm not totally awful. Once the surface was sufficiently lit up, I started trying to find large caves nearby that I could also light up, which involved a lot of digging around randomly until I stumbled across an absolutely massive cave system. I did my best to light up the cave system over the next 2 days, but it was so big and had so many paths that I got carried away and likely left a lot of the cave unlit. It's definitely an enormous task to light up the new large caves compared to the old ones, so I was sufficiently happy with my progress at the end of day 784 and dug up to the surface from the abandoned mine shaft that I had ended up in. At this point, I was really nervous because if the mob farm didn't function at all, I had just wasted a ton of my time making it and lighting everything up. So I sat a bit of a ways away from the farm and spent the whole day just watching the yellow markers pop up on the minimap to indicate that mobs were spawning and then being killed. As the sun set, I checked the drops, and while it wasn't anything crazy, it was better than nothing and would only get better as I lit more up. While I was in the collection room, the water sounded a bit off, so before I slept, I pillared up to the roof and quickly realized I forgot to set half the repeaters to their max setting, which was really messing up the water timing. I fixed the problem, and we're all just gonna pretend that that little mistake massively screwed up the rates of my farm, and really, it's like a 4,000 item an hour farm like all those pros make. I went back down into the base and sorted all the random blocks I got from the caving, including some diamonds, and noticed there was cobblestone all over the ground near my gold and iron generators. I figured this was probably due to me constantly unloading and then reloading the same chunks while running around on the surface, so I collected it and even fixed a backup that it had created in my gold generator by clogging up one of the lanes. I also took out a bunch of andesite from the full andesite generator and then restarted it since it can get pretty messed up if the chest gets completely filled up. The next 2 days are a perfect example of why I need to automate casing crafting, since I spent them making an obscene amount of andesite casing for my next project. I spent nearly an entire day placing down logs a stack at a time and then stripping them before starting on the next layer. Once the logs were all placed down, I spent the entire next day converting the stripped logs to andesite casing and picking them up with my wrench 1 layer at a time. By the end of the second day, I had 11 stacks of andesite casing, which would probably maybe be enough for my final project. I took my newly made stacks and stacks of andesite casing to the auto crafting room and started loading up the barrels for one of my largest crafting sessions I had ever done. I had to make a lot more andesite alloy since I had just burned through majority of my stockpile making the casing, and while the mixers worked on that, I polished a bunch of rose quartz. I loaded all the additional materials into the auto crafting room and did some random chores around the base while things were being crafted. After a while, I checked on the progress and decided to finish off the day by manually crafting the remaining deployers since I had everything else that I would need. With stacks and stacks of drills and deployers and chassis, I went into the Nether and down the tunnel leading to my ancient debris mine. I cleared out some additional space in the tunnel and started assembling the back of a basic tunnel bore using linear chassis and some deployers. Don't be fooled though, this wouldn't be just any tunnel bore. It would eventually be the largest tunnel bore ever, with the goal of mining a netherite beacon worth of ancient debris. To accomplish this goal, I made a massive front face to the tunnel bore using linear chassis, then made all of them sticky and slapped down a deployer on each one. I set the deployer's filters to netherrack and put drills in front of every deployer, except the very outer ones that would maintain a shell around the tunnel to protect from lava. I slapped a plow on the back and added a bunch of chests to store all the goods and set the tunnel bore off. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring one of the billion stacks of torches that I had, so I stopped the tunnel bore pretty quickly, went back to the base to get torches, and returned to the Nether with both the torches and a portable storage interface. I slapped the portable storage interface on the side of the tunnel bore to make unloading it a lot easier, and set it off yet again to mine me some ancient debris. Over the next 2 days, I followed the tunnel bore, lighting up the massive tunnel and at least trying my best to avoid the lava, which became pretty difficult at times. I figured the next time I upgraded the tunnel bore, I would add in a similar tunnel in the middle that would be a little bit smaller to avoid the lava issue that stemmed from gravel messing up the lava removal deployers. Eventually, the chests were completely full, so I picked up the tunnel bore with my wrench and made my way back through the tunnel. I had to fight a lot of mobs on my way back, and it definitely got a bit dicey at times, but I managed to make it back at the end of day 798 with just enough time to spare. After getting some sleep to clear up the disgusting rain, I took the tunnel bore up to the surface and placed it down in an open area to start unloading it. I put down a second portable storage interface with a brass funnel for outputting ancient debris and another for dumping all the other junk. I turned the cart assembler on and out came my ancient debris haul, which ended up being 28 total. It wasn't anything too special just yet, but I plan to make the bore a lot bigger in the future. I also ended up switching the filters to drop nether quartz and gold nuggets with the ancient debris and destroyed all the other random blocks with lava. Once the unloading finished, I took all the goodies down into the base and bulk smelted the ancient debris into netherite scraps. I was able to use those to make 7 netherite ingots, which was at least a start, but I plan to get a lot more the next time. And with that, it was day 800. Another 100 days were done, and this time I managed to make a pretty awesome bulk haunter inside a massive skull. I wanted to check out the new create update and started out by looking at the new gear. While I was getting ready to craft the new netherite armor, I noticed my helmet was just completely missing, and also that one of my villagers had somehow been turned into a zombie. I'll admit, both things were mildly concerning, but I figured I'd deal with it later and instead just crafted the diving boots, back tank, and diving helmet to upgrade my current armor. I also had to make new engineer's goggles for the helmet, and finally the helmet itself. I made a basic protection 4 Unbreaking 3 diamond helmet, upgraded it to netherite, and then combined all the armor into its new fancy create version. After putting everything on, I'll admit I was a little bit less than enthused by how it looked, but that was mostly because of the random goggles on top from the Create Goggles mod. Apparently, convenience does in fact come at a price. I figured while I was at it, I might as well give you all what you've been asking for, so I finally grabbed all the materials and crafted a toolbox. I started the process of curing the Donny Bob's villager, even though I thought he looked better like this than he normally does, and then I went to the auto crafting room to get some water wheels to fix all the broken stuff in my base. I didn't think 9 water wheels would be enough, so I loaded up the auto crafter with more materials and manually converted some of the 9 water wheels into the new large versions to generate more stress capacity. I returned to the crafting room, loaded some cogwheels into my toolbox, and noticed the water wheel crafting had failed. Turns out it was because the recipe had changed since I last played, so I removed the unnecessary mechanical crafters and changed the brass funnel filters to match the new recipe. I reattached the mechanical arm, removed all the other random blocks that weren't needed anymore, and once I confirmed the new recipe worked, I covered everything back up. I wanted to check on other issues in the auto crafting room, but the most important thing by far was checking if the bug of not being able to put a brass funnel on a placard was fixed yet. Turns out it wasn't. Thankfully, my attention was quickly drawn away from the empty placard to the display board that wasn't updating properly. Turns out it was because it wasn't getting enough speed since the existing water wheels had been downgraded, so I pillared up to the ceiling and dug back to the now outdated power source. I replaced the old water wheel setup with a more compact one that geared up the rotational power 2 times before inputting it into the display board. I spent the entire next day doing trial runs of every single auto crafting setup in the room to make sure there weren't any other issues like the water wheels that needed to be fixed. Unfortunately, the auto crafting was still extremely slow since the windmills powering each setup were moving at a snail's pace, so I decided one day I'd eventually hook everything up to the steam engine setup, just not today. Since I was working on the auto crafting room anyway and the overall supply was a little bit low, I decided it would be a good time to load up each setup with a large amount of raw materials so tons of stuff could be crafted while I did other work. I had to make a couple trips back and forth from the storage room and the bulk mixing area, but I was able to pretty easily fill up most of the materials. Sadly, the biggest problem for me was the polished rose quartz, since I had plenty of quartz but basically zero redstone to my name. With almost every auto crafting setup running, it was finally time for me to fix everything the 0.5.1 update broke, mainly with the water wheel changes. I started out by removing the water wheels I placed down in the very first episode of the series, next to my super slow pressing and mixing setup. I cleared out a bit more room, replaced the gearboxes with cogwheels to gear up the rotational power, and placed down 2 large water wheels. They actually looked super nice since they filled out the space a lot better than the regular water wheels, but unfortunately, even gearing the rotational power up an additional time didn't bring it up to the minimum requirement for the mixer to run. I didn't want to cop out and just use a rotation speed controller for everything, so instead I tore down the back wall of the setup, made a complete mess of cogwheels to gear it up to the proper speed, and then just covered everything up with andesite casing to make it not look totally awful. Over the next 4 days, I checked out every single build in the entire base to see if it had been impacted by the recent update. I had to move where the dump chute was on the old iron generator since it had become backed up by fish jumping out of the water and dying on it, but that had been a problem since day 1, so I can't really blame it on the update. I also had to make adjustments to the bulk blasting setup since the fans no longer reached down to the depots due to the decreased speed. The biggest change I had to make was with the storage system since all the mechanical arms stopped working. I removed all the old water wheels, cleared out more space for the new large ones, and verified the sorting was back up and running once I hooked it all back up. While the system was sorting the massive backlog of items that hadn't moved since I joined the world, I checked the remaining builds and eventually made the last fix, which was for the chocolate factory. Unfortunately, I didn't have any space to put in the new large water wheels or add in more normal ones, so instead I just tacked on a few behind the scenes until the system had enough stress capacity to start running again. That's also when I noticed my elevator that were powered by water wheels were now intolerably slow. With all the base upgrades and fixes done, I was finally able to spend the next 2 days completely tearing down the old, super inefficient zombie spawner XP farm. I'd say it was a bittersweet moment, but this farm was really my single blemish left on the world, so having a chance to tear it down and build it back 10 times better was really just sweet. After the whole area was a clean slate, I used cobbled deep slate to reshape the room around the zombie spawner and filled the entire thing with water streams to carry the zombies just far enough from the spawner to allow it to keep spawning. Turns out fancier isn't always better, and water is just as good if not better than the create options. Once I got the zombies funneled down to a single spot, I sat back for a while and let them spawn just to make sure they were far enough out of the spawner's range to not prevent it from spawning more. Once I felt a sufficient number of zombies had spawned to prove it worked, I killed them all, but then almost immediately got worried again that I could still somehow be wrong, so I opened up the spawning room this time to actually watch the zombies spawn in groups with my own 2 eyes. Don't ask me why I did this because I really don't know why, other than if this was somehow too close, it would break the entire build and end up as bad as the spawner was that I just tore down. Eventually, I felt this trial was also a success, so I disabled the spawner, killed the zombies, and went to start crafting what I'd need to make the fully automated XP farm. The next day was mostly just a crafting day where I made tons and tons of copper casing, which I would never actually need, a single disenchanter, which would be like 50% of the XP farm, and then a billion fluid tanks to store all the experience in. Spoiler alert, much like the copper casing, I definitely wouldn't need this many fluid tanks, but it seems in the moment Rage has a bit of an overcompensation issue, so... During my crafting session, I noticed my oak logs weren't refilling very quickly in my storage room chest, so I took a quick trip over to check on the tree farm, but everything seemed to be working fine, so I assumed my belt system was just running even slower now, thanks to the water wheel change, and that the logs would get there eventually. I returned to the zombie spawner and spent the next 2 days trying to plan out how I wanted the entire setup to work. I started out by putting down a deployer to kill the zombies, since mobs killed by it would drop experience nuggets every time, unlike the crushing wheels or drills, which would only occasionally drop them. I ended up dropping the floor down 1 block and put down a brass funnel to output the drops onto a depot. I set up 2 mechanical arms to pick up the drops from the depot and put them onto belts on either side of the room, one for disenchanting and one for repairing the broken sword from the deployer with a spout full of experience. I finished off the area by mapping out where I would put 3 massive fluid tanks in the back of the room, but right before the day ended, I tore them down since I didn't really love the layout after stepping back and looking at all of it. Turns out I actually didn't like majority of my entire first attempt to lay out the setup, so I tore almost all of it down except for the deployer and made a new version with a single belt off one side, feeding into 2 belts, one for repairing and one for disenchanting. I put down the 3 large fluid tanks on the opposite side of the room and planned to use brass tunnels to filter what items went to which belt. I wanted to start getting things moving so I could better visualize what I was working with, so I put down 2 large water wheels in the back of the room and ran them to a rotation speed controller under the deployer. I got the deployer hooked up to the rotational power and then connected all the belts, and thankfully it was a lot more basic than most builds and didn't really take too long. Unfortunately, the worst thing ever happened right as I hooked up the last belt, since I hadn't properly set my filter yet. My OP sword the deployer was holding came out onto the belt, and because my inventory was full, I wasn't able to grab it before it went on the disenchanter and lost everything. I literally don't think I've ever been so disappointed in myself before in this entire series. After the massive mistake I was blaming solely on the filter and not myself, my mind was set on fixing it so it would never happen again. I spent the next 3 days standing around trying to figure out how to set up the filter for the funnel coming off the deployer to pull out all the mob drops and also the netherite sword, but only when it was about to break and had to be repaired. I tried using a combination of regular filters with attribute filters nested inside them and did tons of trial and error, but couldn't quite figure out how to get all of it from one output. And you may all be saying, oh, why didn't you just use more than one output? Well, that's because we don't take the easy way out in this cave. Once we commit to something, we do it, no matter how stupid or pointless or quite literally impossible it may be. Eventually, I needed a mental break from the battle with the filter, so I ran the fluid piping from the disenchanter to the spout for repairing, and then all the way to the fluid tanks for storing the excess experience. I even tried to make a cool, intentionally messy pipe design going to each of the fluid tanks so it would look less clean. I hooked up a single pump to the pipes and ran rotational power to it from the belts. The experience seemed to be making it to the spout just fine, but I had to wait until it filled up to see if it would make it to the tanks. Since the entire skeleton of the setup was now running, I put down a chest at the end of the front belt to collect any random items or gear that had been disenchanted. I put a smart chute under it and set the filter so it only saved iron ingots and carrots for the time being. Once I confirmed the filter worked properly, I put down lava under it and covered everything up. I also realized there was no way I was going to need 3 massive fluid tanks to store the experience with how much each nugget gave, so I tore down all the piping and 2 of the tanks. I reconnected the piping to the single remaining fluid tank, which would still be wickedly overkill for the experience I'd be generating. The last piece of the puzzle, other than the filter, which I still hadn't figured out, was getting the repaired sword back into the deployer to continue being used. I grabbed some random create blocks from around the base and started out by putting chutes above the deployer to drop the sword down. I made both chutes into the glass version because they just look way cooler, and put a belt next to them that would feed into the top chute. I connected the belt to rotational power and put a brass funnel feeding into the top chute. I set a weighted ejector to throw items onto the end of the belt feeding into the deployer, and then put that down at the end of the item repairing belt. Since direction of rotation didn't matter, I just slapped down 2 cogwheels and the sword return setup was complete. Or so I thought. I tested the ejector with a carrot and it bounced right off the ceiling, so I adjusted the positioning of the fluid pipes and cleared out a bit more of the ceiling, which seemed to fix the problem. I spent the next 2 days trying my hardest to figure out what filter setup I could use to make this single output work. Unfortunately, because the zombies can drop enchanted items, and those items can also be swords, it makes filtering a lot more difficult. After tons of trial and error, I gave up and decided maybe after a good night's sleep I'd have a new idea. Luckily, I was right, and when I got back on the next day, I had a brand new idea and set an attribute filter to have the 3 criteria of being a sword, being enchanted with mending, and being heavily damaged. This meant nothing could get messed up with the setting of a single exact durability value for the filter, and nothing else would meet this criteria but the sword the deployer was holding. I put this filter into the brass funnel and updated the smart chute filter on the garbage chute to include a few more items that I wanted to save. I also moved the experience fluid tank over 1 block and moved the pump up a bit in the fluid pipe chain so the experience could just barely reach the fluid tank. The next 3 days were building days. Since the basic parts of the experience farm were now working, it just didn't really look like anything but a pile of garbage yet. I used deep slate tiles to line the flooring around the entire room, dropped the inner part of the floor down 1 block to give it some depth, and put in spruce slabs lining the deep slate tiles to break up all the deep slate. I wanted to have a nice staircase connecting to the elevator area, so I put down some andesite and started clearing out in front of the elevator when I found diamonds. It would have been nice to know I had these below me on like day 20 of the first video, but oh well. I expanded the staircase leading up to the elevator from the other side down to the experience farm using andesite and polished andesite slabs at the top, along with cobbled deep slate and polished deep slate slabs at the bottom. Once the staircase was done, I returned to the flooring and dropped the shafts from the water wheel down 1 block so I could make the rest of the floor cobbled deep slate with some moss in between to help add some color. I ended up having to fiddle with the direction of rotational power a bit since I noticed I had screwed it up when I moved everything down, and then continued working on the walls by adding in more deep slate tiles lining the fluid pipes and that entire corner of the room. My plan was to add more color and variety into the room so it wouldn't be my exact same block palette by putting bookshelves for the walls. The only problem was I didn't have any bookshelves. I went to the storage system and grabbed out all the leather I had, which wasn't an impressive amount, along with a bunch of sugarcane. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be nearly enough, so I took the elevator to the surface to go find some cows that I could breed for more leather. I had 1 cow waiting right at the surface, but spent majority of the rest of the day searching the surrounding area for just 1 more cow. Turns out I was right all those times I said I'd regret killing all the cows on the surface by the base. Even holding tab to see entities on the minimap, it didn't show a single cow anywhere nearby. Eventually, I managed to find 2 cows way down the train track and dragged one all the way back to the elevator using a lead. I then realized I had no wheat on me to even start breeding them, so I took an extremely slow ride back down into the base, during which I told myself I'd fix the slow speed next time I went to the surface. After a good night's sleep, I realized I was being stupid and the best way to get bookshelves wouldn't be to work hard for them, but instead to use my immense wealth to pay someone else to work hard for them. Haha, capitalism. I grabbed a bunch of my emeralds, went back to the surface, completely forgetting to bring stuff to speed up the elevator, and took the train over to the village. Turns out I also forgot to fix the broken train track over at the village, but surely I'd remember that next time I came here. Surely. Once I was in the village, I shoved a bunch of villagers in a hole in the ground and slapped down a lectern so at least one of them could become a librarian. I bought as many bookshelves as possible and then let the villagers out of the hole and went to look around while I waited for the trades to reset. I did this until I had 48 bookshelves and then took the train back to the base since I was extremely bored and figured it would be at least enough to start building with. I used my newly acquired bookshelves to fill in the parts of the walls that weren't already deep slate tiles and tried to give it a little bit more character by setting some of the bookshelves further back. I absolutely loved how the room was turning out, so I spent the rest of the day along with the next 2 days continuing to build out the room using the same block palette and added in details like lanterns and shelves to make the room just look a little bit more lived in. I figured since I had some bookshelves left over, it was only appropriate to put an enchanting setup in the experience farm area, so I built one directly next to the water wheels. Chances are I'd literally never use it since I already had an enchanting setup and would be hyper enchanting my gear soon, but it still looked nice and technically it was thematically correct. I also used the torch and moss carpet trick you guys always tell me to do to light up whatever part of the room didn't already have lanterns in it. I spent the next 4 days working on the ceiling of the room, which was the last part of the room that wasn't done yet. Almost right after I started placing down blocks, I realized I would get relentlessly flamed in the comments if I didn't make the extendo grip, so I took a quick break to craft one using my now even slower mechanical crafters, and then returned to working on the ceiling of the room. Looking back on it, I have no idea how it took me 4 days to finish the ceiling, but I'm terrified to think of how long it would have been had I not made the extendo grip. I didn't want the ceiling of the room to be boring, so I decided to mix in some blocks of experience, which matched the black and green color palette nicely while still giving it a little bit more life. I did end up running into a slight snag as I was nearly done with everything when I found out my new ceiling design was actually blocking the weighted ejector. Luckily, it was a pretty easy fix since I just had to get rid of the slabs and stairs at the very edge. To finish everything off, I added in a bunch of glowberries hanging from the ceiling, along with chains above the fluid pipe, so it looked like it was being held up and not just randomly floating in the air. Now that the room was complete, I decided to AFK for a day to test out how the farm worked. I had a chest collecting loot for the time being, and while the farm was definitely better than the prior version, it was still something I'd never want to show on YouTube. Due to my immense amount of shame, I cooked up a plan so perfect, so amazing, so creative, there was no way it wouldn't work. I would just get more spawners and that would fix everything. So that's exactly what I did. I spent the next 4 days randomly digging around and running through caves, trying to find any zombie spawner I could get my grubby little paws on. The nice thing is, a minimap mod makes it way easier to find spawners because you just have to look for a random square room underground where it doesn't belong, and there's your spawner. I managed to find 2 zombie spawners during my 4 days of searching, and because I didn't want to waste 20 days on this, I changed the create config option to the old version so I could pick up the spawners using the cart contraptions rather than having to make a rail system all the way back to the base like I did the first time I brought a spawner back. I already did it once, so this only seemed fair. Once I was back at the base, I shut down the initial spawner, blocked off all the water in the room, and picked up the initial spawner since I'd have to place all 3 down in a very specific order. I dug the entire ceiling of the room up 2 blocks higher to account for the 2 new spawners I'd be installing, and then placed all 3 spawners down one by one from the top down since I needed the room under each one to put down the cart contraption that held the next one. After I got all 3 spawners placed down, I unblocked the water stream, broke the torches, and closed the room back up. The next 2 days were more AFKing days since I wanted to see what the new experience rates were with more spawners. While it still didn't look like anything crazy, it seemed like I now had a relatively consistent stream of experience nuggets coming from the system. And for all of you who are wondering why I didn't just make a bulk haunting setup to farm silverfish for crazy experience, it's because that is the easy way out. And here on this channel, we don't take the easy way out. We are stubborn and thick-skulled and will over-engineer a bad project until it's even mediocre rather than just starting a new one. This experience farm was going to work and give me all the experience I wanted, even if it took me 2,000 days to make it not totally awful. I started off the next day by doing some boring villager trading since it was still a nice way to get a small amount of experience really quickly, and then started researching how hyper enchanting even worked. I had to watch a bunch of ponder scenes on all the new stuff the Enchantment Industries mod added, since I still had never touched it before, and it seemed like I could use blaze burners with enchanting guides to enchant items with liquid experience. I figured I had a decent grasp on the idea and finished off the day by gathering a bunch of the materials I'd need to start messing around with it. Turns out I was still confused, and after fiddling with the enchanting guide I just crafted, I went back to watching the ponder scenes. Turns out hyper enchanting uses hyper experience and only increases the level of the enchant in the enchanting guide by 1, which meant I'd need a bunch of max level enchanted books to set all the blaze burners. I had a decent plan. Not a good plan, but a decent plan. I collected a few more materials, including stuff for villager trading, and everything I'd need to speed up the elevator since I wasn't going to forget about it this time. With an inventory full of random junk, I took the elevator up to the surface and started tearing down the water wheel powering the elevator. I was too lazy to add in a big water wheel, so instead I just expanded the area to hold a second water wheel now that they produce less stress capacity. I got rid of the cogwheels and encased chain drives connecting the water wheels to the elevator and replaced it all with a rotation speed controller. I definitely said earlier in the video I didn't want to use the rotation speed controller for everything, but that was clearly just a lie that I said early on to look cool before I got lazy. Once the rotation speed controller was connected, I cranked it all the way up to 64 RPM, and as the sun set, I sent the elevator down and then back up to check that the speed wasn't as embarrassing as before. After speeding up the elevator to a dangerous degree, I took the train over to the village to get my hands on some max level enchanted books. As expected, I completely forgot to bring another train track, but it doesn't seem as bad if we focus on the fact that I did remember to fix the elevator. Anyway, I traded for some bookshelves and turned them into lecterns so I could get a few max level enchants like Unbreaking, Efficiency, Sharpness, and Looting. I struggled to find any villagers with enough brain cells to actually get a job, but eventually I got one trapped in a hole and started the endless process of placing and breaking the lectern. I managed to get Efficiency 5 relatively quickly, so I locked in the trade right away and went to find another unemployed villager to trap in a hole in the ground. The next 2 days were pretty much the same thing over and over and over again, trying to find villagers that I could even trade with, and then trapping them in a hole and spam placing and breaking a lectern until a villager decided to not be totally worthless. During the process, I did make some concessions for the sake of time, and figured I'd just combine some books rather than shoot for max level trades only. I got Looting 2 and bought 2 books so I could make it a Looting 3 book, and did the same thing with 4 Sharpness 3 books to make Sharpness 5. I was tempted to go for an Unbreaking 3 villager as well, but since the village was seeming fresh out of viable candidates, I took the train back to the base and assumed making an Unbreaking 3 book myself wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Probably. Once I was back at the base, I tossed my fully upgraded enchanted books in a chest and took the rest to the anvil to combine. I was about to combine my looting books when I realized I should probably enchant my Unbreaking 3 book before spending all my levels, so I crafted a new book and cycled through some basic enchants hunting for Unbreaking 3. In between enchants, I did some trading to try and keep my experience up, since I didn't have a way to shower myself in liquid experience from the farm that was storing in the tank yet. I managed to get an Unbreaking 2 enchant on my book pretty quickly, so I took it and crafted another book, hoping I'd at least get another Unbreaking 2 enchant without too much pain. As expected, right after taking the Unbreaking 2 enchant, I got a level 30 enchant for Unbreaking 3. I just didn't have enough total levels to get it anymore. I wasn't able to trade with more villagers, so I made a makeshift experience shower at the farm by breaking the fluid pipes over my head and letting the experience orbs just rain down onto me. I got level 30, repaired the pipe, enchanted the book with Unbreaking 3, and used the rest of my experience to combine the Sharpness books into Sharpness 5 and the Looting books into Looting 3. Since I finally had all the enchanted books I wanted to use for hyper enchanting, I needed an area to work in. I figured the area directly next to the experience farm would be good, since I was going to need to convert a lot of regular experience into hyper experience. I grabbed a bunch of deep slate from the storage room and started building up and leveling off the ground directly next to the fluid tank holding the regular experience. I managed to finish the terraforming by the end of the day and started to plan out where I wanted the hyper enchanting setup to go. I was going to need a tank to store the hyper experience in, so I built another 3x3 fluid tank next to the normal boring enchanting setup. Directly across from that, I planned out where I'd put all 5 blaze burners. I did some experimenting with the blaze burners to see how fluid pipes would connect with them, as I tried to figure out how I wanted to pipe hyper experience into each one. Spoiler alert, I should have done a little bit more experimenting. While I was working, I realized it was kinda stupid to have the 2 fluid tanks on opposite sides of the room, so I tore everything down, marked a place next to the regular experience tank for a mixer to make hyper experience, and then put the hyper experience tank next to that. To finish the planning, I placed back down the 5 blaze burners in the same setup as before, just on the opposite side of the room, and I was much happier with how it all looked. With the rough outline of the setup done, I placed down a blaze burner with a basin and mixer over it for mixing hyper experience, and spent the rest of the day sorting junk out of my inventory since it had become super cluttered as usual. I went back to building the next day and started out by extending the floor from the already fancy part of the room over to the disgusting looking unfinished part. Normally, I would do all the technical stuff first since that's a lot easier for me to visualize, but because I already knew what the floor should look like, I took the easy win. Once the floor was done, I moved the mixer setup back 1 block since I thought it would look a lot nicer, and then I connected the pumps from the experience tank to the basin, and from the basin to the hyper experience tank. I built up the wall behind the mixer with deep slate tiles like I had for the rest of the room, and planned to make the middle blocks of experience once I had some on hand. I put down some basic cogwheels to power both the pumps and the mixer, and I actually enjoyed it a lot since I got to toss everything down knowing the direction of rotational power didn't matter one bit for any of it. To nobody's surprise, I planned to power everything with water wheels yet again, so I built out an area for 2 large water wheels next to the new Hyper Experience tank. I built the Hyper Experience tank up to match the regular Experience tank, even though there was no way I'd come close to filling 1/10 of either of them, and detached the cogwheel powering the pump pulling out of the basin before connecting everything to the water wheels. Due to the limited space, I wasn't going to be able to use filter pipes, so the pseudo filter would have to be having Hyper Experience in the fluid tank before having everything running at the same time. If I didn't, the pump would end up pulling regular Experience out of the basin into the second fluid tank and just ruin everything. While I was hooking up the rotational power, I connected it to another rotation speed controller underground, since again, I was too lazy to gear up the large water wheel's power enough times to allow the mixer to run. I got everything hooked up and running, and then went to check around the base to see if I had everything I'd need to make some Hyper Experience. I was able to make the cinder flour for the blaze cakes super easily, and just stole some sugar from the chocolate factory, which was already overflowing, but I was really short on glow ink and had even fewer eggs, which posed an immediate issue. The only solution was going to the surface and hope that I hadn't killed every chicken nearby like an idiot earlier in the series, so I hopped on the elevator and prepared for the worst. Much like with the cows, I didn't see any chickens on the minimap right when I got to the surface, but instead of wasting time randomly wandering around like I normally do, I instead hopped right on the train and went right to the village. I wandered away from the village a bit, and right away I noticed 2 chickens nearby. While I was running to them, I broke some grass to get some seeds to breed them, and the seeds actually came in handy even before breeding, since it helped me lure all the chickens into a pit in the ground. It took me a bit longer than I'm proud of to get the last one in the pit, and there was some hitting, but eventually it happened, and that's all that matters. I spent the next 4 days trying to breed all the chickens in the pit as much as possible. Would it have been smarter to take the chickens home at the start? Probably. Could I have taken the eggs home after just 1 to 2 days and spawned new chickens there? Almost definitely. But I care about the animals and their well-being, so I wanted to keep them above ground in an area they're familiar with. And on top of all that generosity, I ended up expanding the chicken pit so I could legally call my chickens free range, which is more than most people can say. I will admit these days were super boring though, as all I really did was run around collecting seeds to breed the chickens and wait for the babies to grow up so they could start dropping eggs. By the end of day 869, I was at my wit's end after listening to the chicken noises for so long. 869. As the sun rose on day 870, I decided it had to be my last day standing in the chicken pit. My sanity was at an all-time low, and I was about 30 seconds from walking right into a pair of crushing wheels at any given moment. On top of that, I had over 3 stacks of eggs, which would end up being way more than I would need for both making a new egg farm at the base and crafting plenty of blaze cakes. I collected the last bit of eggs as the sun went down and used the bed for the last time to pull myself out of the dirt prison. I took the train straight home, and after I returned to the base, I immediately put the materials into the press to make blaze cake bases. While I was waiting for the press to finish, I realized that my life felt empty without my new chicken friends, so I cleared out some space over by the wheat farm to make a new chicken pit. I put a chain of hoppers feeding into the barrel next to where I kept the bone meal to automatically collect the eggs, which would be way nicer than having to stand in the pit for days on end. When I started using the eggs to spawn chickens for the new egg farm, I think I got really lucky since I got 2 baby chickens from the first 2 eggs, and the first stack gave me 5. I thought that should be enough since I wouldn't need that many eggs, and closed off the top of the pit with glass. Sadly, these chickens would not be free range. I placed back down the foliage I had broken while working and used a sign to label the new barrel. I returned to the press to collect my blaze cake bases and took them to the lava generator to turn them into blaze cakes. It didn't take long before I had 16 fresh blaze cakes in my inventory, ready to make some fancy Hyper Experience. It seemed like a bit of a waste to use a blaze cake with only 6 glow ink, but I wanted to see everything in action, so I dropped the ink and lapis into the basin with the experience and superheated the blaze burner. The mixer started working, and while it looked super cool with the neon green and blue liquid, I was absolutely shocked that I only got 10 millibuckets of Hyper Experience from each craft. It definitely said that in JEI, but I clearly had not paid enough attention. It was obvious now the limiting factor was going to be glow ink, so I set off digging into other caves trying to find glow squid. I found a nearby cave that initially had some glow squid in it, but I spent most of my time in there fighting all the mobs that had spawned around the squid. Once all the mobs were cleared out, I took some time to AFK and look up the spawning rules for glow squid since I actually had no clue what they were. Turns out the rules for glow squid spawning are more strict than I thought, and it seemed like it would be a big pain to try and find a bunch to kill. I popped open JEI and hoped there would be a recipe for glow ink, and boy did I get lucky. Turns out there's an insanely simple bulk haunting recipe to turn regular ink into glow ink, which 100% saved this video, because without it, I don't think I would ever reach my goal. I checked around the base to see if I had any regular ink laying around, and unfortunately I didn't, so I'd need to make a trip to the surface, but before I did, I wanted to try out a little experiment. After learning what the spawning rules were for glow squid, I wanted to see if I could get any to spawn in a small room, so I dug out a tiny area in the corner of my base, filled it with water, and closed it off to see if anything would spawn. Spoiler alert, stuff did eventually spawn, but it was never glow squid. I didn't want to get my hopes up that my awful makeshift spawning area would even spawn a single glow squid, so I cleared out some space in my inventory, grabbed a bed, and took the elevator up to the surface to farm a bunch of regular ink. Sadly, after losing my sword like an idiot at the start of the video, I had no weapon with looting, so the ink farming was going to be a little bit more painful than I would have liked. Thankfully, there was a big river right at the surface, so I was able to get right into killing squid. I had to remove the diving boots since they kept sinking me to the bottom of the river, and yes, I did forget to fill the back tank with air, which would have made this entire process way easier. By the end of day 875, I had gotten a little bit over a stack of ink, so I took the elevator back down to the base and caught a quick nap. I ditched some random junk in my inventory in the garbage chute and then headed over to the soul sand generator to make use of the bulk haunting setup I had. I tossed the stack of ink on the depot in place of the sand and let the mechanical arm put it in the bulk haunter at a painfully slow speed, again thanks to the water wheel change. Once it was converted to glow ink and dropped off in the output barrel, I snagged it and ran back to the mixer to make more hyper experience. I tossed a stack of materials in this time, fueled up the burner, and sat back to watch it run. The mixing took a fairly long time, so I did some building in the area while I waited for it to finish. I finally put down the blocks of experience behind the mixer and finished wrapping the ceiling design around both fluid tanks. After the mixing was done, I had 800 millibuckets of hyper experience sitting in the fluid tank. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I wasn't feeling very motivated to go back up and kill more squid the next day, so I decided to make it a building day and worked on expanding the ceiling to cover the new addition to the experience farm. I also worked on adding some improvements to the floor in front of the blaze burner area, which wasn't even close to being done yet. The building was going pretty well, and I felt like I was on a roll, so I continued working on improving the area over the next 2 days. I added in a bunch more glowberries to the ceiling, covered the top of the large water wheels next to the fluid tank, and covered some of the exposed cogs by the mixer with andesite casing. I added in torches and moss carpet to the floor to brighten up the area, and cleared out the big stone and granite pillar that was in the way. I finished off the rest of the ceiling and added in some blocks of experience with moss since I really liked how it looked. I even changed out the stone on the wall behind the basic enchanting setup for deep slate and moss so the colors didn't look so out of place with the rest of the area. With everything else finished, it was finally time to work on the hyper enchanting. I AFK'd for a bit at the experience farm to get more experience nuggets and eventually crafted them into blocks of experience. I really liked the color of the blocks and wanted to use them more, so I put one below where each hyper enchanting blaze burner would go. I put all 5 blaze burners down and tried to build out the area around them with moss and deep slate so it could look like they were all sitting back in a carved out part of the wall. Eventually, I would need to get hyper experience to the burners, so I ran fluid pipes across the ceiling from the fluid tank and then ran them down between each blaze burner. Unfortunately, the pipes didn't connect to each like it would with fluid tanks even after I put in an enchanting guide, which should have been a huge red flag for me. Instead of seeing this massive blinking sign that said I screwed up, I just changed it up so a pipe ran down on top of each blaze burner rather than between each pair. I set the rest of the enchanting guides to the max level enchants I wanted to hyper enchant with and put one on each of the remaining burners. Since I thought the fluid piping was finally done, I built out the deep slate and moss even more around the area to really make it look like its own little cave. I added in some glowberries to the ceiling like I always do, and used chains again to make the fluid pipe look like it was hanging from the ceiling rather than just floating in the air. With that, the building was finally done and I no longer needed to craft blocks of experience from nuggets, so I got rid of the chest sitting on the belt. I tossed all the junk from the chest back onto the belt and then cleaned out the rest of the random blocks from my inventory. The last thing to do before I could hyper enchant all my tools was to make a bunch of hyper experience. The only problem was I didn't have enough glow ink or regular experience to do that, so I started out by AFKing for a day at the experience farm. At the end of the day, the fluid tank for regular experience had 3,200 millibuckets in it, which would be plenty for the time being since it would be a lot of glow ink to convert. Before heading up to the surface to get the glow ink, I took the back tank over to the gold generator since it was running at 256 RPM and connected the top of the tank to a shaft to start compressing air. The back tank filled up super quick and I decided to leave the gearbox and shafts there since I figured I'd be filling it up again soon anyway. I slapped on the newly filled up back tank and took the elevator to the surface for a few more days of squid killing. The back tank allowed me to breathe underwater for 15 minutes, which made farming up a bunch of ink so much easier. At the end of day 884, I took the elevator back down into the base with nearly 3 stacks of ink this time, which completely blew the 1 stack I got last time out of the water. Once I was back down in the base, I took the ink over to the bulk haunter again and allowed the 100-year-old mechanical arms to slowly move the ink onto and off of the haunting depots. When everything was done being haunted, I took all the glow ink back over to the mixer, dropped a stack of ink and lapis in, and fueled up the burner again. I also tossed down a barrel behind the mixer and put all the hyper experience ingredients in it so I wasn't just constantly walking around with an inventory that was 2/3 full. I noticed the regular experience tank was draining super fast, which in hindsight shouldn't have really been a surprise since each craft took 100 millibuckets, but I digress. I decided the only sensible and time efficient thing to do was to drain my own experience into the disenchanter and then AFK again to let more experience build up while the mixer turned all of it into hyper experience. As my hyper experience stockpile was building up, it dawned on me that I'd eventually have to move it over from the fluid tank to the blaze burners, and I had no good way of doing that. I picked a spot on the fluid pipe to put down a pump where I could semi-easily connect it to a cogwheel for power. I ran rotational power to the pump from the water wheels next to the enchanting setup, and although it was super slow, the hyper experience started coming from the fluid tank towards the blaze burners. Unfortunately, the hyper experience never actually made its way to any of the burners, and I spent the rest of the day trying to troubleshoot why. I sped up the rotational power going to the pump and disconnected and reconnected a bunch of the fluid pipes, but nothing seemed to work. Eventually, I guessed I just didn't have enough hyper experience, which was a super stupid thought that again, in hindsight, makes zero sense. Another bright idea I had was to use fluid valves to open and close the fluid pipes to each of the burners based on which enchant I wanted to use. I crafted up 5 fluid valves and 5 valve handles and fiddled around with where they could go on the fluid pipe to control the flow properly. I'll be the first to admit that me trying to properly orient the valves was the single most embarrassing thing in this entire video. It was way worse than me running the chickens in circles around the pit, and it rivals me accidentally disenchanting my overpowered sword. On top of that, I didn't even know how the valves worked, with what degree of rotation was needed to open and close it, or if there was any indication if it was open or closed, but none of that mattered since the hyper experience wasn't even making it past the pump. I had no idea what to do, so I resorted to my typical solution, which was just to get more experience and make more hyper experience. I sat at the experience farm for a while and occasionally went to the villagers in the base to trade for a quick bump in experience that I could drain back into the system. At the end of day 889, I checked on the hyper experience in the fluid tank, and somehow I had less hyper experience than before, but none of it was in any of the blaze burners or in the fluid pipe. This was enough to make me rage quit recording for the entire night. I returned the next day with a solution to the problem. Turns out I was an idiot, surprise surprise, and the fluid input for the blaze burners was only on the bottom, and that's why I was randomly losing hyper experience for no reason. I tore down all the above ground piping for the hyper experience and ran it underground instead to the bottom of all the blaze burners. I also finally checked what the keybind was for accessing the nearby toolboxes, so you can all go edit your comments asking, "Rage, why don't you just use the left shift plus R plus stand on your head keybind to open the toolbox? It's so simple." Once the piping was done, I disconnected the pump pulling from the basin and connected the underground pump to fill up the blaze burners. After a few seconds, the front 2 blaze burners lit up blue as they filled with about 700 millibuckets of hyper experience each. The required amount of experience for the enchants also went up as they had now been upgraded to the next tier, which was one above what was achievable in vanilla Minecraft. I suspected the reason the front 2 were the only ones that got experience was due to the 16 block range of the pump, so I did some counting, confirmed my theory, and moved the pump further up in the fluid pipe. To check everything worked, I pumped the hyper experience back into the tank, and then back again into the burners, and this time, all 4 that would need hyper experience lit up. With the setup now working, all I needed was a lot more hyper experience and I could enchant all my tools, so I disconnected the hyper experience tank from the burners to avoid it being emptied and filled with normal experience, and started running the mixer again. Over the next 2 days, I would trade with the villagers, drain my experience at the disenchanter, and then AFK at the zombie farm until I could trade with the villagers again. Eventually, I had enough hyper experience built up and put the nearly broken netherite sword into the sharpness 6 burner to be hyper enchanted. It didn't take long for it to pop off with its new enchant and a few advancements, so I tossed it onto the looting 4 burner next and the unbreaking 4 burner after that. I manually slapped a mending enchant on the sword since I was too lazy to hook up the mending burner to regular experience, and repaired it with the experience spout. I took my newly enchanted OP sword to the surface to farm more ink since I had just run out and really wanted to test out the new looting 4 enchant. I spent the next 2 days swimming around killing squid, which was definitely boring, but also super efficient now that I had both the filled back tank and an insane sword. I took the elevator back down to the base at the end of day 894 with nearly 4 stacks of ink in my inventory, which I figured would be more than enough to make the rest of the hyper experience I would need. I took the ink over to the bulk haunter and again sat while I waited for the elderly arms to do the painstakingly slow work of moving my ink to and from the depots. After the glow ink finished being haunted, I took a detour to the bulk smelter to make some stone for trading, and did a few trades with the Fletcher before going back to the mixer to dump the new materials in. I checked the burner to see how much experience I'd need in total to enchant the rest of my tools with efficiency 6 and unbreaking 4, and did some quick math to figure out how much more I needed to make. The next 3 days were pretty uneventful since I was on the clock trying to get as much experience as possible. I would trade with every villager possible, drain the experience at the disenchanter, and then AFK again at the zombie farm until the trades reset. While it wasn't super active in game, I did have a wonderful time binge watching The Blacklist on Netflix on my other monitor. No spoilers though, I still haven't finished it yet. On day 899, I was getting close to the amount of regular experience I'd need to finish the enchanting, so I started the mixer up again and reversed the flow of hyper experience to pull it all out of the burners, since I wouldn't be using the sharpness or looting enchants again. Once everything was empty, I disconnected the fluid pipes from everything except the efficiency 6 burner and reversed the pump again to fill it up. I hyper enchanted all 3 of my remaining tools with efficiency 6, then reversed the pump again to pull the experience back, before reversing it again to send it all back to the unbreaking 4 burner. I hyper enchanted all 3 tools with unbreaking 4 as well, and apparently I'm semi-decent at math because I had just 5 extra millibuckets when all was said and done. And with that, it was day 900. Another 100 days were done, and this time I managed to make a pretty awesome automated experience farm and get the most overpowered tools possible. I wanted to make sure the new create updates didn't break anything around the base, so I ran around to each build to make sure everything was still running. I took a bit longer to check out the storage area since it always seems to break or just get backed up, but thankfully everything seemed to be working perfectly. The gold generator was just about to overflow, so I converted a bunch of gold ingots to gold blocks, dumped everything into the storage system, and continued checking the rest of the builds. Once I knew everything was working, I checked how much netherite I actually had and realized I had a lot of work to do if I wanted to make a full netherite beacon before day 1000. My plan was to make a massive netherite mining machine, so I checked in the auto crafting room to see how many mechanical drills I had laying around. The chest had 218 drills in it, which was a good start but wasn't nearly enough. I grabbed a bunch of iron and andesite and loaded up the auto mixing setup to make tons of andesite alloy. While the mixers were running, I checked my random chest to make sure I wasn't missing any drills somewhere, and then I went to the surface to collect all the drills that were on my old nether tunnel bore. I wanted to get everything done before the sun went down, so I went to town on the tunnel bore with my wrench and extendo grip, and I can confidently say that it was way easier to tear it down than it was to build it. After catching a quick nap, I cleaned out the remnants of the tunnel bore from my inventory and loaded up with deep slate to start terraforming a new area so I could build an automatic casing factory. I decided the area next to the experience generator would work well, which meant it was time to finally tear down the Nether portal that I made like 900 days earlier. Because I had no idea what my casing factory would look like, I wanted a clean slate to build from, so I just started filling in the entire area with deep slate to try to level it off. I spent the next 3 days clearing all the random foliage from the area and filling it in with deep slate. Once all the terraforming was done, the area looked way smaller, but definitely looked easier to work in. Since I had no idea how I wanted my casing factory to look or function, I started by just trying to plan everything out. I decided I wanted the factory to be visually appealing and not just efficient, so I mapped out 3 different rows for the 3 different primary casings. My inventory was full of junk from the terraforming, so I cleaned everything out and collected some mechanical drills, deployers, random building blocks, and crafted a few pistons so I could start building the mechanical bones of the factory. My plan was to have a piston pushing placed blocks through each stage of the casing crafting process, so I put one down at the beginning of each row. Each piston would be moving logs to start the process, so I also put down a deployer to place logs in front of each piston on each row. I put down another deployer on each row directly next to the first one and planned for it to use an axe to strip each log. I realized I was going to need to monitor the state of the blocks in each row at specific points, so I spent ages crafting a bunch of smart observers. I put oak logs in as the filter for the first deployer and tossed my netherite axe in the second deployer just so I could eventually test the setup. I put down a smart observer in front of the first deployer and set it to read when an oak log was in front of it, and then connected it to the piston using a redstone link. I gave the system a quick manual test to see that it worked, and the piston did in fact move the log, which was a good sign. I decided the manual test wasn't enough though, so I made a basic water wheel setup to automate the deployers for testing, but quickly noticed I had the netherite axe deployer in the wrong setting, and it was actually breaking the logs, not stripping them. I changed the setting and everything seemed to work, but I decided I didn't want the logs stripped right away, so I tore down the second deployer and moved it over 3 blocks. I replicated the initial deployer and smart observer setup, but used stripped logs instead, and then did the same thing again after that with andesite casing. Finally, I put down a mechanical drill at the very end of the row to mine the andesite casing, and yet another smart observer to tell if the casing had been mined. To finish off the initial setup, I crafted a diamond axe and tossed it in the log stripping deployer, so I didn't have to use my netherite axe for testing. With the mechanical components of the setup pretty much ready to go, I spent the next 2 days working on the redstone logic to automate everything. I cleared out a bit of extra space behind the deployers and did tons of trial and error to make an extra large AND gate that would dictate when the piston pushed the entire row of blocks. Eventually, I settled on a gate setup using 3 inverted signals from the first 3 smart observers and 1 non-inverted signal from the final smart observer. I set all the redstone links to be receiving and then set the frequencies for all 4 pairs of links. At the end of day 912, it was finally time to test the redstone, so I put down the specific filtered blocks in front of each smart observer and verified the corresponding torch turned off each time. When I put down the andesite casing, the piston pushed the log, which confirmed the gate worked since all the criteria was met. I was absolutely thrilled because the system was working perfectly, so I just kept tossing down logs until the piston finally stopped because the deployer holding the axe wasn't actually connected to rotational power yet. Unfortunately, my single water wheel setup wouldn't be enough to power everything, so I tried planning out how I wanted to expand the existing water wheel setup next to the casing factory. After fiddling around with various setups for majority of the day, I wasn't able to find anything that worked due to the limited space that I left myself between the existing water wheels and the pistons. I decided it would probably be better to just make a hidden water wheel setup to power the whole factory. I cleared out even more space behind the deployers and shifted the entire mess of redstone just a few blocks over to free up some more space for the water wheels. Even though I knew exactly how everything should work and what the frequencies should be, it still took a pretty long time to get the AND gate back up and running. I figured I might as well go all out if I was going to be hiding them anyway, so I crafted a bunch of large water wheels, placed some of them down behind the experience tanks, and then connected them to a rotation speed controller. I ran rotational power from the rotation speed controller to all the deployers and then the drill, and then sat back to watch the system work flawlessly. After the system was done with that round of casing, I started mapping out where I wanted the walls to go around the casing factory. I grabbed a few chests from the storage room and also started mapping out the opposite side of the room that I planned to use for inputting items into all the different deployers. I wanted to work on the redstone for the input chests, but because I only had 40 redstone left in my entire base, I began prepping to go on a small tunnel bore mining expedition. It had been so long since I last ran the tunnel bore that I completely forgot where I normally set it up, so I had to dig a new tunnel all the way down to bedrock. I put down some tracks with a cart assembler and place down the minecart contraption, but of course I forgot to power the assembler first, so I had to clear out the area around the tunnel bore before reassembling it just to try to avoid random deep slate getting stuck to it. Almost immediately after getting it running, the tunnel bore ran into an issue where it wasn't mining the cobbled deep slate it was placing down in front of it to remove any liquids. I was super confused since this never happened before and tried resetting the tunnel bore multiple times before just completely giving up. So I returned to the surface and took the elevator back down to the base. After getting a good night's sleep both in-game and in real life, I went back to the surface on day 921 determined to troubleshoot the tunnel bore. I placed down some tracks with the cart assembler, remembered to power the assembler this time, and tossed down the minecart contraption. I double checked all the chests to make sure there wasn't anything funky going on, and then fueled it up and let it run for a bit. After about 20 blocks, it hadn't run into any problems, so I picked it up, and while I was initially happy, my mood turned pretty quickly. I ended up having to tear down all the cobbled deep slate the tunnel bore had placed, and still had zero answers as to what was actually going on. Since it seemed like the tunnel bore had no issue when there wasn't anything in front of it, I took it down into the mine, but I planned to try it on stone this time instead of deep slate. I had to clear out a small area in an already existing tunnel so I could set everything up. Initially, I wanted to change the filter on the deployers to place cobblestone so I could just be 100% positive that everything was perfect, but after tearing all the drills off, I remembered the filter is now on the side of the deployer, so I gave up and almost immediately put all the drills back on. I fueled the contraption up, and it took about 10 seconds before it experienced a catastrophic failure. Because I'm a man of science, I figured I'd give it another shot, and yet again, the contraption failed. I wasn't sure what was causing the problem. I knew it had to do with blocks being in the way, so that basically didn't do anything for me. I was still feeling too lazy to manually mine, but I also still needed redstone badly, so I went back down to bedrock and just removed all the deployers from the contraption. I made some adjustments to the chassis sticking range and placed the drills back on the front before powering the assembler and fueling the minecart. This time, everything worked flawlessly, but I wasn't able to AFK on the seat since there wasn't anything to stop lava from spilling all over the place in the tunnel and killing me. The next few days were pretty low-key since I had to keep following the minecart contraption, which was super slow, but I used the time to mine all the exposed ore on the walls rather than waiting for the run back like I normally do. Once my inventory filled up, I was so done with mining, so I picked up the minecart and booked it back to the base to get back to the actual fun stuff. After I got home, I put the minecart on the minecart unloader and sat back enjoying not having to manually unload the chests like I used to. Eventually I got bored, so I cleaned out the random contraption blocks from my inventory, grabbed as much valuable stuff from the unloading chest as I could, and dumped all the silk touched ore into the ore processing setup. I grabbed the remaining valuables from the unloader and put everything into the sorting system. With my redstone stockpile semi-replenished, I started the next day off by crafting a bunch of smart chutes to use for the factory input chests. I put smart chutes under each chest and put a threshold switch behind each deployer and put a redstone link on each one of those. I almost immediately realized I needed the backs of the deployers open for inputting items, so I spent a while just staring at the deployers trying to figure out how to attach 50 different things to the 6 available sides. I decided the only option was to tear up all the shafts and then relocated the threshold switches from the back to the side of each deployer. I reset each of the threshold switch settings and placed back down the redstone links. Once that was done, it was relatively easy to run the rotational power under the deployers and use gearboxes to input power since the direction of rotation didn't matter. I remembered the mining speed of the drill seemed to be the system bottleneck during the last test, so I put down a rotation speed controller and used that to input into the mechanical drill. I wanted to try and get everything set up properly before doing another test, so I put down some extra, mostly useless input chests after miscalculating the amount of item types that I would need for the factory. I slapped down redstone links on each of the input chest smart chutes and started digging out the area under them for a belt line. I ran the belt line under the floor from all the input chests over to the deployers and realized I may be able to save a bunch of space using a mechanical arm to distribute the items from the belt. At this point, my brain was a bit fried from all the technical stuff, so I used day 932 to do some random things like crafting and placing placards on the input chests, and then running around the base to collect all the assorted items that would go in them. I ended up trading with the blacksmith villager to get an unbreaking 2 diamond axe since I had way more emeralds than diamonds and figured eventually I'd need a lot of axes to keep the automated setup running. Surprisingly, my brain actually felt pretty refreshed after getting a 15-minute break from trying to build the Death Star out of create blocks and redstone, so I spent the next day crafting a bunch of vanilla and create redstone components that I thought I might use to make the complex input chest dropping setup. In hindsight, I probably should have cleaned out my inventory to make the crafting easier instead of walking around with multiple buckets of water on me and an extendo grip all the time, but oh well. With an inventory full of random redstone components, I used the next 2 days for setting up the framework for the input chest redstone. redstone. I put a threshold switch behind the oak log input chest and adjusted the settings so it would give a redstone signal when it contained a stack of items and not give a redstone signal if it didn't. I set the smart chute to only drop stacks of 64 and put a redstone link on it. I set the redstone link to receiving since the entire purpose of the complex setup would be to power on the chute to drop a single stack of items. Randomly, I realized that the chests looked super lame, so I took a momentary break from redstone to switch over to barrels and redo all the placards. I returned to the redstone grind by setting the frequency of each threshold switch that said if the deployer still had items or not. The next 5 days nearly mentally broke me as I tried setting up the logic gate to make the input barrel only drop a stack of items when a deployer ran out and not allow another stack to drop until that specific deployer had been refilled. I experimented with some basic AND gate setups, but it was clear it wasn't going to do the trick, so I expanded the gate using a pulse repeater into an inverter. Eventually, I added in a pulse extender as well and did some experimenting to figure out how many ticks would allow exactly one stack to be dropped. As if there wasn't enough assorted redstone components, I added on even more by putting a powered latch at the start of the chain. I finished off the redstone monstrosity by connecting the powered latch back to the gate so that it would reset whenever the deployer received its items. I did some last minute fine tuning of the redstone and tested it repeatedly to make sure it actually worked as expected. Once I felt confident, I counted how much space the entire thing took up and cleared out just enough room to build a duplicate directly across from it. Thankfully, it was much easier to replicate the build the second time than it was to build it the first time, since there was no experimenting left to do. Once the second one was fully set up, I cleared out even more space so I could build the rest. The next 2 days were pretty mundane since I was just building the same redstone setup on repeat 3 more times. As surprising as it may seem, I actually started missing the trial and error testing that I had to do earlier, since it ended up being way more entertaining than this was. As day 944 was ending, I came across some deep slate coal ore, which I remembered was pretty rare, so I took a second to admire it before finishing the 5th and final redstone logic gate. I started day 946 by setting all the empty redstone link frequencies, and I'll admit it started to get a little confusing since the entire factory was going to be using over 20 unique frequencies. After I finished linking everything, I cleared out some extra space next to the mechanical drill and ran rotational power from the rotation speed controller to the mechanical arm. I used a large cogwheel to speed up the arm even more and then reset the arm inputs and outputs. The end of day 946 and entirety of day 947 were spent hooking up the belt that would carry items from the input barrels to the mechanical arm. I wanted the belt to be running as fast as possible so it wouldn't slow down the factory when deployers ran out of items, so a shameful amount of time was used on cogwheel trial and error. Eventually, I got fed up with cogwheels since the setup was getting super messy. In the end, I cranked up the speed of the 2 existing rotation speed controllers to make the entire factory faster, which made running the main belt at a high speed require way less cogwheels. I also remembered the direction of rotation for the drill didn't matter, so I flipped the controller's rotational direction and the main belt finally worked. Once that was done, it was super easy to power the additional belts under the input barrels. With everything hooked up, it was time for the official trial run of the andesite casing portion of the casing factory, so I spent the morning filling up my inventory with oak logs, some fresh diamond axes, and plenty of andesite alloy. I loaded up each input barrel, and the second I put a stack of oak logs in, the factory sucked them out and everything started running. I sat back and watched the gorgeous, wickedly over-engineered factory running flawlessly right until it ran out of andesite alloy. I did a bunch of redstone troubleshooting to try to figure out why the andesite alloy wasn't being sent to the deployer, and after making tons of adjustments to the smart chute and threshold switch settings, I realized I didn't have any links on majority of the input barrel threshold switches to even tell the system it had items to drop. I added in the links and set the filters, and the split second I set the andesite alloy filter, a stack dropped from the chute and the factory was back up and running again. I watched the factory run for a bit longer, but remembered there wasn't anything collecting the casing yet, so I made a quick makeshift output collection point with a barrel and a hopper. I wanted to feel confident everything was truly working properly with all the minor adjustments I made before I went adding in the additional 2 rows for brass and copper casing, so I let the factory run through all the resources I deposited. The entire time it ran, I just kept thinking how thrilled I was with how it looked, which was great because automating casing itself is super easy if you don't care about looks. This was a whole nother beast. At the end of day 950, I checked the output barrel and had 9 freshly made stacks of andesite casing, which was a pretty good start. The next day, it was finally time to add on the brass and copper casing rows to the factory, so I grabbed out a bunch of leftover mechanical components from my dump chest and went on a bit of a crafting spree to fill in the rest. Majority of my crafting was redstone components since I kept thinking stuff wouldn't be too complicated, and undercrafted pretty much every time I made more. Once all the crafting was done, I jumped right into duplicating the andesite row 2 more times for copper and brass. Thankfully, it didn't require any planning or testing since everything already worked perfectly, but the factory had grown in complexity so much that it took me 3 days just to get everything hooked up properly, including getting all the frequencies and redstone settings correct. I ended up having to clear out more space behind the factory to make room for even more redstone, since I forgot the current setup only kept the piston moving blocks along for the andesite casing row. I replicated the exact redstone right behind the initial setup, but used the brass casing frequencies this time, and while the redstone wasn't really hard, I really struggled with the inventory management trying to get all the links working. I also put links on the brass and copper casing pistons, set the frequencies, and then dumped some oak logs into the input barrel to see if the initial portion of the brass row worked. Unfortunately, the andesite row started running, which was a little bit of a red flag, so I took out the remaining andesite alloy in hopes of eventually being able to check if the brass row worked at all. While I waited for the andesite alloy and the deployer to run out, I cleared out even more space and built the piston control for the copper casing row. It was finally time to start connecting rotational power to the brass and copper machines, but when I checked the stressometer, I noticed it would only have enough power to hook up one additional row. Since that was very clearly not an option, I grabbed some additional large water wheels and expanded the already large collection of them that I had hiding behind the XP factory. I went to check the stressometer to see if the 4 new water wheels added enough stress capacity, but I quickly realized I didn't even set them up properly and had to break an additional block below each one. Once I fixed that small issue, there was more than enough stress capacity to run the entire factory. I started off day 958 by connecting every single machine in the factory that didn't already have rotational power. If you can believe it, the process was actually relatively simple since direction of rotation didn't matter for literally any of these machines, and I had planned ahead, leaving plenty of space for shafts and gearboxes to run between everything. The only thing left to do was to test out the 2 new rows, so I ran around the base grabbing copper ingots, oak logs, and brass ingots and tossed them in the various input barrels. Right away, I knew there was a problem since all the copper ingots fell right onto the belt, so I did some troubleshooting and noticed I completely forgot to set some of the copper redstone frequencies. I fixed the frequency issue, reloaded the barrels, and had to manually jumpstart each row since the piston wouldn't activate if the row wasn't filled with the proper blocks. All 3 rows of the factory running at once looked absolutely awesome, but unfortunately the awesomeness didn't last forever since eventually the deployers ran out of logs, and that's where the next big problem started. Because the deployers at the start of each row needed oak logs and they all came from one input barrel, the redstone would easily malfunction if 2 deployers needed logs around the same time. The problem itself was really easy to figure out, but the solution was a little bit harder, and I quite literally sat staring at the redstone for the oak log dropping for 10 minutes trying to think of what to do. By the end of day 960, I had tried out a bunch of different potential solutions, but right as I was about to rip my hair out, one finally worked, where a convoluted set of links reset the powered latch each time any of the deployers received logs, so the log request itself didn't jam up. At this point, my brain was absolutely dead, so I cleared out my inventory and loaded up on various building blocks so I could try to make the factory look a bit nicer and hide the massive amount of redstone that made it all work. I started off by outlining the casing portion of the factory in tiled deep slate and then used slabs to blend the walkway from the XP factory and casing factory together. I continued using a similar design from the XP factory and outlined the ground in spruce slabs before finishing outlining the input barrel area with tiled deep slate as well. I replaced a bunch of the cobbled deep slate on the ground with moss and continued using the moss carpet and torch trick just to help light up the area. I made good use of the extendo grip once it was finally time to work on the ceiling, since it made replacing the stone with cobbled deep slate and moss way easier. I added in slabs just like I did with the floor to gradually blend the different levels of the ceiling together and used tons of glowberries to decorate while also helping provide a little bit more light. I finished the area off for the time being by adding in copycat panels using the block of experience texture, along with tossing some blocks of experience in the ceiling with the patches of moss. The next overkill step to make the factory look even cooler was adding in a display board over the input barrels. I built a 5x3 display board over the barrels, but then I randomly got bothered by how I had the barrels unevenly spaced, so I spent the entire rest of the day breaking and replacing the barrels and all their redstone components. Day 968 was pretty uneventful since I spent quite literally the entire day trying to decide on what block I wanted to fill out the wall behind the display board. I couldn't think of a block other than deep slate that wouldn't look out of place, so I messed around with adding in some stairs around the barrels for at least a little bit of additional depth. The wall behind the display board didn't look totally horrible anymore, but the display board itself wasn't even functioning yet, so I set up 2 small water wheels in the ceiling above it and put display links links on each of the input barrel threshold switches. I had to fiddle with the display link settings to get the board to look nice and finished it off by using a clipboard to name the display. The next 3 days were spent building the output chest portion of the factory. I outlined the last remaining wall of the factory with tiled deep slate and spruce slabs and built a 4x3 display board to also show the contents of the output chests. I mainly did it because I had no idea what else to put on the upper portion of the wall and it would look weird if there was nothing there. I filled in the wall behind the board identical to the input area, but instead of using barrels, I used chests since 3 double chests would perfectly fill up the length of the wall. I powered the display board just like I did the other one with some hidden water wheels in the ceiling above it and ran a belt behind the chest with brass funnels inputting into each one. I spent a shameful amount of time trying to get the rotational power to the belt since it always seemed to be going in the wrong direction and set the filters on each of the brass funnels, while I tried to funnel all the casing from each row onto the belt using hoppers and chutes. I used day 974 to hook up all the display links for the output chests, which wasn't hard but required me to put down smart observers that the chest didn't actually need. I also had to adjust the wording on the board itself since some of the lines were too long and actually got cut off. Once I was happy with how it looked, I used the clipboard again to name the display and was finally able to remove the makeshift output barrel I had been using for way too long. Since the entire factory was pretty much done at this point, I cleaned out all the random junk from my inventory, loaded up on tons of different blocks needed to make each type of casing, and dumped it all into the input barrels. It was finally time to craft a stupid amount of drills, so I loaded up on iron ingots and andesite alloy and started converting as much andesite casing into mechanical drills as possible. After the first round of crafting, I realized I was gonna need way more andesite alloy, so I reloaded the automated mixers and waited until I could basically refill my entire inventory. Even after that crafting session, I still had casing to spare, so I did one more round of mixing and crafting, and by the end of day 978, I had 12 stacks of mechanical drills ready to go. Once I was done with my work at the casing factory, I cleaned up the dump chest that had been sitting there for ages and filled my inventory with everything I would need to make a tunnel bore. My initial plan was to make a vertical nether destroyer since it just looked super cool, but since I only had 20 days left, I had to shift my plans a little bit if I wanted a chance to make a netherite beacon. I had to convert some logs to charcoal to eventually fuel the bore, and then caught a quick nap before going to the surface. Obviously, right when I got to the surface, there was a group of pillagers there because why wouldn't there be? So I had to dispose of them, but their captain wasn't even there, so I didn't get the debuff. I didn't have anywhere that was really flat to build the massive bore, so I actually just started building on the ice and put down my old tunnel bore to modify. I tore off the entire front and rebuilt it with a 5x4 of deployers, so I would at least have a small tunnel to protect me during the mining, but had to break and replace the deployers again in a specific order to easily set the netherrack filter. After way too much struggling with setting them up, I turned the deployers on the outside of the 5x4 backwards so the netherrack would be placed behind the drills and not get mined. I put down chests on the back of the linear chassis to hold what the bore mined, but also had to remove the existing chests which were filled with super random blocks. I noticed the new chests would be right where the deployers placed the tunnel blocks, so I expanded the deployers to be a 6x5 and made the new outer deployers place backwards. The last thing left to do was place down the massive drills on the front of the bore, which took me the next 3 days to do. I finished off the bore by putting brass funnels on the chests and setting them to drop everything except ancient debris to try and keep the chests from overflowing. I glued all the drills together, made some torches I'd probably never put down behind the tunnel bore, and headed into the nether to see what I could do with the last 15 days. I took the path down to my previous tunnel bore location and set up my new super overkill nether destroyer 9000 that would clearly work with no issues. Out the gate, the bore was working well, but quickly ran into the same issue the other bore did, where it wasn't breaking every block in front of it and eventually would prevent it from placing down rails. For some weird reason, I hoped it would eventually rectify itself, but after manually breaking a bunch of netherrack, I just picked up the bore and went back to the start of the tunnel to make some adjustments. I really only cared about the 2 blocks right in the middle of the tunnel being properly cleared so the bore and myself could pass through, so I put down 2 additional drills behind the deployers to make sure every block was actually broken. I reassembled the tunnel bore, and after struggling for a while with blocks not even properly gluing together, I got it all in one piece and started it up where it last left off. The bore ran for the next 10 days and I slowly traveled behind it, placing down torches whenever I would remember and avoiding the massive lava flows that would fill the tunnel until the bore was way past the pool of lava. On day 998, it was finally time to call it quits in the nether since I needed time to convert all the ancient debris to netherite and build the beacon. I picked up the tunnel bore and spent almost the entire day running nearly 2,000 blocks back to the portal. Once I was back in the overworld, I placed down the tunnel bore and started pulling out all the ancient debris I could carry. But there was too much, so I made a trip down to the base and used the bulk smelter to convert it all to netherite scrap. I went back to the surface to grab the rest after making some room in my inventory, and dumped all the tunnel bore materials into the cart contraption chest while I waited for more debris to smelt down. After all the debris was done smelting, I started converting the scraps over to ingots and quickly realized I definitely wouldn't have enough for a level 4 beacon. I converted all the ingots into netherite blocks and ended up with 36 blocks and 1 ingot left over. I tore down the top of the gold beacon and replaced the first 2 levels with netherite blocks before standing back to admire it. It may not have been a full beacon, but it still looked pretty sick. And with that, it was day 1000. I managed to make a wickedly over-the-top casing factory and collect enough netherite to make a level 2 netherite beacon. Be sure to let me know in the comments what part of the last 1000 days was your favorite.